Can start now. Sabah al-Khair. Welcome to this session dedicated to development. So we have two papers. The first paper evaluates the relationship between labor productivity and competition, considering connection to market on formal and informal firms. And I'm very happy to welcome Elena Perra. So she will present this paper. Elena, she's from University of Florence. I'm very happy also to welcome Antonio Splinin-Bergo from IMF, and he will discuss the Elena paper. Then we have a second paper. The second paper evaluates the expected economic and social cost of pandemic and estimates the benefit of pre-pandemic investment. I'm very happy to welcome Rachel Glenister from University of Chicago. So she will present this paper, and also welcome to Rui Mano from IMF. He will discuss Rachel's paper. So please, Elena, you have the floor for 20-25 minutes. Thank you.
So first of all, let me thank the organizer of this conference for giving me the chance to present this joint work with Marco Sanfilippo and Asha Sundaram. This work is titled Roads, Competition and the Informal Sector. So this is the layout of the presentation. So first of all, I will introduce you the general topic and the policy motivation of this research question. Then I will go to the data section and will show you this unique data on the road sector development project, which is a huge investment plan implemented in Ethiopia regarding the road infrastructure. And then I will show you the empirical analysis and the main conclusion that we can derive from this kind of study. So, oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm small. Informal sector is a pervasive feature of most of the developing world. The role of the informal sector is crucial for structural transformation processes and job creation in the developing countries. In particular, in manufacturing sector, informal firms are the majority and contribute the most in terms of employment generation. However, very little is known about the effects of external shocks and policy reforms on the manufacturing composition of formal and informal firms. Clearly, the role of informality and the role of infrastructure are issues of fundamental importance when approaching development economics. Therefore, this paper tried to combine, in some way, these two topics. Indeed, this paper studied the impact of an increase in competition due to an increase in market access, thanks to the development of this massive investment plan related to road infrastructure on the productivity of formal and informal firms in the manufacturing sector in Ethiopia. So this paper is grounded, of course, on the literature that look at the impact of infrastructural projects and their benefits, and the theoretical framework relies upon the vast literature on trade liberalization processes and the impact on productivity and firms' dynamics. Following the insight of the Melit's predictions, we operate in a framework in which firms are heterogeneous, and formal firms are those that are considered to have a productivity high enough to be able to pay the fixed cost of entry into the formal sector, and have a productivity high enough to be able to export their goods on markets that are outside their local areas. While informal firms are those that are generally small, that produce labor-intensive goods and services, and with a little or not access at all to the capital market. Therefore, understand like how this domestic shock that in some way could be similar to a sort of trade shock affect like formal and informal firms is extremely interesting. First of all, because the reaction of formal and informal firms could be different. And first of all, because formal and informal firms interact between each other. Of course, there is contrasting evidence about the effects of international trade shock on informal sector, but I want to stress out that in our framework, what we are considering is a domestic shock due to the increase in the market access. So for this particular research question, Ethiopia is an ideal setting. Indeed, in Ethiopia, informal firms are the important part of the manufacturing sector. About 90% of the total firms operate in the informal sector and employs up to the 60% of the total employment. Moreover, the transport sector is dominated by roads, accounting for 95% of the total interurban freight and passage transport. Therefore, like study the impact of this huge investment plan is extremely interesting since it's a really good proxy for the cost of exporting goods at a national scale for manufacturing firms in Ethiopia. So before starting, I want just to give an overview of the main result of the paper. First of all, as expected, in some way competition induced by the increase in the road access, its effect vary across formal and informal firms, and it seems that the competition increased the productivity of the formal sector, in some way as expected, while we find no effect at all on the informal firms. However, we try to understand the mechanism, and we found that formal firms raise their capital, their investment, and wages in response to more competition, while informal firms seems to more likely to leave the markets, and informal firms also likely to hire more unskilled individuals. These findings, in some way, are consistent with a framework in which greater competition is associated with the exit of less productive formal firms, while surviving one respond to the competition by adopting more capital-intensive technologies and improving efficiency. So the labor released from the formal sector is likely to be displaced, seems to the informal sector, where firms seem to decrease in capital intensity investment and in the share of educated workers, and of course in labor productivity. However, it's also true that the exit of less productive firms in the formal sector also mean that the surviving firms should have a higher productivity, but there are these two, in some way, contrasting effects. And in our results, it seems that the first channel seems to be stronger than the other one. So let me present the data. And first of all, let me say that the Road Sector Development Program is considered the largest infrastructural investment project ever implemented by the Ethiopian government. This is a large-scale project consisting in the improvement of road condition, rehabilitation of road surface, and the enhancement of road network and access. In this paper, we employ this incredible data set that is a geolocalized data set from 1996 to 2016. So we have a year before the start of the project. And this dataset consists of time series shapefiles, which describe the incremental improvement in terms of road surface, like earth surface, asphalt, minor gravel, and so on, and travel time needed to cross each segment of the road. Moreover, it provides details about whether a segment of road is considered rehabilitated, not rehabilitated, or completely new. This exhaustive and really rich dataset is pretty unique, especially in considering like this kind of data for developing countries. Here I want to show you this matrix that is provided by the Ethiopian Road Authority that gives us the possibility then to calculate the increase in travel time needed to cross each segment of the road. And here, okay, This is like a visualization of the improvement in roads in the Ethiopian network over time. So in the white, there are the roads pre-intervention, so in 1996, and then there are the red one in 2008 and the blue one in 2016. And as you can see, there have been a huge improvement in terms of new road constructed. Then let's move to the firm level data. Here we combine two different kind of micro data covering the Ethiopian manufacturing sector. We utilize the survey of small-scale manufacturing industry, which is available for 2001, 4, 7, 10, and 13, and the large and medium manufacturing industry surveys, which actually is available annually from 1996 to 2016. So the large and medium manufacturing surveys is an annual census of the more structured firms published by the Central Statistical Agency. Data cover all firms with at least 10 persons engaged, and the firms are required to respond to this kind of census every year. So these sources include the universe of large and medium firms in the manufacturing sector. Manufacturing industry are defined at a 4-digit level according to the International Standard Industrial Classification. While the second data set, the survey of small-scale manufacturing industry, unfortunately is available just for these years, and for which, of course, we need to combine all the existing waves. And these surveys cover small firms that engage less than 10 employees, and mainly informal firms which operate in the manufacturing sector. So our analysis focused on the overlapping years, grouping information across industry and location. Fortunately, both sources included the same kind of information on a range of firm characteristics, and this allows us to compare most of the indicators without incurring in problems related to measurement errors. So we define informal firms according to the definition provided by the Central Statistical Agency. Indeed, we define informal firms as those firms that do not keep the book of account and employs less than 10 persons. And this is in some way coherently what we expect. Indeed, we see that informal firms are generally younger, less oriented towards import and export, and less capital intensive. So let's move on the empirical analysis. Our empirical strategy is based on the following equation. We estimate the effects of an increase in the consumer market access, that is on the right-hand side, on the productivity of formal and informal firms. So consumer market access is a measure of competition, rising, as I said, from the greater road connectivity. And in order to construct this indicator, we begin by treating each Ethiopian district as a local market. But let just me give a few moments to speak about what is the market access. So this indicator measures the minimum distance between the centroid of district of origin and the centroid of district of destination, given the road and the speed at year t. So the minimum distance in hours is represented by tau, and is calculated employing the Dijkstra algorithm. And the changes in travel time are weighted using the level of total production in each Boreda industry pair, while the theta is the elasticity measuring how trade volumes fall as the travel time increases. Empirical papers on this issue have tried different values of theta that range from 1, like in the first version of the market access proposed by Harris in 1954, to 10. In our specification, we use a theta of 3.8, as Jed was the Storregard 2020, who look at the improvement in infrastructure and urbanization dynamics in Africa. So it's more coherent in our setting. And this indicator is a time-varying measure of changes to competition. And we use this term consumer market access to convey the idea that This measure the availability of alternatives for consumers, the increase in the availability of these alternatives. Moreover, the market access accounts for two different dimensions of road improvement. On the one hand, the falling of cost of transporting goods, and on the other one, the increasing competition between firms. So an increase in market access for this reason can be seen as a sort of domestic shock, similar for several aspects to an international trade liberalization process. So back to the equation, we rely on fixed effects, in particular industry district fixed effects and district year fixed effects, while the vector of controls include the firm-specific controls like the age of the firms and a dummy variable accounting for the fact that firms was originally surveyed in the SSIS surveys on the LMMS. Of course, the identification of the causal effect in this framework encounters the canonical problem of endogeneity. Indeed, the choice of where to build infrastructure was potentially and reasonably not random, both in terms of timing, of course, and placement. Indeed, it's plausible that the allocation of infrastructure was driven by several considerations that range from higher economic potential to political motivation. And it's reasonable to assume that this kind of investment, of course, were allocated with specific goals. For example, where high growth was expected or with the aim of connected specific nodes. For this reason, we rely on instrumental variable approach following the insight of Fiorini et al. 2020 on the Journal of Development Economics, and we construct a synthetic road network. Indeed, we applying exactly their strategy in the sense that we digitalize the road network of 1969, and that is represented in red in this figure, and then we created this buffer that is represented in gray of 50 kilometers, around which we freeze the road at the state of the art of 1996, so before the start of the project, while we leave the improvement outside the gray area to change accordingly to the road sector development project, in a way to have different roads that change during our study period, in a way to have an instrument that allows us to create bilateral distances that change from 1996 to 2016. And the idea here is that freezing roads in the area that are inside the buffer allows to exclude from the analysis all the enhancement of the road sector development program that are more likely to be affected in some way by exogenous driver. Indeed, it is reasonable to assume that the exclusion zones reflect the principal Ethiopian roads with the highest level of attractiveness for long-term investment like roads. Indeed, these are the main arteries, the principal historical Ethiopian roads, and that connect the main city centers. I don't know if you are able to see, but inside the gray area there are the main city and the main economic hubs, and the city with more than 50,000 people. So now we can move to the result. And first of all, I will show you the result for the instrumental variable, since the results are consistent with the OLS. To have an idea of the magnitude, one standard deviation increase in consumer market access causes a 0.58% improvement in the productivity for formal firms and a 0.20 for the whole sample. So here there is the result for the OLS, and here the result for the instrumental variable approach. As you see, there is not effect at all on the informal side, while there is just a positive and significant effect in terms of productivity enhancement for the formal firms. Then we try to analyze other potential mechanisms, and so we explore heterogeneous effects across districts with above or below median level of informality. in particular looking at the share of informal firms by number and by size measured by employment. So the idea here is to explore whether competition impacts labor productivity in the formal and informal sector differently when the relative size of the informal sector in the area is high. And what we found is that for informal firms, we found that the labor productivity actually now is negative and significantly negative when the informal sector is above median. While for the formal, we found that the result is uniform in the sense that an increase in competition is associated with an increase in productivity level. And in order to shed light on other potential mechanisms that are going on in the formal sector, we test other specifications. In particular, we try to understand whether an increase in consumer market access is associated with a decrease in the likelihood of finding informal firms in the market. So we create this dummy variable that takes value 1 if the firm is informal or 0 otherwise. And what we find is that an increase in consumer market access is associated with a decrease in the likelihood of finding informal firms in the market. So it seems that an increase in competition in some way disadvantages the informal sector. Then we try other specifications. In particular, we try other outcome variables, we want to see whether the competition increases capital, investment, and wages for formal and informal sector. What we find is that for formal sector, there is an increase in capital investment, capital intensity, investment, and wage per capita. Why we found a negative and significant side for the capital intensity and investment for informal firms. So it seems that these results seem to suggest that labor release from the existing formal firms due to the competition is potentially absorbed by the informal sector firms that become less capital intensive. But in order to prove in some way or to understand this mechanism, we use a detailed data set on worker educational level in informal firms. And so we explore how changes in consumer market access affect the composition of the workforce by education. And we can do this just for the informal sector, since this kind of information is just available for the small firms that have this model in which firms report worker characteristics like the level of education and the work experience. And what we found is that the increase in consumer market access seems to decrease the share of workers without any education and decrease the share of workers with secondary and above education. So these results in some way complement our earlier results. Actually it seems to suggest that the adoption of technology in informal sector is likely to be, in the formal sector, is likely to be in some way intensive in high-skilled labor force, and potentially these have shifted their workforce composition towards more educated workers, while on the other hand, the informal sector seems to have shifted towards unskilled labor force. So we finally test other specifications. In particular, we try different definition of informality. One in which we use book of account, whether a firm has a book of account or not, independently of the size of the firms, and another one in which we just use the different survey. What we found again is that an increasing competition seemed to benefit most the productivity of formal firms with respect to informal firms. Then we try different trade elasticity, so different level of theta, and then an alternative instrumental variable following the insight of Moneke 2020 and Gapristelasse 2020. And even in this case, we found that the labor productivity seems to be positive and significant for the formal, but not for the informal. So let me conclude saying that this study connects two areas of high priority for development policies, the formal sector and infrastructure investment. We think that understanding the responses of the formal and informal sector to large infrastructure projects is critical for policy. Although government provision in public goods should be seen as a productive enhancing factor, it is plausible that the benefits vary significantly across formal and informal firms. Underestimating this heterogeneity in response to this kind of infrastructure can create distortion and resource misallocation. So what we find at the end is that the findings are consistent with the framework which higher competition shifts composition of the formal sector towards more productive and capital-intensive firms, while reduced productivity of informal firms. And so the benefits of infrastructure improvement accrue unevenly across the formal and informal sector. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to comment on this paper. It's really, really interesting. Let's start. Well, this paper asks a simple question and give a simple answer. But back to give this simple answer, there is a lot of work. It's a little bit like Moroccan cuisine. It seems simple, but in the back kitchen, you have a lot of work. So it's, in particular, in this case, you have two kitchens, not just one. And meaning they draw from two different literature. One is the literature on transport costs and development, and the other kitchen, the other literature, is on formality versus informality. So I will take you on a little tour of both kitchens, and I will reveal a little bit the secret of the preparation of the final output. Starting with the transport cost and development, this is a huge, important literature. The grandfather of this literature was Robert Vogel in a seminal book in 1964, where he asked the simple question, what the railroad in America did for development. And he estimated this, and since then, this exercise has been repeated several times. This literature received new life a few years ago, when you have this geolocalization method, so you could actually, with a GPS basically, find a new proxy for a road or railroad. And the idea is always to calculate how more accessible become markets once you build a road. Not just a road, a network of road. So the very complicated part that Elena and her co-authors did was really to calculate, and this is a lot of work. This is what I meant for the big kitchen, and she was very modest in describing this, but this requires a long preparation, like tagine. And now, this literature, one key issue with this literature, and here is this. Basically, as they do, they estimate a reduced form where the key variable is this CMA. This CMA is a synthetic proxy for how easy it is to transport goods from one place to the other. And it's a weighted average where the weights are given by the distance and by how many people live at the end of the road. So if you build a road where nobody lives, the index doesn't change. If you build a road where a lot of people live, the index goes up. So it's a weighted average of the population or production or something else, where you have the distance and the production on the other side. So this synthetic index, which is just one variable, gives you a proxy of what they call consumer market access. So the intuition is that if you build more roads to more populous areas, you have more competition and you should see some effect. The Y variable is efficiency. So the question you ask is that if I build a road and I have more competition, what happens to my efficiency? And this is a reduced form because this channel can go through different ways. And actually, part of the literature has been criticized in this as a reduced form because many things can go on at the same time. They address this issue by putting industry and region-specific time varying changes. So it's you compare, well, in that particular industry, how much is more productivity once I control for that region and for this time. And so the identification is very demanding, it's very strong. Still, I think there are some issues that it's important to assess. One is obviously endogeneity. Endogeneity means that roads are not built randomly, are built where you have more customers. And more, so how do you separate the two effects or not? And here, Elena and co-authors use the method which is becoming kind of standard or useful. They freeze, they make this experiment. They say, well, let's suppose that the roads are the same as 20 years ago, and to see what happens to the competition. The challenge I have is this. Once you freeze the road, but you don't freeze the production at the end of the road. So let's suppose that you build a road, and as a result of this, a lot of people, build that's reverse. Let's suppose that because there is a new development, you build a new road. Now you freeze the road, but the new development is there. You measure, somehow you don't have a perfect instrument because it's something which is correlated with the variable you want to instrument for. So I think this is we have to find a way of freezing not only a road, but also production at the end of the road. And this is a challenge, and I don't know how to address it, but I think that the author should try this. The other is, so this is one concern which is not only for the paper, but for the literature in general, and it's question number one, here, the endogeneity of the road and how to deal with that. The second is, my brief comments, is this idea of formality versus informality. This is important literature and is completely different literature. Trade literature has invested a lot of time in thinking how trade influence formality versus informality. And conceptually, this is the same. You build a new road, and it's like to open your country to trade, and it's fair to ask what happens to formality versus informality. The challenge here is that given that they use a reduced form, it's unclear what are the results, how to explain the results. The results are very clear, that formality, building a road, opening to trade, improves the efficiency in the formal sector and does nothing or even worse efficiency in the informal sector. The question is how we explain this. And the authors, to be fair, put out several hypotheses. I think the two main are exit and upgrade and investment. Now, with exit, what they do is basically a repeated cross-section, which is indicative, but we don't know really because we do not observe over time the same company. So it's suggestive, it's consistent with, but it's not the definite proof that there is an exit. We just observe in a repeated cross-section that the numbers, there is an association between road construction and less formal sector. The other is upgrade and investment. When you build a road, it's not only that you have more consumer market access, but the road can go both ways. You can move inputs, you can move other things. So there are many things going on when you build a road. And their channel, again, is suggestive, but we don't know for sure what is the 2 minutes, and I have the conclusion. The conclusions. This is a very nice paper. It addresses an important question. It uses the state-of-the-art methodology. The state-of-the-art methodology, not just this paper, has some question marks that are very important to address for the future. And the clever instrumentation strategy is there, but I think that there are some twists, as I mentioned. One thing that the literature is going through is the importance of having not a reduced form. Actually, there is a very nice literature review by Redding and author where they show that the reduced form could be misleading because in this literature. So it's very important to have some more structural model to test in this. And the mechanism, what I think is more work is to be done is the mechanism behind the difference between formal and informal. It's very important, and it's a key question that has been addressed in the trade literature. So I think that probably there are some arbitrage of ideas there. You could take some ideas, and again, the idea is that building a road is like lowering tariff. It's the same framework. And finally, you could have a placebo test, use a projected road infrastructure in the future road improvements as a placebo test, and to test, this test could address some endogeneity concern discussed in the paper, but it's an idea for future work. It's just icing on the cake, given that I started with accusing similarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. So let me ask you also one question before to open the floor. I think it will be very good for your paper if you could precise your sample, because I didn't understand very well when you talk about informal firms. I would like to know if you take also into account in your sample informal workers, or if you take only informal firms. It's not the same at all. And I think if you take into account only informal firms, you will minimize the impact of competition, because, as you know, many formal firms have informal workers. So I think you have to check and to complete your definition about informal workers and informal sectors. It's not the same. Thank you. So let's open the floor. So, yeah, please, one here. Sarah, you? Okay, good. If you can have the micro.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. And I understand that the main conclusion is that development of road and have a great impact on productivity of formal sector and less on informal sector. My question, do you think that it is related to the kind of production of each sector? Maybe the production of formal sector is more tradable, so they sell on other regions, and that for the informal sector, it's more devoted to local consumer. Thank you.
To Sarah, please.
Thank you, Elena, for the good presentation. My question is, have you tried probably to see if there are external validities for your results? Because perhaps if you would to consider a different context, economic context, a different fixed effects for another economy with the same specifications, perhaps you'll find similar results which would give you more robustness, but maybe different results would probably put this into question.
Yes, please. Go on.
Thank you. So I may have missed it, but what is the role of the sectoral dimension here? Suppose that informal sector firms were in different sectors than formal sector firms, and so they actually face differential change in trade costs, right? Like if informal sector firms are, restaurants or something that are non-tradable, then how many restaurants there are in other areas, it doesn't matter. So it seems like you don't do it with a fixed effect, and you do it with something inside the Tau, but then I'm wondering, how do you know whether tau changes differentially across sectors? Do you have that, if it's textiles that are easier to move and if it's machinery is harder to move or something? Is that where the sectoral dimension is?
Yeah, I think my question is more to what Antonio said about the mechanism behind that. I guess one thing is clearly the possible other infrastructure that could come together with roads. But even if you think in terms of roads and sort of competition, it's still a question it would be why this is happening. So I'm thinking it could be, for instance, could be access to finance could also be. There is literature on that, even on Africa and Ethiopia, you can have for banks it becomes easier and for firms it's easier to access because distance goes down. So it would be nice to have an idea of which are the mechanisms that could actually make it easier for firms to then become more productive and invest more.
Thank you, Elena. Very good presentation. My question is actually related to Andrea. I'm not convinced that CMA, especially in the case of Ethiopia, how is it a measure of competition? I think does distance really matter? It's generally used as a measure of competition, but I'm not sure in a very developing country context, how far distance actually captures these competition effects. Because I think of, when I think of competition, I think of Herfindahl index, etc. I don't know how much, distance captures those effects. So maybe I think you've already done some work digging into that.
Thank you. Any other question? No? Roberta, question? Okay, so please.
I hope to answer to all the questions. First of all, thank you for your comments and all the suggestions. Yes, we do not, we just define informal firms in terms of firms and not workers, and this is something that we have to think in order to improve the paper. For what concerns Antonio said, we try different specification using production at the baseline and other weights like night slides and population density always at the baseline and also time varying. So this is something that we need to include maybe in the appendix and provide a more detailed discussion about the endogeneity from that side of the consumer market access. I see your point in saying that the consumer market access is not a proper measure of competition in some way, but we need to think another specification maybe that could be more convincing in some way. And for the fixed effects, we try different specification and the results appear to be consistent and in some way robust in line with the one provided in the main analysis, but also them maybe could be interesting to insert in the appendix. And I don't remember the other comments, but sorry? Yes, no, that's definitely something that we have to discuss in the paper better, because of course informal firms are likely to export their goods, especially in the local market, and depends on the particular manufacturing sector in which they operate. This is something that is extremely related to the increase in the road connectivity and their effect on the labor productivity of formal and informal firms. So yes, definitely. So it's something that we have to work on in order to improve the reliability of our results. Yes, I'm agree that this is a repeated cross-section, so it's not really convincing the exit mechanism since it's just a snapshot of different time periods. So it's different from a panel in which we can observe the movement of each firms and see whether it's entry in the market or exit in the market, but it's the best we can do with this repeated cross-section. So it's a data constraint problem. We try the best with what we had at disposal. And yes, I don't know if I...
Thank you, Elena. We can... So let's move to the second paper. So Rachel, please, you have the floor.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So thank you for the invitation. And I'm actually going to speak a lot more about COVID than some of the other sessions have been. I took the request seriously. This is joint work with Chris Snyder and Brandon Han. But also it draws on a lot of work that was done by a whole group of academics during the pandemic about how to accelerate the production of vaccines. And you can find all of that work at Accelerating Health Technologies, where we've put all of that work up with free access. But we're going to take that work and apply it now to thinking about preparing for the next pandemic. And this gives you a quick roadmap of what we're going to talk about. So when we think about what investments we should make to prepare for the next pandemic, we have to think about the probability or the expected loss to pandemics in the future. And we do that by looking both at the scientific literature about how frequent pandemics are going to be, and then compare that or multiply that by the expected losses and how economic losses scale with the scale of a pandemic. We're going to then look at some of the lessons for how do you accelerate vaccines that came out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and again, drawing on our previous work, and make a proposal for what we ought to be doing to make sure that we can get vaccines out to a much larger number of people more quickly in future pandemics, and estimate the cost and benefit of that. And then I'm going to very briefly talk about a number of other proposals that could speed the time between developing a vaccine or finding a new pathogen and getting vaccines out to the world. So we start by looking at the scientific literature on the probabilities of pandemics of different sizes. In particular, drawing on this Mariani paper that was published in PNAS. And they have this very nice figure here that shows sort of all the pandemics from, including ones in the 1600s and even earlier. And you see this very nice relationship between the probability and the size. So the annual probability of a pandemic and the intensity of the pandemic. So you see that kind of clear relationship, which allows you, the nice thing about that relationship is that you can then look at how frequently you're seeing smaller epidemics, and you can use that to predict what's happening to the more rare pandemics, because obviously we don't see those very often. But you want to then see, whether, for example, climate change is leading to increased number of epidemics, which it is. Now, the challenge with that is, with doing that kind of estimation, is that at the lower end we don't observe things. So if an epidemic is, or a new disease is killing only a few people, we don't see it in the data. And above a certain level of intensity, we don't observe the data because it's so rare that we haven't seen it for a very long time, or maybe we've never seen it. So what we assume is that below 1 in 1,000 deaths, you can't detect it. And above a certain level, we also assume that you've got a different distribution, because in the extreme, you can't have more deaths than 100% of the population, right? So if you were just to continue that line straight on, you would have more deaths than there are people in the world. So we have to kind of assume something about that end of the distribution. But you can use the past pandemics to estimate within that bound, within those two intervals, you can estimate quite a nice relationship. We do have, when you do that, you see that it's a fat-tailed distribution, so there are quite a lot of, surprising number of these quite high-level pandemics. We slightly modify Mariani's estimate of the probability annually of a pandemic. Next, we combine that by taking with the economic costs of pandemics of different sizes, and we do that by going back and looking at the literature, you know, for MERS, for H1N1, and so you see again a pretty kind of clear relationship between the intensity of pandemics and the economic loss. You know, this is on a log scale, but you can see that actually a relatively simple relationship between intensity of pandemic and the economic costs. So then if we look at just a couple of things before we combine those two estimates, one is that if you look over time, you've got changes in the frequency of pandemics. Two things are going in opposite directions. So we discovered antibiotics, and the frequency of pandemics about halved, right? Because we no longer have pandemics from bacteria, because we have antibiotics. Now, you know, there's a risk that we get a highly resistant bacterial pandemic that our antibiotics don't work against. But you know, at the moment, we are seeing a decline compared to the past because of antibiotics. On the other hand, the frequency of pandemics are increasing because of climate change, because animals are being pushed to new areas and interacting with other kinds of animals they haven't interacted with before, and that is generating new diseases. And, well, I said highly sensitive. Actually, it's not incredibly sensitive, but it is unclear what to do about our predictions of pandemics that are larger than the 1918 flu, because we just don't observe very much data there. Mariani et al. Bound it. They say we can't possibly have a pandemic that's worse than the 1918 flu. We think that's a little, you know, unrealistic. You know, why might we not get something worse? So we bound ours. We do that, but we also bound ours on the possibility of a twice as bad pandemic as that. Having done that, we can then integrate across these the frequency of pandemics and the economic cost of each kind of pandemic to add up the estimated losses every year from future pandemics. So we know the frequency of pandemics of different sizes now. We know the costs of different pandemics of different sizes, so we can just add that up and calculate the expected loss to a pandemic. In terms of GDP losses, which is what the previous literature has calculated, that gives an estimate of almost 70 billion GDP losses a year in expected losses every year. So we should expect to lose in GDP 70 billion a year to pandemics going forward. Now, on top of that, that doesn't include the value of the loss of life, so we add the loss of life in here. We're using as a value of statistical life 3 times GDP, which is pretty common in the health literature. And assuming that people die on average have 15 years left of life, which is, you know, an assumption, but we can do sensitivity to that. That gives you about 212 billion estimated losses every year from pandemics. We also add, which has not been done in previous literature, is to look at the cost of pandemics from lost productivity and wages from closing schools. And that was huge. We studied that a lot in this pandemic, and it was absolutely huge. So again, 50 billion lost annually in terms of future earnings as a result of closing schools from future pandemics. So lessons from COVID about what you can do to reduce the costs of pandemics. Well, the first lesson is that vaccines are extremely valuable. So if you take COVID, we were losing about 1 trillion to 1.4 trillion in both the GDP losses and the health and the education losses. If you add them all together, you get something like 1.4 trillion losses per month. And what that means is if you accelerate vaccines by a month, you save those losses. So, you know, accelerating vaccines by a month is incredibly valuable. And using that in a model, we estimated that the value of vaccine supply in January 2021, the value of being able to produce a vaccine was about just under $6,000 for the ability to produce one course. Enough vaccine for one person was nearly $6,000. And that means that Operation Warp Speed, an investment of 13 billion, was cost effective, paid for itself, if all it did was bring forward vaccines by 12 hours. Right, so basically we didn't invest anything like enough in vaccines because it took us 2 years to get from the approval of vaccines to getting 70% of the world's population, enough supply to vaccinate 70% of the world's population. So we massively underinvested in vaccines during COVID. Now, one of the reasons why you can't leave this to the market is, given political pressure, people can't sell vaccines at anything like their social value. So, you know, vaccines were selling at between $6 and $40 compared to, you know, at least $6,000 value for these vaccines. So what did that mean? The massive difference between social value and private value of vaccines meant that, you know, that it helps explain why we had supply bottlenecks, because you couldn't pay, you know, the huge amounts of money it was worth to unlock those supply bottlenecks. Now, I am not saying that private manufacturers should have charged $6,000 per vaccine. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they charged less. That meant there was a market failure. And it's actually much more efficient for government to come in, not to subsidize the price, but to de-risk vaccine investment. So this is what we're advocating during the pandemic, and this is to some extent what Operation Warp Speed in the UK did. They de-risked investment. So they said, we'll pay for increasing the manufacturing supply of vaccines, and that was by far the most efficient way to increase that supply. And basically, there was a lot of discussion about reallocating the fair allocation of vaccines, but all of that becomes much simpler if you just produce more vaccines. Because frankly, rich countries are gonna, you know, try and jump the queue and try and get more vaccines always, but if you increase the supply, it's much easier to have a more equal distribution. So, you know, the moral of this is that we need funding mechanisms that can move fast, allow early purchases, and we need to be expanding the supply of vaccines, the ability to produce vaccines even before a pandemic arrives. And that is our proposal for what we ought to be doing now. But we're going in the wrong direction. So just to give you a sense, mRNA vaccines were extremely promising technology, but even at their peak, even if we kept production at its peak, it would still take 2.25 years to vaccinate 70% of the world population, to produce enough supply to vaccinate. And, you know, given the costs of pandemics, that is, you know, way too slow. So our proposal is that high and middle income countries should pay for reserve vaccine capacity, allow those factories to produce other vaccines in the meantime to keep them working effectively, and pay for and keep on reserve enough capacity to produce vaccines for 70% of the population within 6 months of a new pandemic arriving. We need that because there are differences in how you produce a vaccine between mRNA and non-mRNA. We need 2 lots of that because maybe an mRNA vaccine will work, maybe it won't next time around. All of that sounds like a lot, but it would cost about 60 billion up front and about 1.8 billion annually, which pales into significance to the cost of a pandemic. So we have a model where we estimate, how much this would cost and compare it to the benefits. Here are some of the assumptions that go into it, which are based on the costs from COVID, about how much it costs to build mRNA capacity, slightly lower up front, higher marginal costs. We put in probabilities for whether a vaccine would succeed, whether different platforms would succeed. And we also have different scenarios, as I said, about whether we're getting right the probability of pandemics in the future. And you can see here the losses from pandemics. So the total loss under our baseline risk distribution is $330 billion we will lose every year in expected value to pandemics. But you will get significant net benefits if you invest in pandemic preparedness, if you invest in production of the ability to produce vaccines in advance of the next pandemic. So expected net annual benefits of about 13 billion under the base case scenario. Now, who pays for that, you might ask? Well, the interesting thing is any individual country, it's worth their while to pay for this for themselves. So we've given you the figures for the world, but you could, country by country, it's worth making that investment, securing that supply, and having vaccines quickly for the next pandemic. So, Brazil, for example, if they did this, they would get a net gain of 2.3 billion a year from making that investment just for Brazil. Now, you might think that it was important to coordinate the world, and there's a lot of movement to try and coordinate the world on doing this, but actually we find that there's relatively low levels of benefits to coordination. You might as well go alone if you're an individual country. Why is that? That's because individual countries can diversify their risk. Without cooperation, they can buy into multiple different platforms. R&D trials are a pure public good, but they are a small proportion of the cost. The highest cost is actually the vaccine production, the facilities, the factories, and that is not a public good. That is a private good. If you use that factory, somebody else can't be using it, right? So it's not a public good, so you don't actually get much benefit from cooperation. The one area where you do benefit from cooperation is the insurance element, whereby, we don't know which part of the world is going to be hit by the next pandemic. And so if we club together, we could make an agreement that whichever part of the world got hit most badly by the next pandemic would get the vaccine first. So that is a benefit of coordination, but frankly, I think that kind of deal is quite hard to pull off because everyone will be scared in the next pandemic and want the vaccine for themselves. So we're pretty pessimistic about that. People talk a lot about the epidemiological spillovers and therefore vaccines are a global public good. But actually, if you look at it, if you have a vaccine that is scarce, it's much more effective to vaccinate your own population than somebody in another country, right? The marginal vaccine has more benefit if it's vaccinating someone locally than someone far away. So I'm just giving you the cold, hard-hearted, facts from the analysis. I'm not saying that I wouldn't like the world to cooperate on public health emergencies. I'm just saying the incentives are such that actually there's not a lot of benefit to cooperation. And I was actually in the UK government during COVID, and we saw that. We saw the attempts to force cooperation just falling apart because it wasn't in the self-interests of individual countries to do that. So I think we're much better in recognizing that to start with. Now, note that this is not saying that individual countries have to build manufacturing capacity in every single country in the world. That's simply not a very efficient thing to do because there are a lot of economies of scale in vaccine production. We can come back in questions as to, people worry about trade barriers. Here, frankly, the most effective way if you're worried about people imposing trade barriers on your vaccine is to buy a factory in Singapore, and even if they vaccinate their population first, they will vaccinate their population within a day, because they just have a low population. I'm running out of time, so I will just quickly say there are a number of other things in the paper that we talk about that can accelerate other parts of the chain between discovering a disease and vaccinating the world. You can speed approvals. We have a proposal in there for how to do funding to help low-income countries in particular, and middle-income countries to borrow to be able to purchase vaccines at risk, which is the main reason middle and low-income countries didn't get vaccines earlier, is they waited until they were approved before they started doing deals. And the main reason high-income countries got vaccines early is they purchased them well before they knew whether they would work, and that was an efficient thing to do. So in conclusion, climate change is making pandemics more frequent. The expected losses to pandemics each year is about $330 billion. So every year we're losing $330 billion to future pandemics. We can reduce those losses by investing now in vaccine capacity, which would allow us to vaccinate the world much more rapidly. And individual countries, it's worth their while to do that on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel, for this presentation. So, Roy, please, you have the floor.
Working. All right. Okay. Well, first of all, thanks to the organizers for having me. So this paper asks a very important question, which is, should we invest upfront in vaccine capacity to tackle the next pandemic, right? And the authors find that an upfront investment of $60 billion and an annual investment of $2 billion would generate gross societal benefits of $30 billion, which is roughly 0.04% of world GDP. So in my remarks today, I'm going to focus on this main question and not really go into many of the issues that Rachel went into that the paper also discusses. So how does the paper arrive at these numbers? This diagram kind of summarizes the several building blocks that the paper goes through and main assumptions. So in the middle is really the focus of the calculation. You have the green box, the benefits of vaccine rollout, and on the red box you have the costs of vaccine rollout. And you're going to compare those. And so for the benefits, we have three main blocks. That's 1, 2, 3. So you have first a study that the authors used for the frequency and mortality of pandemics, where in that study, this frequency and mortality is approximated by a generalized Pareto distribution. Then the authors use or try to assess economic losses from pandemics. And so these economic losses have three kind of components. First, there's a short-term economic loss where they estimate that using 6 episodes of recent pandemics recent in terms of the big history, and that's EL. Then they have estimates on essentially the value of life or mortality losses, ML. And then they have estimates from an existing paper on COVID on learning losses, LL. And then they add those up, that's total losses. And then using the mortality from the first block, the frequency of mortality in the first block, they can compute the expected cost from these three types of costs, economic costs, and they get at this very big 330 billion per year of expected costs. And mind you, this is really expected costs, so it already takes into account that pandemics are rare and that deadly pandemics are even rarer, right? So it's a really big number. And then for block 3, the last block for vaccine benefits, they look at what I'm calling elasticity of costs to vaccine rollout, which has basically two components. There's basically an assumption about how vaccines are rolled out, and then there's an assumption about how that rollout reduces the economic losses. And this is from a recent paper, Castillo et al., 2021. So they put that all together, and so for benefits, basically you have this total loss, these 330 billion, times this elasticity of economic cost of vaccine rollout, and then they add a gamma, you see there, I put it in red, gamma, which is kind of a discount. So they say, well, there's other policies that one could use to tackle pandemics, not just vaccines, and so we're gonna put 0.5 as a discount for all of this, also to be conservative, I think. So that's on the benefits side. And then on the cost, there's essentially kind of two main concepts that the authors are using. First, there's kind of a cost that's always there, which is a cost of running idle capacity. So basically, cost of unrented facilities, because they also assume that some of these could be rented out. So it's not all like staying there forever. It's okay. And then, then the second component is kind of the cost while you're having this pandemic, because even though you have some capacity potentially that's there idle, you may have to ramp up production while the pandemic is happening, right? Especially depending on how much investment you've made. And then for that, you need the box 1, the frequency of pandemics. So that's why box 1 also links to the costs. So this is in a nutshell kind of the paper. So let me start my remarks by taking a step back and thinking about the question. I think to me, when I think about the question, so should we invest upfront without knowing what pandemics are going to come? I think there's always the option value needs to be absolutely kind of discussed and assessed. And I think it could be assessed in this paper as well. So essentially, I think there's an idea that if I wait for the pandemic, then I'm going to look at it, I'm going to see how severe it is, I'm going to see, for example, how much investment really I need. Like, do I really need to vaccinate everybody in 6 months for this very kind of not important pandemic, or or is it COVID and I need 6 months? So there's benefits always to waiting, right? We always, you make better decisions with more information. So, and I think this could be assessed and tried to put together. Age structure, I think, is a first order issue when, at least for COVID and for the Spanish flu, was a first order issue. In the paper, there's only one part in all of these boxes where this is considered, which is in the elasticity of cost to rollout. And I think maybe more could be discussed and used in terms of the age structure of different countries. Then I think it's very important to consider interactions with other policies, with other interventions. And we know, for example, from Eichenbaum et al., that if vaccines are available earlier, then it's optimal to confine very strictly and very quickly. And so economic losses actually will also be larger per month where you don't have a vaccine. If you're not accounting for that, I mean, then you may be missing out something. Behavioral issues, we've learned they're very important. Hesitancy, the word hesitancy is not mentioned in the paper one time. I think we have several instances where there's ample supply and actually demand has been the problem. So I would definitely have to think that that would be considered. And then I have a bunch of points on the calculation, which I'll go very quickly over. I think it was mentioned that the tail of the Pareto is very hard to assess and to know because there's very few episodes, but it's extremely important for that 330 billion because most 2/3 of that 330 is coming from lost lives, right? So you need to know, you need to have that well established, or at least have a notion of how uncertain it is. The authors use IMF 2020, Gita's blog in June of 2020, which now we know overestimated the pandemic impact by quite a bit. So I think the authors need to take a look at that. The estimates of the relationship with economic losses and mortality are kind of not so convincing. There's 6 data points. I'm not sure the regression should even be allowed to have a constant. I mean, I think you guys should think about that. Schooling measures assume no remedial actions. There were a lot of remedial actions. There will be remedial actions. So I'll conclude, but I think kind of where I'm going at is that there's lots of assumptions in the paper, and of course we need to make assumptions to come up with a bottom line, but it would be extremely useful to create kind of a range of estimates, combining all these things and kind of putting down what's reasonable. Just to mention a couple of things on costs, you know, I think one question that I always had is on these rented facilities, you know, is it the same as having one idle factory versus 100? Because you kind of are assuming that, because you assume a proportion can always be rented out. And I think that could also be another thing to look at. Let me conclude my discussion. I think I'm out of time. I think this is a very important question. It's very topical. I think the time for these discussions is right now because we're already forgetting about COVID. And so we need to kind of make sure that we're okay for the next one. I think it lays out very usefully the several steps that would take to get there. And again, it's very important to convey the uncertainty here. We really don't, I think the actual answer is we don't know. It's probably very beneficial. But the magnitude of the uncertainty, I think, is at least as large as the effect itself. So, I mean, it would be helpful to have those numbers and understand them. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Rui, for this deep discussion. So allow me to ask you the first question, Rachel. Yes, Rachel. So to evaluate epidemic severity, you took into account the death variable. And is it death by age? Because, as you know, in economic point of view, life cost is different according to age. And then the economic and social cost that you calculate of epidemic could be quite strongly affected if you take into account not death by age. Okay, so we can open the floor, so please. Yeah, please, go on.
Yes, thank you. Very nice paper, very nice discussion. And my question is about the cost of preparedness. I understand that a big issue is that to produce a vaccine requires many inputs. They cannot be substituted. There is a kind of learned production function. One of the biggest issues was that a lot of countries and companies were hoarding stuff at the beginning of the pandemic. And when we tried to put the producers together, they didn't come. They send a lot of lawyers. They say, if we show up together, coordinating on inputs, we immediately have zillions of lawsuits because of antitrust, anti-things at the world level. So we don't want to appear together to coordinate on anything. And that I didn't know. And that apparently is the biggest problem in coordinating a vaccine production. Is there any legal process on this? Because that is a huge problem. So the coordination, which seems good, is anathema for antitrust lawyers.
So, yes, please, go on.
So I may have missed it. I'm wondering about the following margin. I mean, you're saying that your calculations are about installing capacity to actually produce the vaccines. Are you assuming any uncertainty about whether the vaccine is actually going to be invented? Because my feeling with COVID was that it was a bit of a surprise that vaccine was in fact invented this quickly. So are you considering the possibility that you have a pandemic and you're having all these factories, but the vaccine doesn't actually arrive?
Please.
Yeah. Roberta.
Excellent paper and great discussion. If I can take you a little bit away from the paper, more about the process that you lived through in first person, what did you feel was the biggest challenge in moving from having the vaccine to actually getting a reasonable rollout? Thanks.
Yes. Harald, please.
A quick question on patent protection. You didn't mention it, but is it an obstacle to capacity supply because this is looming large in the public debate, particularly in Switzerland? Maybe you have a comment on that.
Sorry, could you just repeat what was the biggest?
The issue whether patent protection is any obstacle to capacity provision.
I have a question there. Yes, please. Go on.
Can you, thank you. It's Omar from Central Bank of Morocco. I have a quite simple question, which is the 330 billion that you estimate. What's push you to be sure that it's not due to the measures, to the lockdown that is decided by the policymakers? What makes you sure that it's not due to the lockdown, not to the pandemics? Thank you.
Thank you. So please, yeah, Siam René.
Thank you. I was wondering if you considered one of the major constraints is that how to anticipate the characteristics of the virus to ensure the effectiveness of the vaccine before producing it. I believe this could affect the cost-benefit trade-off in producing beforehand the vaccine.
Give the mic, please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. As you mentioned in your presentation, COVID has shown the spread of the virus are extremely rapid in the world. But in terms of addressing the root cause of pandemics, I think that equitable economic development between rich and poor countries are very important to allow poor countries to produce their vaccines in terms of pandemics. And I'm sure if we have fair economic development, we will also contribute in reducing the accuracy of pandemics. What is your views on that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No more question? It's okay, so please.
Okay, thanks. Lots of questions there. Thanks for the discussion. I'll take two things from that discussion. One is we don't talk about hesitancy. That's true. I've been doing other work on why we're currently not seeing such high uptake in low-income countries. And I think, frankly, if we'd got the vaccine out earlier to them, we would have seen much higher uptake. We're now getting it out to them now when COVID is much, much less of a threat. So, yes, there's hesitancy in some parts of the world, but we maybe 70% is is high, but I think in a lot of countries we can get up to 60% relatively easily, and I think if we got it out earlier to low-income countries, and frankly, if they've been able to prepare, because in Sierra Leone they get vaccine that's going to expire in 2 weeks, and they have to suddenly get it out there, and then there isn't any vaccine. I mean, it's kind of not surprising that they have only vaccinated 40% of their population, given those constraints, whereas if we had adequate supply early on, I think we would have seen much higher uptake. Now, it's true that there are a lot of assumptions in the paper, and I think that's kind of inevitable. What we try and do is provide sensitivity to to a range of different assumptions, and I think we can, we can do more in that. I take that point. I think interestingly, we have in our higher case scenario where we do change the tail and bring it out, the probability of even larger pandemics, and actually that doesn't change the calculations that much. It was slightly surprising to me. In terms of the option value, so I agree we could maybe do a little bit more on thinking about this in terms of option value. We do have the counterfactual in there, which is that you wait until the pandemic happens and then you act. Right, that's the, waiting really till the last minute. So that's our counterfactual, that we're doing the benefit cost against that counterfactual. Otherwise, I think if we wait, we learn a little bit more about the probabilities of pandemics, but we're not learning that much more, I think, is the reason why I'm not sure that's gonna change our calculations very much. Turning to the other questions, deaths, the calculation of the costs of deaths is going to be very dependent on age. I agree. And maybe we could do more sensitivity analysis on that. We chose 15 years. The way we do it is by saying someone who dies in the pandemic would have lived for another 15 years without that. So that's kind of implicitly putting in there an age distribution. Something obviously that killed babies, wouldn't be much, much higher. So in a sense, we've weighted it against us by saying only 15 years. Inputs, hoarding. So the concern about cooperation is much less if you're doing pre-pandemic preparedness than it is during a pandemic. Indeed, all of those supply constraints that you face during the pandemic would be much lower if you worked before the pandemic. I think it's worth saying that and this goes a bit to Roberta's question of what were the constraints, real time. As I say, I was working on UK vaccine policy during this, during the pandemic. One of the challenges was people were saying supply is fixed. How much ever money you throw at it, we can't get a vaccine faster. That just turned out to be wrong. And indeed, when we had conversation after conversation after conversation with the people who were saying that, we said, they'd say, we can't buy bioreactors, it takes 9 months to produce a new bioreactor. And we said, if there was $1 billion, if we gave you $1 billion to get a bioreactor, which is basically just a hunk of metal, it's like a big cooking pot. If we gave you $1 billion, could you get a bioreactor faster? And they're like, of course. Okay, so supply is not fixed. You're saying supply is fixed at the current price. Those are two really different things. But all the technical experts were telling us that supply was fixed. So I know that's not quite what you were saying, but I do think the hoarding problem is going to be less if you prepare effectively in advance. Is there uncertainty about what's going to be invented, whether you can invent a vaccine? mRNA technology is really a game changer, and I think it's reducing the chance that it will take a long time to develop a vaccine. There's a lot of other vaccine technologies that they just work with a lag. It's all about cooking the virus. Like, can you reproduce, can you get the virus to grow in the lab? That's what slows things down. But with an mRNA, you don't have to cook it. You just extract a bit of DNA and put it in your delivery. So it reduces the uncertainty. It doesn't necessarily reduce the speed, but it reduces the uncertainty. So it's a real game changer. The biggest problem, I think there were two. I think one was the lack of coordination between the funders, the people who could fund vaccines at a very large scale, in other words, the development banks, and the people who were working on this, so Gavi and WHO. There was very bad coordination between those two. You know, the health people wanted to do it on their own, and we kept saying, you have to talk to the people with the money, right? It's going to be the multilateral development banks who will be able to get this out. The second problem is people didn't buy at risk. So we were spending a lot of time persuading everyone, you need to buy and start pumping up your production way before we know whether these things will work, because even if there's a 5% chance that they will work, it's still worth it. Some people got that message and a lot of people didn't. A lot of people waited until the vaccines were approved before they tried to buy them. And that means that you're way behind the curve. Patent protection is not really the issue, right? We don't talk about it because it's not, and we talk about it in some of our other papers. The challenge is producing it at scale. And in the middle of a pandemic, certainly, trying to suddenly learn how to do it is, the problem with vaccines is it's a cooking thing. It's about the intricacies of how you cook it. It's not about, you know, it's not a simple, this is the formula, go do it, right? And so it's much more, and you have to get regulatory approval for every single factory. So it's much more effective to just increase the supply coming out of one factory than it is to try and go off and replicate it in 100 different countries. It's just, you have to start the regulatory process all again. There's a lot of complicated reasons, but vaccines are not very easy to replicate. You can't just look at the formula and go and produce it. It's all about the knowledge in the person's head who was actually producing it. Was it the lockdown or the pandemic? I mean, that assumes that people aren't going to lock down when millions of people are dying. And I mean, it just will be the case that countries will respond to mass deaths by trying to prevent people from dying by locking down. So I agree the GDP losses are mainly coming from lockdowns, but it's also the case that people self-lock down. So if you look at the mobility data, people stop moving even before the lockdown. So even if we didn't have lockdown policies, you still would have had a lot of that GDP loss. You know, we can have a discussion about whether some countries overdid lockdowns, and I think that probably is the case in low-income countries, but they were being risk-averse. I can't read my notes for the next one. So should all countries produce, should we get to the point where countries are able to produce their own vaccines? I think that's just a really inefficient way of going about this. So at one level, I think the more the merrier. Like, the more people are putting in vaccine capacity, the better. So I'm not against anyone going around trying to build vaccine capacity, because that just increases the total supply, and that's good for the world. There's positive spillovers for people investing in vaccine capacity. But if I were a country, I would be, you know, it's not very efficient to have 180, you know, factories in 180 different countries, because it's actually quite hard to produce these things. There are quite a lot of economies of scale. So it's not that you have to produce it domestically. You have to produce it somewhere. You have to buy into production somewhere where you think that it's less likely that you will get trade barriers. And that's why I say somewhere like Singapore with a small population is actually your best. You know, Africa is saying, well, we'll produce it in South Africa and then we will have access to it. But I think if you're fooling yourself if you think that if the next pandemic and South Africa is producing it, they're going to use it for South Africa first. So it doesn't really help protect the rest of Africa. So, you know, you have to be, there are more trade barriers within Africa than there are between Africa and the rest of the world. So it's not, producing it regionally to me doesn't seem necessarily to be the answer.
So Rachel, Elena, Antonio, and Rui, thank you very much for your participation at this session. So now we have a coffee break.
Are you fine? Thank you.
خالد جوج عطيت جوج تيكي جوج
Hello. Hi, how are you? Great. So I think we will start in, let's see, 20 minutes after the coffee break. Okay, the session will be chaired by Mr. Abd Samad Saidi, the head of research department at Bank Al-Maghrib. So we will start in a few minutes. Thank you.
morning, everyone. My name is Abdesamad Saidi. I'm the head of research department at the Central Bank of Morocco. So I'm very pleased to chair this session on finance. We have two speakers. The first on forbearance policy, government-owned banks and credit to zombie firms. And the second paper on fintech entry, financial inclusion, and macroeconomic dynamics in emerging economy. Two very interesting topics. And before we start, let me just remind you the time allocation rule. So each speaker will be given 25 to 30 minutes to present his work, and the discussant will have 10 minutes, and the remaining time is for Q&A from the audience. So with that, I now give the floor to the first speaker, Mrs. Nurupama Kulkarni from Karfal, to present remotely her joint work with Anusha Shari and Lakshita Jain on In Holy Trinity, regulatory forbearance, government-owned banks, and zombie firms. The floor is yours, Mrs. Kulkarni.
For not being there in person. So this paper is joint work with Anusha Chai, Lakshita Jain. I'm Nirupama Kulkarni. I'm from CAPROL, which is a research organization set up by the Reserve Bank of India, that is India's central bank. And the usual disclaimers apply. Okay, so the broad motivation for this paper is that post-GFC, post the global financial crisis, many countries, including India, implemented forbearance measures. And these are very similar to the measures that were implemented post the COVID-19 crisis in India, including other advanced economies like Germany and France. And the rationale behind these kind of forbearance measures is that they're meant for viable but solvent firms which might be experiencing temporary liquidity problems. And these forbearance measures actually allow these firms to continue their operations. However, there are two dual incentives of forbearance. On one hand, it's a risk management tool for temporary problematic loans of otherwise viable firms. But on the other hand, it can also be used to avoid the classification of bad loans as non-performing. And these kind of forbearance schemes have actually been studied in the context of many countries, most famously in the context of Japan in the 1990s. This seminal paper, Peak and Rosengreen, was looked at how the forbearance provided in the form of restructurings, especially by weakly capitalized banks, led to zombie lending. That is, lending to these firms which are neither dead nor alive. And in another seminal paper, Javier Hoshi and Kashyap found that this kind of zombie lending, due to these restructuring schemes, can have negative externalities by depressing investment and employment of healthier firms in the economy. So these forbearance schemes have also been studied in the context of the US by Gropp and co-authors. And more broadly, Banerjee and Hoffman look at zombie lending in the context of 14 advanced economies. This is by our discussant, right? So our paper studies the impact of forbearance in an emerging market context with the predominantly state-owned banking sector. So our setting is the asset quality forbearance in India. Before and after 2008, the classification of standard assets changed. And the regulator, as the RBI, introduced a new category of restructured assets that could be classified as a standard asset. So here I've displayed the provisioning rates for different asset categories. So for standard assets, the provisioning rate is between 0.25 to 1%. For substandard assets which have been non-performing or NPA for less than 12 months, the provisioning rate is 10%. For doubtful assets, it's 20% and so on. And so the asset quality forbearance in 2008 essentially allowed the banks to provision at a much lower 0.25 to 1% by treating these restructured assets as standard. So our we follow a forensic approach to examine the impact of forbearance. And our empirical setting is basically looking at both the forbearance and retraction phase in India. We look at both banks and firms. And at the bank level, we look at the correlation of government ownership and firm distress. And we look at allocation of credit across firms, that is allocation of credit to zombie firms, as well as what happens to healthier firms in the economy, that is the non-zombies. And then we conclude by looking at real effects. That is specifically, we look at capital impact on investments in terms of capital expenditure and labor expenditure. So broadly, this paper examines the persistence of forbearance policies by studying the introduction and retraction phase in an emerging market context, where there is a predominantly state-owned banking system. So let me give you a preview of the findings in case I don't get to all of the results. So our first main result, we find that there's a persistent increase in zombie credit by government banks, and government banks see a 25% increase in zombie credit post-forbearance. And this does not go away once the forbearance schemes are removed. So overall, there's a persistent increase in zombie credit by government banks. Second, we find there is a spillover on healthier firms in the economy. So credit is reallocated away from healthier firms linked to government banks, either through a bank lending channel, that is either, or through a demand channel, that is either the healthier banks that borrow from zombie congested banks or from zombie congested industries see a decline in credit. And finally, healthy firms form new banking relationships with non-government banks, and these effects are persistent. We also find that zombie firms see a 26% increase in wages post-forbearance with no reversal post-retraction. And there is no discernible impact on investment. So the key takeaways are that government banks increase credit to zombie firms. We highlight the role of the sovereign forbearance measures, and these effects are persistent, and government banks also lose out on their better clients. So forbearance possibly persistently changed the industry structure, with government banks being matched to weak firms. And retracting this forbearance and cleaning up bank balance sheets may actually be much harder than previously envisaged. So I mentioned most of the previous literature, but I want to highlight these two papers which look at forbearance in the context of India. They focus on the post-forbearance period. One is by Flanagan and Poonanangam, who look at the role of financial institutional investors in declaring bad loans as non-performing. Chopra, Nishesh and Tantri also highlight how zombie lending continued in the retraction phase. So moving on to the institutional details, what we do is we comb through the different RBI circulars and then classify the period between 2006 to 2016 into three periods. The first is this pre-forbearance period, that is between 2006 to 2008. Once the forbearance schemes are announced, we classify this as the forbearance period, that is from 2009 up until 2013, when the retraction of these forbearance measures is announced. And our retraction phase is from 2014, and we end our sample period in 2016. We stop in 2016 because there was a large demonetization episode wherein nearly 86% of the cash in circulation was removed, and this had massive impact. And there's also a new insolvency and bankruptcy code announced at the end of 2016, which again interacts with many of the variables we are interested in. So we stopped there. And there are several other measures that were put in place later on, but which we can get to in the Q&A if it's of interest. Okay, and then, so now I'm plotting the distressed assets, which is a combination of the non-performing assets that we traditionally look at, as well as these sort of hidden assets, that's the restructured assets that the regulator basically allowed banks to classify as standard assets. And on the left-hand side, I'm plotting the ratio of restructured assets to distressed assets separately for government banks and private sector banks. And we find that for government banks, the restructured assets and for both government and private sector banks were on similar trends prior to 2008. But there was a drastic increase in this ratio for government banks compared to private sector banks. And importantly, if you focus on the withdrawal phase, there does not seem to be much of a difference. When we look at the distressed asset ratio, this is something that we might be interested in, as distressed assets to the total loans. We again see a very similar trend prior to 2008, but then there's a divergence, especially there's a pickup in a distressed asset ratio for government banks compared to private sector banks. And this trend does not seem to decline even after the forbearance schemes are removed. Okay. And so this is just making the same point differently. That is, if we think about the share of distressed assets as a whole for public versus private sector banks, and if you normalize that to 1, and here I'm tracing that across the years, I find that the market share of distressed assets for public sector banks increases, whereas that for private sector bank decreases. Okay, so the broader policy context for why these forbearance schemes announced. If you take it just at face value from the RBI circulars, it seems that the asset quality forbearance schemes were designed to provide temporary liquidity relief to otherwise solvent firms that were basically affected by the global financial crisis. But there's also something else going on in the background. That is, there are many more local factors also at play. So pre-2008, there was an increase in the infrastructure or industry lending, especially by state-owned banks. And there was reason to believe that these loans were likely to turn into NPAs, either because these projects had started seeing delays in environmental clearances, there were delays in the release of land, there's non-settlement of disputed arbitration awards. And the industries which these infrastructure loans were concentrated in, they were also seeing an increase in global competition. So, and in addition to this, the previous period, that is between 2000 to 2008, there was a sharp increase in credit growth. And some have argued that this was accompanied by lax credit management by banks. So overall, while at face value, the forbearance schemes were meant to target these firms that were temporarily affected by or were affected by the global financial crisis. They also affected the industries that were in distress due to sort of more homegrown reasons. Okay, so moving on to the data and methodology. We use two different sets of data. At the borrower level, we get this data from Prowess CMI, which is similar to CompuStat. And we use this data on financial statements for the period 2000 to 2016. Here, we assign the total borrowings to one lead banker, which is providing the CMI data. And we do this because we don't have the loan level breakup for a bank firm pair. At the bank level, we use the publicly available BSR data, which is provided by the regulator. And from there, we use gross or restructured advances and NPAs for government and private sector banks. We have 27 public sector banks in total and 21 private sector banks, which together account for 70% and 23% of loans in total. And so we focus our attention on just the public and private sector banks for the major part of the analysis. Okay, so for our zombie measure, we follow the definition in Javier, Hoshi, and Kashyap, where a zombie firm is defined as one that receives subsidized credit compared to the most credit-worthy firms in the economy. So our zombie, in a zombie measure, a firm is a zombie if the average interest rate calculated from the financial statements is less than the prime lending rate of the safest bank in India, which is the State Bank of India. And also if the firm has substantial leverage, so that is debt to assets ratio is greater than 15%. We also have two additional measures at the firm level, a low solvency firm and low liquidity firm, which we use mostly to look at summary statistics to get a sense of what zombie measure actually captures. In a low solvency firm is one with above median debt to equity ratio. And the low liquidity firm is one with below median cash ratio. For bank ownership, we look at the lead bank in the pre-period, that is in 2007, based on whether a firm is linked to a government bank or a private sector bank. And we also use some other alternate bank level measures. So we define stressed bank as one that belongs to the top two deciles of NPA ratio as of 2007. And we also use the capital risk-weighted assets ratio as of 2007. Okay, so here are some summary stats. So here we are displaying, I'm displaying separately for private and government banks, the zombie versus solvency and zombie versus liquidity. And if you just focus on the highlighted parts, what we see is that about 30% of the firms that borrow from private sector banks are classified as both being a zombie firm as well as having low solvency. Similarly, about 25% are classified as having both zombie as well as having low liquidity. In comparison, for government banks, about 43% of the firms are classified as both zombie and low solvency, and 35% are classified as both zombie and having low liquidity. And so this sort of tells us that the zombie measure captures insolvency maybe to a greater extent than liquidity, and it captures a different aspect of distress compared to solvency and liquidity measures. Okay, and now we move on to the first part of the analysis, which is the impact on credit. And here we're just showing the broad summary level. So we're looking at the log debt relative to the 2008 period. And we track what happens to log debt for zombie firms and non-zombie firms. And we see that for zombie firms, there is higher credit compared to non-zombie firms. Now, of course, this is just at the aggregate level. And what we are interested in is how does credit by credit for firms, for zombie firms linked to government banks differ from that for private sector banks. And so to examine this, our empirical framework is as follows. We examine log debt for a firm J in period T+1, and we're interested in this triple interaction term between a government bank, a zombie firm, and an indicator for the forbearance period. So for the forbearance period, we have three different indicators. We look at the forbearance period that is post 2009 to 2013, and then the retraction phase that is between 2014 to 2016. And in more simpler specifications, we also just simply use one indicator for the full post period post 2009. We also have, although we use government banks in our baseline regression, we also look at different bank characteristics such as whether a bank is stressed or the capitalization ratio. In addition, this specification also includes bank fixed effects, time fixed effects, and firm fixed effects, and all of the lower order terms are also included. Okay, so now we come to the main baseline specification. This is a pretty dense slide, so I'm going to walk you through the regression slowly. So the main specification is from this is our more robust specification. So this is shown in column 4. So let's focus on this first. And here we see that if you look at the post forbearance period, that is during the forbearance period between 2008 to 2013, zombie firms that borrowed from government banks had a 25% higher debt compared to non-zombie firms, or at least this is in a triple difference sense. And if you look at the retraction phase, we actually don't find a statistically significant effect. If you look at the more simpler specification in column 2, where we just think about the post period as the entire forbearance as well as the retraction phase, we find a 27% higher debt for zombie firms linked to government banks in the post forbearance period. So one difficulty in looking at these kind of triple interaction terms is that it's difficult to see where the variation in the data is coming from. So to actually trace out where the variation is coming from, we do the specification in one, which also allows us to look at the marginal effects. So if you focus on one, here this specification does not include year-end bank fixed effects and only includes borrower fixed effects. And here with triple difference sense, there is the triple difference coefficient is 26.4%. So looking at the marginal effects, we can actually sort of break it into the different components. So first, the firms that borrow from government banks in the pre-forbearance period had a 0.416 units in terms of log debt compared to 0.472 units for in the post-forbearance period. That is, in a relative sense, if we take the difference between these two coefficients, we find that there was a 5.6% higher debt for firms that borrow from government banks over the forbearance period, that is from pre to post forbearance. And similarly, when we look at the focus on the private sector banks, in the pre-forbearance period, for firms that borrow, zombie firms that borrow from private banks, there is a 0.698 units of log debt compared to a lower 0.49 units of log debt. So if you just again take the difference, this is a 20% decline in debt for zombie firms that borrow from private sector banks. And finally, if you look at the triple difference specification or the estimate, that is just simply the difference between these two differences. And that gives us our 26% that we saw in the first slide. Okay, so now we explore the role of the sovereign and forbearance lending as part of the mechanism driving these kind of effects. So here are two quotes by two former two people who have worked at the RBI, the central bank. The first one is by Urjit Patel, who is the next RBI governor, who at this point was actually the deputy governor. And he talks about banking sector fiscalization, which is where as successive governments have found their capacity for further fiscal expansion becoming constrained, it has used the banks that it owns to fire up and pump prime the economy. Hence the term banking sector fiscalization. Backward-looking prudential norms, inertia and adjusting risk weights on loans by the regulator all form part of this banking sector fiscalization. Along similar lines, Viral Acharya, who is an ex-RBI deputy governor, talks about the fiscal dominance in default disclosure norms. That is, disclosure would increase the capital requirement of public sector banks, and thus budgetary allocation from the government would increase. So broadly, what they're talking about is how, because the banking system is in India is predominantly state-owned, the sovereign might lean on the regulator like the RBI to postpone recognition of bad loans, because it essentially allows the sovereign to postpone recapitalization of these banks. And so these fiscal constraints actually play an important role in default disclosure norms. Okay, so this is a very difficult idea to test, but we actually look at it in two separate ways. First, we just repeat the entire analysis that we did by replacing state-owned banks with an indicator for stressed banks. And we find our familiar result, that is, the zombie firms that borrow from stressed banks see a 32% increase in debt. And there is actually much no statistically significant, or even the coefficient is very small, effect on during the retraction phase. And similarly, looking at this in terms of bank capitalization, so higher CRAR is a well-capitalized bank. So thinking of this in terms of a weakly capitalized bank. So if you just flip it, a zombie firm that borrows from a weakly capitalized bank saw a 7% increase in debt with no effect during the retraction phase. Okay, and finally, we examine the credit reallocation mechanisms. So we hypothesized two main channels of credit reallocation. One is the bank lending channel. That is because the banks are lending more to zombies, there's less left to lend to healthier firms in the economy. The second is the demand channel, and this is a more indirect channel, wherein because the banks are lending more to zombies, firms are capturing more of capital and labor, and so there is less left for healthier firms in the economy, which demand less credit from the banks. And this is very much in the spirit of Abhiyara Ochi and Kashyap, who found that investment and labor declines, labor of healthy firms declines in industries which are congested by zombies. Okay, so the way we operationalize this is we have a specification very similar to the baseline, except now we are looking at what happens to the healthier firms, that is the non-zombies, which have different exposure channels. So the remaining terms are as before, but focusing on the two exposure channels we look at. First, we look at the bank fraction zombies, which is defined as a fraction of firms in a bank which are classified as zombies. Similarly, industry fraction is defined as a fraction of firms in an industry that are classified as zombies. Okay, so this is a dense slide. So again, so I'm going to just focus on this middle panel. The other terms are as before. So let's just focus on this middle panel. And using a more robust specification, we find that non-zombies that operate in industries that are that borrow from banks that are more zombie congested see a decline in credit. Similarly, healthier firms, that is non-zombies that borrow from that operate in industries that are more zombie congested, also see a decline in debt. So we find evidence for both of these channels working, the bank lending channel as well as this indirect demand channel. Okay, and finally, we look at the real effects. And the baseline specification is very similar to what we had looked at when we looked at credit, except now instead of debt, we are looking at two different measures. One is the capital expenditure ratio, which is defined as the capital expenditure to total assets, where capital expenditure is the change in gross fixed assets from T to T plus 1. And we also look at employment expenses, defined as the proportion of wages to total expenses in T plus 1. Okay, and again, just focusing on this middle panel, we find not much of an effect on capital expenditure. There is not much of an effect for zombies firms linked to government banks in the post-forbearance period. But we find that the wages for zombie firms that borrow from government banks increase in the post-forbearance period. Okay, and so looking at the next step, which is what happened after 2016. I'll get to this more if there's interest in the Q&A. But this is a chart of the share of zombie firms over the years, where zombies are defined very similarly to what we have done. This is a chart from one of the RBI bulletins. And what we're interested in is what happens post-2016. And there were several measures that were actually put in place post-2016. And it seems that none of these measures, at least in the aggregate, it seems that none of these measures had much of an effect. So one of the things that was introduced in 2016 was a insolvency and bankruptcy code, which was meant to clean up some of these zombies, but that had minimal effect. Following which the regulator came in with a default disclosure norm, saying that the banks had to declare a bad loan as not performing, even if there was 1 day of default. Or at least had to declare to the regulator even if there was 1 day of default, and then post 90 days declared the loan as non-performing. That had some effect, though it did not have much of an effect on government-owned banks. And more recently, the IBC was introduced because the government and the regulator both felt that we should look at more market-based solutions as opposed to things like bad bank, which might create moral hazard problems. And finally, very recently, that is almost in February, a bad bank was, this year, a bad bank was set up to basically clean these bad assets. Okay, so I can get into it in more detail if there's interest. So let me conclude. We find that the forbearance measures provided banks with an incentive to hike through asset quality, and the buildup of stressed assets in the system is a byproduct of accounting subterfuge. Overall, the results emphasize the possibly persistent negative effects of prolonged phases of forbearance. And we also highlight the role of the government in encouraging these forbearance policies, especially with a focus on this idea of banking sector fiscalization or the fiscal dominance channel. And lastly, our findings take on particular significance in the context of the COVID-19 crisis, where we saw many countries implement these kind of forbearance measures. And perhaps there are some lessons to be learned from how the forbearance measures worked in the Indian context. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Korkani, for this very interesting presentation on the forbearance policy and its impact on credit given to zombie firms. Now I give the floor to Mr. Ryan Banerjee from the BIS to discuss this paper. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper. I mean, it's a paper I've wanted to read carefully for some time, and it's nice to have a good reason, to actually read the paper. So, wait for my slides. Okay, so this bank is about, this paper is about the unholy trinity. It's a trinity between bank regulators, government-owned banks, and weak or zombie firms. And the insight from the paper is that you can have some temporary forbearance measures from the regulator, sort of well-motivated temporary forbearance measures, such as there's an aggregate liquidity shock and you want to smooth it in some way. But the thing is that these can be misused by some banks. And I'm going to talk about, some set in this paper is about some subset of the banks called the government, they're known as government banks, potentially because they face different incentives. And they misuse this regulatory forbearance to prop up weak firms who in normal times, the cost of lending to them because of capital regulation would make it relatively expensive. And so what does this paper show? It shows that this leads to supporting firms that were not targeted. Nirupama didn't talk about some interesting results she has about how it was targeted ideally for the export sector, which was facing this big fall in demand during the global financial crisis, but it ended up being used a lot in the infrastructure, for lending to the infrastructure sector. It actually led to a big increase in non-performing loans down the road, so it weakened the financial system. Not only that, it impaired the activity of healthier firms who were competing against the zombie firms, and I think those three things are kind of sort of known from the Japanese part, and what I think is kind of interesting in this paper is potentially there seems to be some sort of hysteresis in lending according to the results here, and worryingly, when the RBI removed this temporary forbearance, it didn't appear in the results to reduce zombie lending. And so it seems as if banks exploited the temporary forbearance, but then were kind of locked in a vicious cycle of, now we've got a whole bunch of weak firms that we've lent to, do we make these non-performing assets, or do we keep lending and hope they recover? So given the title of this conference, it's seizing opportunities from the COVID crisis. Where is the lesson from this experience of India during the great financial crisis? Why is it relevant for today? And one of the reasons it's relevant today is just the significant amount of forbearance that occurred during the COVID crisis. So on the right-hand side, this is from a Bank for International Settlement CGFS report where we were looking at the various measures that were implemented to support lending during the COVID crisis. And clearly, debt moratoria was very important. There were regulatory capital measures that were imposed in many countries, so how you would account for losses was sort of eased during the crisis. You had government guarantees that were prevalent in many places. So there's sort of this sense that what happened in India in the global financial crisis with this regulatory relief, could we see, the risk is, can we see some of those things happening today? And in the CGFS report, we talk about how where the recovery from COVID has been relatively weak, there could be a tension between the micro and macro-prudential considerations. I think this paper gives some, at the end I will just conclude on what I think it means from the results of this paper. So Nirupama went through the specification, so I'll leave it, I won't say too much about it. The main one is that from this triple interaction between, you're looking at the effects of a government bank lending to a zombie firm during the period of forbearance. That's where they're going to identify it. I just want to also note that the zombie firm definition is not fixed before the financial crisis. It kind of varies. It's allowed to change over in each period. So I'll make that be one of my first points. And the final part is about this Rajan asset quality review, which I think really commences in earnest in December 2015. So it's going to be another point I'd like to come back to. I've got 3 comments. One of them is about the bank-firm relationships in the paper, and I have a question about whether the banks, were government banks matched to firms that were weak before the global financial crisis, or were they weak because of the financial crisis? And I think that's something relevant for the COVID crisis. So there was a lot of measures saying, we don't want to lend to firms that were weak ex ante, but given some potential structural change, say the tourism sector was hit badly, there's a question of whether whether results are coming from ex ante weakness or the ones that were weak from the shock, and that I think is important for the policy implications. The second part of the question, second comment is about, I think it's really crucial to try and understand why did forbearance not end after regulatory forbearance was withdrawn. So we know that debt moratoria have been withdrawn in many countries. We've still got a long way to see what happens with government guarantees. Just understanding that mechanism through the lens of India may help inform what we do going forward. And then third point is what's special about government banks. So India has this government bank sector, a number of other emerging economies do, but in order to understand the policy implications, what is it specific about the government banks that may inform to generalize that result to other economies? So the first comment in here is about, were government banks matched to weak firms before the financial crisis? So implicitly, the story goes, there's temporary forbearance and it leads to a rise in non-performing assets or non-performing loans. Yeah? What isn't clear, 100% clear in the specification is it a legacy problem? So that the paper sort of discusses like there may have been links between government banks and weak firms before the financial crisis. Then came regulatory forbearance, and that enabled banks to keep lending to these weak firms. But it's not entirely clear from the specification. So I think there's 2 things that the authors could do here. The first one is they have these very nice pictures of trends pre and post the forbearance. I'd like to ask for one more. So the left one here is about the difference between government bank lending and private bank lending. You can see there's the pre-trends are quite similar. The second one is between total lending to zombie firms and total lending to non-zombie firms. Pre-trends are quite similar. I'd like to just see the second one split out by the government banks and private sector banks, just to understand the pre-trends. Were they on a similar trend before the crisis in both of these groups, and then did it diverge afterwards, or were the trends quite different before and then what happened quite different after? And there are a bunch of additional tests they could potentially do here to tease us out a bit more. Rather than have a time-varying zombie definition, use a definition that is based on whether you're a zombie before the global financial crisis, include some variables that predict the matches ex ante, so what includes some variables that predict whether some types of firms were matched with government banks rather than private banks, and maybe include some sector and time fixed effects. Currently has just time fixed effects in case there was some sort of ex ante sorting where government banks were lending to firms that were particularly affected during the COVID, during the global financial crisis. So that's a kind of technical point, I think. Now, I think this is more of an economically substantial point, I think, and I think this is where the paper has a kind of very interesting point, and I think maybe just to push it just a little bit further will make the paper have a more general insights. So the left-hand panel is from the paper, and it just sort of shows the time-varying interaction between whether the lending, whether you were borrowing from a government bank relative to a private bank, and whether you're a zombie firm. And you can sort of see the first red line is when the forbearance comes in, and after the forbearance comes in, you can see there's sort of an increase in lending over time to the weaker firms. And then when it's sort of phased out, when it's announced that it's going to be phased out, you don't see really much change in the trend. Now, there's a very nice paper by Diana Bonfin and co-authors about Portugal, and I think one of their main insights is that it's not enough just to announce or have a threat of being your assets being checked or supervised at the banks. You really need to go in one by one and very sort of intensive regulatory supervision. And I'm wondering whether this is what's behind why they find a negative result of the withdrawal effects here. Because, so in the right-hand panel, I've just sort of compared this is sort of the way that Boris and I compute zombie firms based on whether you're loss-making today and the market doesn't think you're going to be particularly profitable in the future. And just the three lines I've marked on here. The first one is the global financial crisis, when you can see the increases forbearance, this big rise in zombie lending. The second one is in the paper here. It's this withdrawal announced of the temporary forbearance. You see the trend just keeps on going, makes no difference. And the third one I've introduced here, which is slightly outside of the scope of this paper, is really when the asset quality review from Governor Rajan kicks in. And then you actually do see something happening. And so I feel as if, I know the paper says that there was a lot of shocks happening at that point, demonetization, which was a very big shock in India, and other things, so they kind of cut their sample in 2015, but I think if they just be useful to sort of extend the sample a little bit more and just to say whether the announcement of the withdrawal of these things is not enough and you actually really need to have aggressive supervision in order to reduce zombie lending once it's happened. And so I think this will be like a really nice insight potentially confirming Diana's and co-authors' results. And moreover, informing of like what policies are going to work once you have a zombie lending problem. So the third comment is what's special about government-owned banks? So it's sort of implicit in the paper that somehow government-owned banks are going to be more likely to engage in non-economic lending for certain reasons and lending to weaker firms. So that's kind of interesting in a sense, but I'd like just to know a little bit more of why. Yeah. Niro Palmer just showed some results about stressed banks, so weaker capital ratios, but used the whole population of banks, so private and public banks, private and government-owned banks. I wonder if they could just exploit the cross-section of within government banks to sort of just tease out what's going on a bit better. So they could use something like looking at the differences in capital across the government-owned banks, so you're controlling for some of the other differences between private and you kind of got rid of the difference between some other difference between private and government-owned banks, and then run a regression such as the following, which is with all the interaction terms, but the key point is you've got a government-owned bank. That should just disappear, but only within government-owned banks, between zombie firms and the amount of restructured assets to capital ratio, something like that. And then just thinking about whether this is a problem going forward, well, we know, thankfully through Basel III, banks are much more well capitalized today. So if it really was a low capital problem, then maybe that problem has gone away to some degree. But there's a whole bunch of other explanations about government banks that could still be really relevant. Whether it's the expectations of bailouts. So some banks, I presume in India, are going to be more likely, better connected to be bailed out. Others are less important, may not be bailed out so quickly or recapitalized. Also, what's the relation with well-connected banks and firms? So it'd be interesting to sort of tease out a little bit more in various directions of why government-owned banks are special and what's driving their prevalence to do zombie lending when there's regulatory forbearance. So, to summarize, it's a great paper. I mean, it really highlights the unintended effects of regulatory forbearance. I think that's really, really relevant for today in the world we're in at the moment. You know, a few months ago, we were thinking the recovery is really strong. It's not going to be such an issue. We're going to cover. But now with the war in Ukraine, the economy's slowing, interest rates rising. There's, you know, we're not quite clear whether we've really managed to unwind so easily the measures that were implemented. The 3 points I've already made there, and I think the lessons for today I'm going to conclude on is the potential long-term costs from leaving COVID in forbearance policies in place for too long could be high, and I think that's what this paper is suggesting. And it suggests there may be a bit of less of a trade-off between maybe micro and macro prudential objectives. So on the macro or the growth objective that you want to keep these policies in place so that there isn't so that lending is in place and so that the economy doesn't contract or it sort of supports the economic recovery. This paper suggests there may be less of a trade-off given that this non-performing loan problem that it created that is going to be pretty costly to deal with. So I'd like to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for those insightful comments on the paper. I will ask 2 questions, and after that I will turn to the audience for questions. So my first question for Mrs. Kulkarni, did you think that the forbearance policy had some implicit employment concerns in addition to allowing to the government to delay the costly bank capitalization? So why I'm asking this question? Because you underline that zombie firms are older, publicly listed, and are large. So my question, is there any concern about employment? My second question, as you know, sometimes it becomes necessary for banks and also for government to take the skeleton out of the closet. My question, did this happen in your case study in India after the withdrawal of the forbearance policy? And what was the impact on the bank profitability and bank capitalization? Those are my 2 questions. And now we open the floor for the audience. We are going to take a first round of questions. One, could you please give the mic to...
Thank you. It was a great presentation and really great comments, both from Nirupama and Ryan. So I'm going to make a couple of comments and then make some suggestions on how to get better insights. So the first point I want to make is what was missing here is what are the lessons, and I think that's where Ryan was going, from the experience of other countries where they have given forbearance. Is it really just the case in India for state-owned banks, or what is it that worked in the other countries? That's important to point out in the paper. Relatedly, what I want to say, and this is really important, is, you know, at the IMF, and I was in the monetary and capital markets working on these issues, during the COVID crisis, it's a very important point Ryan made. We emphasized, we wrote papers, we wrote notes for every country authority to say, look, forbearance is okay, but do not give forbearance to those banks that were already weak before the crisis. It has to be related to the crisis. That is why. Okay, so that is very, very important. So to analyze that aspect, as Ryan suggested, would be really helpful. Another suggestion I want to make, and of course, being Indian, I know the Indian system a bit better. It's also important to distinguish not just between public and private banks, where you really see very contrasting results, but you'll get deeper insights if you look at who the borrowers are. Are they public or are they private? Why is that important? Because the incentives for the government to save public enterprises is obviously much higher, okay? And it could also be, I mean, when you gave the causes of why they extended the forbearance, most of the reasons seem to be a problem with the government, bureaucratic delays, infrastructure projects not getting cleared, the clearance on environment, et cetera, et cetera. So is it that the government was trying to compensate for its own failures by giving forbearance? Could be for both public or private banks, but you can really get the answer on this residual that you cannot explain, whether it's corruption, when it is giving loans, public sector banks, to the private sector for no good reason. I think you're kind of very much on the right path and getting great results, but go deeper into this. Thank you.
Is there any other question from the audience? No question? One there.
Thank you very much. My question is whether the structure of government would influence in a way or another the results. And I'm implicitly referring to, crony capitalism versus, democratic, type of government, in which, regulation is pretty steam. So if in cases of crony capitalism, does this affect, how government, influence in a way or another the financial decisions and how, loans are channeled, to a sector versus another? Thank you.
Thank you. One final question more on the, I guess, on something that Ryan pointed out in the discussion about the empirics, like I don't know, she can hear because it's not there anymore. Anyway, I hope she can hear, but the question is about how you define then the match between bank and firm, because you don't have the ideal match, and then you have the main bank, and then you have firm debt. So can you say something about how is prevalent multiple banking relationship, and how much of that debt could be driven by the main bank, and how much instead could be crowding in and crowding out from other banks?
Okay, let's stop here and give the floor to Mrs. Kulkarni to answer those questions. The floor is yours, Mr. Kulkarni.
He's really great. I hope there's no echo. Yeah. So, such a wonderful discussion by Ryan, and even in the discussions comments, there were quite a few. Let me try to get at some of them, because I think a lot of the suggestions are actually pretty global, so that is very encouraging, but they were really insightful. So the first one, I think I'll start with the discussants' comments a bit, and then move on to the three comments afterwards from the participants. So the first was about the bank-firm relationships and whether this is a legacy problem, and then there was a very concrete suggestion of how to do this in the empirical estimation. And so that's what we were trying to do a little bit with the focus on infrastructure firms and on export-oriented firms. So while the export-oriented firms, became distressed after the global financial crisis, the infrastructure lending, there was a boom in infrastructure lending prior to 2008. And in 2008, although on the face of it, it was almost known that these firms were going to do badly, because the problems had started cropping up. State governments had stopped giving these environmental clearances and many other things. And however, on the books, many of these firms did look good. But there was a sense that these infrastructure firms were going to start doing pretty badly in the coming years. And so the suggestion that Ryan had, I think, we will implement it. I'm not very sure we will. I think we have tried it in the very initial stages and the results were a bit weaker. And the reason that's because many of these balance sheets actually look good, but there are deeper problems which are not visible on some balance sheet based measures. And that's what our sector-wise focus was supposed to get at. But I think we can do a little bit more, we can try a little bit more data-driven approach here in thinking about whether these were legacy problems. But my sense is that yes, these were legacy problems. And even if, sorry, I'll just go to the more specific focus on this, on this industry-wise, this industry cost time fixed effect, and that I think captures sort of like the problem that I'm getting at. Much of this infrastructure lending increased in the 2000s by the public sector banks, and that's because the development finance institutions that were in place in the early 2000s, they were taken out, they shut down, and the infra lending moved to the public sector banks who did not have the in-house sort of knowledge to make these infrastructure loans, and that's the build-up in loans that those are the loans that got distressed post 2008, and these were the firms that were given forbearance. And this is the second question. The second broad question from Ryan was about this sovereign banking. And he had a very good insight on this AQR, that is, why did the AQR not work? Why did the withdrawal phase not work? And it's true that in spirit, it's very similar to the sort of measures that were in the Diana Bonfim and Porter's papers. But I think the difference is that the AQR was just a one-time thing. It was very unclear at the time of implementation whether it would be a one-time thing, but eventually they said that this won't be continued into the future. And that's why there are other papers which have looked specifically at AQR and found very similar effects of, very limited impact on zombie lending. Whereas the measures studied by Diana Bonfim and Porters is, I think, it's a lot more stringent in the sense that it's in place for a long period of time. And that, I think, makes a difference in how effective our withdrawal measures were. And again, I'm not really sure how one would test this, because there is this implicit understanding that there was sovereign backing to postpone the recognition of these loans. And we see that, again, in subsequent papers I've looked at other measures that were put in place to combat zombie lending. So one was the insolvency and bankruptcy code, which was meant to provide like this market-driven way of addressing zombie lending. And there again we find that the larger firms, the ones that were at weakly capitalized banks, the ones that were at government-owned banks, they just continued to get zombie lending even after the bankruptcy law was put in place. And the regulator also sort of recognized this, and they implemented another measure where they forced the banks to recognize bad firms. That had an effect only on weakly capitalized banks, but not on government-owned banks. And again, it's because there was some tussle between the government and the regulator on whether this kind of stringent measure should be used. And eventually that measure was struck down in the Supreme Court. So I think, so what I'm trying to say is that there is this, so what is happening at government-owned banks is that they have this sort of soft pressure from the government basically on the regulator to not recognize these bad loans as such because of this fiscal dominance challenge, because there's just not enough to recapitalize these banks were these bad loans recognized. And so the more concrete suggestion of exploiting the within public sector bank heterogeneity, I think, that is definitely can be implemented. What happened afterwards? Again, these are the things I've said, and I think we have this problem. It continues to this day. So, like I said, now we have a bad bank. which is again supposed to take care of these stressed assets, buy these stressed assets from the public sector banks, and it's anybody's guess whether this will work. So it's continued, they've tried many measures. The AQR was the first one, then the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, then the Feb 12 circular, which is basically the NPA recognition, and now finally Bad Bank, which both the regulator and the government were not very keen on.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the chair's questions on implicit employment concerns. I'm not really sure if this was a first order concern. These are publicly listed firms, but this is something that we could check, especially again, one of the other comments was on these state-owned firms, and there is this idea that especially during election time, which was again around this time, which is in 2009, there is a tendency to use the state-owned firms as a way to sort of encourage employment. And we can see whether it can be traced, we can trace employment effects through the state-owned firms also. And finally, the withdrawal, I think the chair's second comment was on the withdrawal phase about bank profitability and bank capitalization. The bank, many of these firms subsequently they entered into prompt corrective action. Some of them have been merged, but the problem of zombie lending it continued for a very long time, and now they're trying the bad bank measure.
Okay.
And the lessons. Sorry, do I have a time to respond to
I
more?
apologize. The time allocated for the session is left. So I'm sorry. We need to move to the second presentation. I apologize for that. And I invite Alan Finkelstein-Shapiro from Tufts University, and he will present his joint work with Federico Mendelman and Victoria Nuge on fintech entry, firm financial inclusion, and macroeconomic dynamics in emerging economy. The floor is yours.
Thanks again for including the paper in the session. This is the second time we're presenting the paper, so I look forward to a lot of the comments that you're going to have. Again, this joint work with Federico Mandelman and Victoria Nuger, usually this kind of applies given that Federico's at the Atlanta Fed and Victoria's at the IDB. So let me start with some motivation about the paper. So as many of you know, one of the key barriers that firms face in emerging economies is access to formal finance, especially bank credit. Usually one of the things that we observe in emerging economies is the fact that it's mostly formal and larger firms that end up using bank credit. And we have smaller and mostly informal firms not accounting for, not having access to formal credit. What this implies, and I'll show you some evidence in a second, that you have effectively very large firm finance gaps. So relative to the volume of credit that we have among small firms, there's a very large chunk of credit that is unmet. Now, the other thing that we've observed in the last couple of years is a steady increase in the adoption of digital technologies by firms and also by households, alongside basically the advent of financial technologies. What this has led to is to a dramatic increase in the expansion of financial intermediaries that exploit these digital technologies to basically be able to cater to both firms and households. So this is basically what we call fintech intermediaries. I'll show you some evidence in a second, but if you take a look at emerging economies, and I'll be more specific about what countries we're looking at, in a given year, you've seen a 50% growth or more in the number of fintech intermediaries operating in a given country. Now, obviously, this includes, fintech intermediaries that are offering payment systems, that are offering savings accounts, and also credit. So it's not only credit, but in this paper, we're going to be focusing on effectively access to credit because of this fintech expansion. Okay. The other important aspect to consider here is that if you take a look at surveys when it comes to the expansion of fintech, many of these fintech services are actually focused on trying to cater to unbanked firms, so basically firms that are not participating in the domestic banking system, but would like to. So in the recent years, especially in policy circles, there's been a lot of interest in trying to understand to what extent the expansion of fintech can potentially bolster domestic financial inclusion, both for obviously households and for firms. There's also another aspect that is probably less discussed. It's the issue of financial stability that I'll be mentioning throughout the presentation of the paper, that is just simply worrying about the fact that now you're bringing effectively firms and households into the domestic banking system, and if you have shocks hitting the credit markets, then that can potentially lead to more volatility in credit markets. Okay? So we know little about how this expansion in fintech is not only affecting at the aggregate level domestic financial inclusion, especially again the share of firms that is participating in domestic banking system and domestic credit markets, how this is affecting the traditional banking system, so the existing banks that you have in the economy, and obviously volatility both in the credit market and at the aggregate level. So think about business cycle fluctuations. There's been a lot of work, especially done by the IMF and the IDB, in terms of documenting what's the effect of fintech on growth, less on business cycles, simply because this is such a recent event that it's very difficult to actually say something about business cycles without a model. Okay? So this is where we come in. We end up building a model that is going to allow us to be able to assess not only the long-run implications of thinking about this sharp expansion in fintech that accelerated in the context of COVID, but also be able to say something about business cycles. One of the things that is pretty neat about the model that we develop is that it allows us to actually have this endogenous measure of domestic financial participation, not only coming from the fact that you have firms entering and basically just using the traditional banking system, so we're talking effectively about formal or larger firms, but also you have firms that enter the market, are initially unbanked, and then basically they decide to adopt digital technologies and then have access to fintech credit. Okay, so I'll be more specific about what I mean by this endogenous margin. As you might have noticed, again, we're going to have this structure where you have a traditional banking system that caters to a subset of firms. Again, think about these as former larger firms. And then we're going to have this entry of fintech firms that are going to be specifically targeting unbanked firms in the economy. What we end up doing then is calibrating the model. We're still working with a preliminary calibration, but I'll show you some results to match key facts about firm financial inclusion, especially the share of firms that are basically participating in the domestic credit market. And we're also going to be targeting the cyclical volatility of credit to basically see to what extent, again, this increase in the number of fintech firms in the market is going to end up affecting business cycle fluctuations and also credit market fluctuations. So in terms of main findings, we effectively divide our findings into two categories. The first one is from a long-run perspective, and this is where, again, we have some evidence, especially some of the work that Rana has done, where in the long run, where you have greater fintech entry, one of the things that we observe is a slight decrease in bank credit. There's a little bit of crowding out in terms of resources that you would otherwise devote to the banking system, to the traditional banking system. Those basically are channeled towards fintech firms. But there's an increase in consumption and real GDP. Okay, so this is again sort of the positive long-run effects of having more intermediaries, basically catering to firms that previously were not part of the credit market. And that's sort of like the good news in a way. The other important aspect about the long run, which is sort of the second bullet point there, is that whether you actually end up seeing an increase in firm financial inclusion, so the share of firms that are actually participating in the credit market, depends heavily on whether the entry of fintech firms is supply-driven, meaning that you basically reduce the barriers that these intermediaries are facing to enter the market, or whether it's demand-driven, meaning that now you're reducing the barriers that unbanked firms are facing when it comes to accessing fintech credit. And quantitatively, those things actually matter quite a lot. Qualitatively, it's basically you get the same results, but quantitatively, there's a difference. And this is important from a policy standpoint because if you're thinking about bolstering firm financial inclusion, you actually want to go for the demand margin, reducing the barriers that firms are potentially facing rather than making it easier for fintech firms to enter. So I'll go back to those results later on. From a short-run perspective, one of the things that we observe is we're going to have three shocks that are sort of common in this literature. And we end up seeing a reduction in output volatility and a reduction from an absolute standpoint in consumption and bank credit volatility, but the reduction in output volatility is greater relative to what you see for consumption and bank credit, which implies that in relative terms, the volatility of bank credit is actually going up. So I'll show you what are the factors that actually end up driving these results. And there are two issues. Selfless self-promotion for the paper. This is a framework that is actually pretty tractable. So you'll see that the banking system is very stylized. You can introduce things like Gyurtul Kiyotaki into this in a very easy way. You can introduce search and matching frictions in a very easy way. So it's a very tractable environment. You can also introduce sticky prices. So basically the heavy lifting is already done, and adding these things that, again, are important if you think about monetary policy are very easy to introduce. Okay, so it's a very rich but very tractable environment. Okay, let me just give you some very basic facts on financial inclusion. The paper has more details on these. It's just sort of so that you have an idea of basically what we're talking about here. So in terms of emerging economies, we're usually focusing on the typical emerging economies that the literature has looked at, and especially based on the fact that we're looking at bank credit data at high frequencies, so at a quarterly frequency, and there's only a handful of emerging economies that have that data. So in terms of when I'm talking about EMEs, I'm including basically Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Malaysia, Mexico, Peru, Philippines, South Africa, Thailand, and Turkey. That's basically, I think the BIS has data on bank credit for these countries. So the things that I want to highlight here is, first of all, and many of you might know these facts, but most firms in developing countries tend to be pretty small. So there's only a very small segment of firms that are large, that are formal. The majority of basically firms are micro, small, and medium enterprises, and basically 75% of those firms are effectively informal. Okay? Now, one of the things that you can also do is take a look at what's the proportion of employment that comes from those firms, just as a measure of how important these firms are. There's a significant fraction of total employment that's in these firms. And that's why thinking about granting them access to credit markets is important. It's a very important source of income. The other thing that I'm highlighting here in red is these firm finance gaps that not only are present among small formal firms, but they're also obviously present among informal firms that simply do not have access to credit, but would like to have access to credit. These ratios, and again, this is a ratio relative to GDP, are pretty large if you think about the average credit to GDP ratio in emerging economies being around 50%. Right? So if you basically sum those two, you have a firm finance gap of roughly 30% of GDP. That's pretty large. Okay? The other thing that I want to highlight, and again, there's a lot of data limitations when it comes to thinking about tracking the evolution of digital adoption, and especially the entry of firms. But I think the IMF and the IDB are doing a fantastic job at actually bolstering the amount of information that we have about these things. But one of the things that we know is that there's been a steady and again, an acceleration because of COVID in the adoption of digital technologies by firms and also by households, simply using digital payments and these types of things that are, again, proxies of the fact that people are using these technologies. And at the same time, again, in the last column, you can see sort of the sharp increase in a single year in the number of fintech intermediaries. This is an average. If you take a look at some countries, you have basically a growth in the number of fintech intermediaries above 100%. They're starting at a very low base, but they're expanding very rapidly. Okay? If you take a look at volumes of fintech credit, again, you also see a very sharp and steady rise. Okay? All right, so now let me describe the model. I'm not going to show many equations. I want to highlight the key points that are going to be relevant for understanding the results. But effectively, think about a real business cycle economy in a small open economy setting, again, thinking about emerging economies, where you have a typical representative household. You're going to have firms, and you're going to have heterogeneous firms and different categories. A traditional banking system that, again, is going to be very stylized, and then this notion of fintech intermediaries. Okay? Firm entry and fintech entry are both going to be endogenous, and here we're going to follow the work of Bill Gurney and Mellitz in terms of modeling this entry. So basically, you have to pay a sunk cost to enter, and then you can operate in a monopolistic competitive environment. You're going to have two categories of firms broadly defined, financially excluded and financially included. The baseline model uses only labor in the production process. If you introduce physical capital, things basically remain the same. So having physical capital doesn't really change anything. There's going to be an endogenous measure of firms in each category. And again, you have this sunk entry cost, and firms exit with a given probability. And again, the probability is constant. One of the things to note here is that total output in each category is going to be obviously a function of the output of each individual firm and the number of firms that you have in each category. Okay. I mentioned these things because they're going to come up when it comes to thinking about the endogenous measure of firm financial inclusion. Okay? Let me talk about financial included firms. Think about this as a typical firm that you would have in an RBC model with basically a banking system. So they're going to be incurring an entry cost psi I that is going to be greater than the cost that financially excluded firms will be facing. And what incurring that cost is going to allow you to do is basically access a more productive technology ZI, and it's going to give you access to traditional bank credit. Okay? There's going to be a fraction kappa I of the wage bill that you finance with bank credit, so it's a typical working capital constraint. And basically, you pay an interest rate, and there's going to be, again, a markup over the deposit rate in a very standard fashion here. So essentially, if you think about real profits, you're producing, you have some revenue, you pay wages, and then again, you end up using credit to finance a fraction of those wages. What this ends up generating is effectively just a standard optimal pricing condition that is a markup over the marginal cost, where the marginal cost, importantly, depends obviously on the cost of credit. So if you think about, again, changes in the lending rate, that's going to end up affecting your marginal cost. And I'll go back to this point when I show some of the results in intuition. Okay? Now, this is the interesting part. With financially excluded firms, what ends up happening is that you have to pay a sunk cost to enter that is lower than what you would face if you're a financially included firm. So again, it's easier for you to enter without bank credit, right? So lower technologies, et cetera. Now, you enter the market without access to any type of credit, and you initially have access to a less productive technology. So you can think about this as sort of, again, broadly defined, an informal firm that enters the market is producing with a very rudimentary technology. But then when they enter, they basically draw their idiosyncratic productivity from the common distribution, and based on that draw, they end up deciding whether they incur a fixed cost to say, hey, I'm going to adopt these digital technologies that basically grant you access to fintech credit. Again, if you want to have fintech credit, you need a smartphone, you need access to the internet, et cetera. So if your draw is below this endogenous threshold, you basically keep the technology that you enter the market with. You don't have any access to credit. So that's basically, and think about this as a typical small informal firm that doesn't have access to credit. Now, if your productivity draw is above this endogenous threshold, you incur this fixed cost psi A, and basically that gives you access to fintech credit. What do you use the credit for? You use it to pay a fraction of the wage bill and also to cover a fraction of basically these adoption costs. Okay. The reason why we have both the financing of the wage bill and this fixed cost, because you can think about the fixed cost as basically a type of investment, right? Now, one of the things that ends up happening, again, I'm not going to get into the details of the profit function, but there's going to be a difference when it comes to the profits that you make if you end up not using credit and just using this very simple technology, or if you end up adopting a fintech credit. With fintech credit, again, you have to pay this fixed cost. You have access to credit. So what's important here is that then firms are going to be indifferent between accessing fintech credit or staying with a typical technology if at the threshold level, basically the two profit functions are going to be the same. Okay? So again, this is going to be, it's going to be a choice of the firm to basically incur this cost and use fintech credit. Okay? Why is this? Oh, let me talk about the pricing conditions that again are going to be relevant, especially the one on the right, because that's showing you that if you use fintech credit, basically the effective marginal cost that you're facing is going to be inclusive of the interest rate that you pay on the fintech credit. What's important here is that when you have more entry of fintech intermediaries, depending on the setup that you have, that might actually put downward pressure on the lending rate, and that's going to end up affecting your marginal cost. And that's going to be an important mechanism that I'll highlight later. Okay? Now, this seems like a very complicated setup. What this ends up yielding is effectively endogenous measures of firms within the unbanked category. One submeasure that is basically typical, think about the typical informal firm that doesn't use credit at all. So that would be NE superscript N. And you have this submeasure of firms that do end up using fintech credit. Okay? Now, let me talk very briefly about traditional banks and fintech firms. With traditional banks, we're thinking about having this fixed measure of banks B. You can normalize this to 1. that operate in a monopolistic competitive environment. So you basically end up getting a condition that states that the lending rate that traditional banks are offering is basically a markup over the deposit rate that you have in the economy, where the markup is going to be a function of this epsilon b that is going to be subject to shocks. So one of the things that is going to be really important for our findings is the fact that you have these domestic, think about credit supply shocks, that are basically introducing volatility in the lending rate that is going to allow us to capture the volatility of credit in the economy, of domestic credit. Again, a very simple way of modeling banks. If you want to introduce things like Gertrude Kiyotaki, that's very easy to do once you have a setup like the one that we have here. Now, with fintech firms, in the same way that you think about endogenous firm entry in the standard way, we're going to basically adapt that to thinking about fintech firms. That you have this endogenous measure NF of fintech firms that have to pay a sunk cost to enter the market. So think about the regulations or whatever technology you need to adopt to be able to cater to firms. And there's going to be some exit probability they're going to be facing. So there is a notion of basically some fintech firms exiting. That's not going to be subject to shocks, but you can introduce shocks as well. They're going to be receiving funds from households. And again, so if you think about this, there's effectively competition in the deposit market between fintech firms and traditional banks, which at least talking to some fintechs in Mexico, that sort of seems to be the case, that some of their financing is actually coming sometimes from deposits or sometimes from external sources. But either way, that doesn't really change the basic mechanism that we have in the model. Now, in the same way that optimally what the fintech firm is doing is basically choosing its lending rate, there's going to be a markup over the deposit rate, and that markup is also going to be subject to basically the same shocks that you have in the banking system. What's important here is that when you have this endogenous entry of fintech intermediaries, the effective lending rate on average is actually going to be a function of the number of fintech firms. So when you have greater entry of fintech firms, that's going to put downward pressure on the lending rate. And I'll show why this is really important for some of the findings that we have. Okay? Empirically, you know, there might be some cases where this greater entry does put downward pressure on the lending rate. In some cases, there might not. And I'll show you what happens when you basically shut down that channel. Households, typical household in the RBC sense. So they're going to be spending resources creating these firms and intermediaries. Think about this as a form of investment, effectively. So firms are basically a type of capital. The other thing that we introduced, just sort of to think about the investment, the financing of investment with bank credit in the formal sector, or the sort of larger firms, you basically end up facing this, this additional cost of creating firms among I firms that is also financed by credit. So it's just to be consistent with the other part of the economy. They supply labor to each firm category, so there are two types of labor. And then they supply funds to both banks and fintech intermediaries. And again, this is sort of where you have competition in the deposit market. You obtain standard conditions. The one that I want to highlight is the one at the bottom that basically is your measure of firm financial inclusion, that notice that depends on the number of financially included firms and I, plus the number of firms that are on bank that end up adopting fintech credit divided by basically the total number of firms. Those two things are going to be changing depending on sort of the changes in the barriers to entry for both fintech firms and firms that want to use fintech credit. Let me talk about the quantitative analysis. Let me just highlight a couple of things that I think are relevant. So in terms of standard parameters that we borrow from the emerging market business cycle literature, again, as I mentioned, there are going to be three shocks. An aggregate TFP shock that basically hits TFP or just productivity in a common way across firm categories. There's going to be this common domestic financial shock. So the shocks to basically the markup over the deposit rate for both banks and fintech firms, that's going to be a very important shock, as I'll show in a second. And then this foreign interest rate shock that, again, is typical to capture the cyclicality of the trade balance in these types of models. Okay? In terms of other moments that we target, we're going to have an average bank credit GDP ratio of roughly 50%. That's consistent with our EME sample. A lending deposit spread that is also, again, consistent with the sample of countries that we have. A share of financially included firms broadly defined, so including firms that use fintech credit of roughly 20%. So again, very low compared to what you see in advanced economies. And then the other thing that, and there's limited data on this, but at least the one that we could find, fintech firms are charging a higher lending rate compared to traditional banks. And obviously, the more fintech firms you have entering the market, hopefully, the differential is going to shrink, or at least that's what we expect, hopefully, to happen. And then we target from a volatility standpoint. Again, one important aspect that we want to consider is the volatility of bank credit. It's not financial stability because we don't have a notion of basically bankruptcy of banks in this setup, but it is a measure of sort of just credit market volatility. So again, we target the relative volatility of bank credit investment in the data. Again, this is an average of the EMEs that we have in our sample. Let me focus first on the long run changes, which again, this is something that we can compare a little bit to the evidence that we have specifically from papers by people at the IMF. So one of the things that we do here is we consider an increase in the measure of fintech intermediaries that basically matches what we see in the data from 2017 to 2018. So that's an increase of roughly 50%. And we do this in two ways. You can reduce the cost that fintech firms are facing when they want to enter. So that's the psi A, that's the second column. Or you can think about this as basically, this is the supply side sort of expansion in fintech. Or you can think about a demand side driven expansion that has to do with basically making it easier for unbanked firms to tap into fintech. So you can see that the blue numbers show basically positive, i.e. sort of good effects, so an increase in GDP, an increase in consumption, et cetera. The red terms basically capture adverse, quote unquote, adverse effects or reductions. Let me focus on the second column first. So the one where we basically, it's a supply-driven increase in fintech. The first thing to note is that we get qualitatively an increase in output consumption, an increase in wages among these unbanked firms. An increase in the number of firms across the board. So even the financially included firms, the ones that use traditional banks, the number ends up expanding as well. And part of that comes from the fact that this entry of fintech firms ends up generating an increase in basically labor income among households, and households allocate income across these different firm categories. So that's sort of an interesting result, that you still get this expansion even if in the number of firms that use the traditional banking system. Notice that there's a slight reduction in the amount of bank credit. And what I want to highlight here, given that I have 5 minutes, is if you take a look at sort of the bottom 3 lines, with firm financial inclusion, you barely get an effect. You basically stay at 20% in the share of firms that are participating in the domestic banking system. Now, compare that with the third column, where you actually get an almost 14 percentage point increase in a 10 percentage point increase in firm financial inclusion. So this is where, again, going back to what I mentioned at the beginning, when you end up making it easier for firms to actually adopt these technologies, and that can be a reduction in digital option costs or making it easier for firms to adopt these technologies, that actually ends up leading to an increase in firm financial inclusion. Whereas simply making it easier for fintech firms to enter doesn't really. Notice again that when you make it easier for firms to actually tap into the fintech, that also has larger quantitative effects on GDP and consumption. Okay. Now, one of the things that I'm going to highlight very briefly here is all of these effects come really from the reduction in the average lending rate when fintech firms enter the market. That puts downward pressure on the fintech spread. That's basically a reduction in roughly 4 percentage points. And that's where a lot of the effect is coming from. It's not about a change in the productivity composition of firms. It's actually about this reduction in the lending rate that makes it cheaper for firms to operate when they use fintech credit. And then there's this increase in labor demand that feeds into basically labor income, firm creation, et cetera. Okay? Now, in the last, hopefully, 3 minutes that I have left, let me talk about cyclical volatility, which again is sort of one of the advantages of having this model. And one of the things that we end up finding, and again, you can see that the red numbers are basically increases in relative volatility, so volatility relative to the volatility of GDP. Whenever you end up having this increase in fintech entry, you get a sharp reduction in output volatility. But notice that consumption volatility doesn't really change as much relative to the reduction in output volatility. So there's a slight increase in the volatility of consumption. Same thing with bank credit. This traditional bank credit. So one of the key aspects here is that if you take a look at the 3 shocks that we have in the model, it's really domestic financial shocks. So think about domestic supply of credit that are really driving these results. If you shut down that shock, you effectively don't get any changes in Apple volatility. So this is telling you something, and again, we don't take a stand in terms of what these shocks truly represent, but it's something about, it's not about foreign interest rate shocks and how you're responding differentially based on whether you have more fintech entry or not. It really is about what's happening domestically. To show this again, one of the things that you can do, and I realize that I'm running out of time, but you can see that whenever you have greater fintech entry, whenever you get hit by a domestic financial shock, and I'm focusing only on those shocks because those are the ones that matter in the setup, you respond less to whatever increase in credit spreads you see in the fintech sector. And that basically stabilizes the economy overall. What's really striking about this is that you don't have a very large share of firms that actually end up using fintech credit here. You go from 5% to basically something that's a little bit higher than that. But you still have large aggregate effects conditional on these shocks. So just to show you what happens here where if you shut down this effect that comes from a decrease in the average lending rate. So imagine that you're in a setup where you have greater entry, but basically the lending rate for fintech credit remains the same, no effect at all. So it really has to do with the fact that whenever you have greater fintech entry, as long as you have a reduction in the cost of that credit, because you have more competition, that's going to end up generating this reduction in volatility. And we think that this is sort of an important result when we think about the volatility effects that you get from thinking about the expansion of fintech credit, which again has accelerated in the context of COVID. Okay? We have a bunch of robustness results. So one of the things that you might wonder is, wait, what happens if banks also get to enter, right? They get to decide. That doesn't really change the results. You don't see, in the last couple of years, you haven't seen that much of a shift in the entry of traditional banks. It's mostly fintech. If you have oligopolistic competition in credit markets, that also doesn't really change the results. It actually makes the results stronger. So it seems like things are pretty robust. Okay? So let me just conclude again. One of the things that we're really interested in is trying to understand the aggregate and business cycle implications of this dramatic increase in the number of fintech firms entering markets in emerging economies. So we built a model that allows us to basically be able to understand a little bit where the potential effects might come from, and also from a policy standpoint, whether we should be focusing more on sort of the supply-driven effects or the demand-driven effects. Okay, so let me stop here, given that I think I ran out of time, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, and now I welcome Professor Harald Ho from University of Geneva, who will comment this paper.
Okay. Thanks first of all for the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to discuss this interesting paper. I'm going to be short, focusing on 4 issues here. What are the key insights of the paper? I'm going to make some comments on the assumptions and provide some empirical related insights from my own research, and talk about, thirdly, aspects that are outside the model but might well be important, and come to concluding remarks. So if you were a group of MBA students and not accomplished macroeconomists, one could reframe the question in this paper like you would do it in a business school, namely asking, what is really the competitive advantage of a fintech firm or a fintech bank? And this is how I would sort of characterize the key research question in this paper. It asks, how do different parameters of fintech firms have different, potentially very, very different macroeconomic implications? But one can very much frame it from this sort of competitive advantage point of view. And there are 2 contrasting hypotheses that you might make about firmtech. One is fintech. One is firmtech basically has lower entry costs, right? In order to build a branch network, you don't have to spend huge amounts of money into bricks. You can reach customers much more cheaply. Also, banking technology gets very much commoditized. So entry cost decrease is sort of certainly a characteristic of the fintech firms. And the paper distinguished this from a very, very different, structurally different competitive advantage, which has to do with the credit technology itself. And here, the advantages might be that fintechs might have a better credit technology. I'm going to spell out what that might be. And the paper kind of comes to the conclusion that both, depending on what you think the nature of the competitive advantage of fintech companies is, fintech banks, we come to very, very different conclusions about the benefits of fintech firms. The papers are relatively accomplished and complicated general equilibrium model, which has a number of endogenous parameters. Particular entry is endogenized both on the firm side and on the bank side. And there's a large number of endogenous variables, so I'm not going to go into this and rather sort of burn down the basic hypotheses that are contrasted here into two different ones. One is sort of reduced entry cost, and the other one is better credit technology. And framed like this, the paper's conclusion is actually quite intuitive, right? A reduced entry cost basically means that you reinforce intra-bank competition, and to some extent, lending rates go down because of more competition. That's a certain benefit. But it's not a revolution in credit technology as such. So you don't get the same amount of increase of financial inclusion that you get under hypothesis H2. A better credit technology can actually do much more. It can extend the credit frontier, the separation between firms that get credit and don't get credit. It will move it much further. It will actually contribute to financial inclusion. And accordingly, under the second hypothesis that we actually encounter here an improvement in the credit technology, we get larger growth effects and potentially much larger welfare effects. So then the empirical question is, which is it? Is it more H1 or is it more H2 in practice, or a combination of both? In particular, I think whether it's H2 is very, very interesting because it gives much more potential on the development side for financial inclusion. Those that work in development would hope it's H2. And let me give you some evidence on H2 from my own research. I think we have already evidence, particularly in China, on Chinese fintechs that fintechs actually do have a better credit technology. And how would you measure this? Well, you would measure it by the increased financial inclusion, namely that firms that previously didn't get credit or were credit constrained under the existing banking credit demand a lot of credit. That's actually what we observe. So here's some evidence for China on the superior credit technology of the biggest Chinese fintech, which is called Unfinancial, which is formerly was a branch of Alibaba. And we got a huge amount of data from them on 4 million vendors spread throughout China. And what we observed is that you find excess, use of credit excess is much more prevalent among, first of all, firms that are in regions of China which have relatively little bank credit relative to GDP. So that's the horizontal axis. But also, and even more dramatically, firms that have low credit ratings, meaning young firms, firms that are a priori excluded from bank credit. So we see this dimension of financial inclusion of what we might call informal firms, or firms without traditional bank credit, very much evidenced here in the lending patterns that we observe in Unfinancial's lending data.
It works both on the external margin and on the internal margin. Right? So this, I would say, is strong evidence for channel H2. Let me now break down the question of better credit technology a little bit further by asking what could it be exactly that fintechs do better. And obviously any credit contract is subject to moral hazard and adverse selection problems, so information could be a prime source. And there, of course, it depends on the nature and the cooperation of the fintech company with other firms. In the case of Ant Financial, the cooperation is with the biggest vendor platform, Alibaba, and they basically get all the transaction data from Alibaba and are therefore able to build credit models that incorporate much more information and most of all real-time information. Right? So we can see that fintechs here in this particular case in China, they have better information sources than traditional banks, which is again in line with H2, I call it H2A. And there's evidence that young firms in particular experience a growth boom in China, conditional on exogenous credit access. And how do we establish exogenous credit access? It's actually by a discontinuity study. Turns out that Ant Financial is giving credit above a certain threshold, and we can use the threshold effect to get a pretty clean identification of causal effects of credit access on firm performance. And in particular, there's a difference between established firms and young firms. Young firms have actually much larger growth effects upon getting over this threshold and increasing their likelihood of credit access from Ant Financial. So I think there's now information emerging that better information, at least for some fintech firms, is a source of competitive advantage. A second potential dimension in which fintech lenders might be better is contract enforcement. I mean, recovery rates tend to be important for banks, so obviously banking technology is therefore dependent on legal contracts, on recovery, and so on. And here, it seems that fintech banks are also different in being less reliant on recovery rates. And they also have other punishment technologies that traditional banks don't have. For example, if you don't pay back your vendor credit from Ant Financial, you might be, or very likely be, excluded from the platform, and that's the end of your business. So this is an enforcement technology that a fintech firm cooperating with a vendor platform has to its disposal, while a traditional bank has not. So enforcement is another potential advantage, and we see this in China as well, in Chinese regions which have poor credit institutions, poor legal institutions. The effect of fintech credit on growth seem to be bigger. Lastly, distribution costs are a very, very important issue. And there's a rural-urban divide that, and we find that Taobao credit is particular growth fostering in areas which are underbanked, meaning that have a large distance from traditional banks. So H2 here broken down into 3 different competitive sources of competitive advantage. And I think what future research, microeconomic research, has to establish is how do different firms scale on these different dimensions. And I think we don't know enough yet on what it is. So this is sort of like a business school case study we need. What is it really that fintechs do better? Lastly, let me make a note on something outside the paper, but which is important from a macroeconomic perspective. If you look at China, but also in other countries, there's huge discrepancy in the availability of bank credit regionally. I draw here a picture, a log scale of total bank loans to GDP in different cities, and you find easily cities that have 5 times as much or more bank credit per GDP unit than others. So it tends to be the case that traditional bank systems serve different regions in the same country extremely heterogeneously. And what fintech does is basically creating homogeneous access. So it's very much integrating credit markets regionally and geographically. I think that's a very, very important effect that we observe for China. So I think fintechs do integrate. That's an aspect that is heterogeneity in geography that is not covered in the model, but I think that's a very, very important thing. So it's an issue about the second moment. It's not about the first moment here. We get credit into regions which have been traditionally underserved. And therefore, huge reductions in credit distortions, because they tend to concentrate on the lower points there where there's very little bank credit. And most emerging markets have regions that are extremely credit constraints. So this is also very important from a distributional point of view, from a welfare point of view. So let me conclude. I think the paper asks a very crucial question about the nature of fintech's competitive advantage. What do they do better than traditional banks? I think this is very much sort of a business school question. I think the paper has the potential to sharpen our understanding. Even so, the effects, the analysis is focused on the macroeconomics. Maybe one could spell out a little bit more what these different dimensions of competitive advantage are, as I've broken down in A3 into 2A, 2B, 2C. That might also very much depend on the particular bank, right? Not all banks might have the same, not all fintechs have the same competitive advantage, and it allows us to categorize them, and I think that's insightful. I think a lot more microeconomic research is needed on where the exact competitive advantage is located. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. O, for your comment. Now I turn to the audience for question. We can take, there's one question here. Could you please give the mic?
Thank you. Very nice presentation discussion. I have a question. Who owns typically fintech? And do the incentives change according to the owner? My casual observation is that successful fintech in many emerging markets are bought by incumbents to avoid too stifling competition. And so you may have two periods when they are the new entrance and when they become part of the incumbent.
Okay, if there are any other questions, you can take one here, and after that, take your question.
Thank you. I think, again, both the paper and the comments were great by Alan and Harold. The three comments. One is, I was just surprised to see how fixed costs, which could be adopting a technology, was an important component. The whole point of fintech really has been that the cost of entry for firms who did not have access is really low. To be honest, it seems virtually zero. I mean, actually, I have worked in this area and traveled to a lot of countries interviewing fintech companies. What was really interesting that I found, consistent with what Harold said about China, was a couple of things. One is, at this stage at least, they are not in competition with the traditional banks. They are serving a sector that is basically has not received credit. This is also true in India and other countries. They're also in a sector where the volumes are very small, and it could be for consumption, for investment, but small investments. So in a sense, they are playing a very complementary role, and it's been made possible because the costs of accessing credit are high. Cost of accessing credit in terms of the entry cost is low, but it's true that initially lending rates are high because they have to make money somewhere. But these lending rates, and especially in China, because collaterals are not required, they build a credit history, and over time, with this fintech company, you can actually get cheaper loans. So you talked about, and Harold too talked about, is it because of entry cost, or is it because of better credit technology, better info, etc.? Very interesting, there's a third reason, and there's also holds for women for that matter. It is that the fintech companies are giving you very tailored products. They are not standard products. They are designed for each individual almost. When I went to South India, it was amazing how they would have a conversation and design a product that really suits the needs of, and the need could be the timing need, the business need, all kinds of need. So I think it would be important to recognize, and I don't know how you can test that, I mean, I can think about it. What is it that fintech firms are doing that the others are not? And what will happen in the steady state when actually they do become big? Will they replace? I mean, what is the difference between fintech and the big firms? I mean, to me, it's really about regulatory requirements at this point in time, Also, fintech firms don't have the, if they become a deposit-making institution, then they start to fall in the same time. Right now, they borrow, and that's how they are able to lend. But they are very creative. In UK, they are extremely creative because they do take, it's not that they take deposits, but they allow people to have shares, and then they lend on that basis. And there's fantastic, in some companies, even on mortgages. So UK has been, anyway, just some thoughts.
Yeah, so really interesting framework and likely to be a really important issue. So I have sort of two comments. The first is, you were focused on the business cycle analysis, but this is kind of an emerging technology, and I think it might be more interesting to kind of, look at this shock and how it's actually affecting these economies right now. I mean, your framework is really well suited to doing more of a fitting exercise. I mean, I think there you need to know how much this technology is going to diffuse into the future, but I think that would be really useful. And then the second part of this is, this is really just bringing new financial technology, and we've seen that happen when nations allow for foreign banks to come in, and so it might be useful to kind of relate what you're seeing with fintech to other types of financial liberalization or competition or just I think your framework's really well suited to doing that and also making that connection. So.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for these comments. And Harold, thank you so much. This is fantastic data that we're going to introduce because it helps us tell the story. So thank you so much. The first question about who owns fintech. It is true that you have some traditional banks that are basically coming up with these digital technologies to be able to cater to clients. Oftentimes what that does is you already have credit with that bank, and now you have access to the app that the bank has. I think there's obviously not every fintech is catering to unbanked firms. But at least a significant share that we see in emerging economies is. And that implies that then it's not necessarily, if you think about, I don't know, Mexico, like Bancomer offering, this app for unbanked firms. It's usually like small fintechs that don't have a physical location that are coming into the market and basically saying, like, there's this subsegment of firms in the economy that are not being catered to, so let me offer these instruments. There is a very particular example. I think there's a fintech in Mexico that came in, started as a fintech, and then said, we're going to buy a bank. So they were like able to expand. I don't remember the name, but that's like, there was an article in the Financial Times about this a couple of years ago. So these are really, in many cases, these are not necessarily incumbents that are offering these financial technologies. These are really new firms that are entering. Right now, these comments are fantastic. In terms of the fixed cost, it is true. So if you take a look at the Psi-A, the cost of entering relative to, let's say, like GDP per capita, that's super low. The question here is that what's happening here is that you're basically increasing the number of fintech firms to 50% by reducing that cost. So it's already low, and now you're making it even lower. So I think this is what we have is consistent with what you have in mind, which is basically, if you want to access fintech, well, get a data plan. It's not all that expensive, and you now have access to that. So I think in that sense, the model is consistent with that idea that it's a very, very small cost. It's still there. And now if you reduce it, you're going to get a lot of entry. In terms of the sort of tailoring products, I think absolutely when you go, so there's this this fintech in Mexico called Credit Justo, and it has a website where you go and you say, okay, I want this loan, this is the amount that I'm going to get loan, and you get the result in 5 minutes, right? And it's specifically given the industry that you're in, given the type of financing that you need, etc. So that is something that within the context of this model, I think it would be a little bit difficult to capture, but in our case, we're saying like, look, you want this credit to pay wages in advance, right? But that's something that you can play around with within the context of the model. Yeah. So what are fintech firms doing that compared to banks? I think overall it seems like they're entering into a segment that, again, hasn't been receiving a lot of attention by traditional banks because they might be riskier, because they don't have the documentation. Many of those firms actually end up expanding if they have access to credit, right? So what's happening here is that, at least from my perspective, and again, you're the expert, I am not, about the data, but it seems like you just have a lending grade differential that hopefully is going to basically converge to what you see with banks. And eventually, I think there's going to be some convergence between banks and fintech at some point. But what fintechs are doing is effectively bringing in the group of firms that is pretty large that was not part of the system into the system. And then eventually there's going to be blurred lines. Now, George, in terms of, so I think what you have in mind is transitional dynamics in a way, absolutely. So that's something that is actually super easy to do within the context of the model that we have. And given that you have this entry of firms that's endogenous, I don't think you're going to converge really quickly to the new steady state, but that's something that we should definitely do, absolutely. Yes, and the other components about comparing this to other episodes of sort of financial competition, having, for example, foreign banks coming into a country, how does that change the structure? That's something that we can definitely look at. Thank you. Yeah. And thanks again for everyone who attended the session.
So this brings us to the end of this session. I thank all the speakers and the discussants and the audience. And as you know, there is a break lunch, so we reset at 2:15. 2:15. Thanks.
Okay, welcome everyone to this second panel on the economic effects of the war and sanctions. I'm Pierre-Olivier Gourincha. I'm the director of the research department and the economic counselor at the fund, and I will be moderating this panel this afternoon. As everyone in this room knows, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a very sizable shock to the global economy. At the fund, we have likened it to an earthquake with an epicenter located in Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine because of the military operations, of course, Russia because of the sanctions, and with seismic other countries in the region through disruption of trade, disruption of remittances, a refugee crisis with somewhere around 7 million people moving to neighboring countries, and of course the disruption to commodities and food markets. And what has been quite unprecedented also beyond just the sheer intensity and ferocity of the fighting and the destruction that comes with the war itself has been the wave of sanctions that have been imposed by Western countries on Russia, especially sanctions on trade, but also on financial transactions. Now, 4 months into the war, the picture is quite complex. Maybe maybe more complex than we anticipated. Of course, Ukraine has suffered tremendously, and the impact, on the other hand, the impact of the sanctions on Russia has been much more complex to evaluate, and by extension, the impact to the rest of the world. And this is what we're going to be talking about today. And most of the sanctions that were initially put in place were on the import side, especially imports of goods that incorporate Western technology, and also financial sanctions. But the sanctions initially did not target Russian energy exports, a main source of revenues. And as a result, Russia has been generating very large trade surpluses in the last few months, both in terms of volume, but also in terms of value, since gas prices are extremely high, and even though Urals sells at a discount to Brent, it's still at a higher level than it was compared to a year ago. Another factor that's been puzzling many observers is the fact that the ruble has appreciated, although if you think for 2 seconds about what I just told you about the fact that Russia runs large trade surpluses, maybe less of a surprise. And in the latest set of sanctions, the European Union set out to implement an embargo on maritime oil coming out of Russia. And this embargo is not due to take place until later this year, and there are also discussions about sanctions on insurance and financing for maritime oil shipments, potentially preventing Russia from selling oil to third countries. So this is a very complex situation. In recent weeks, we've seen Russia, in fact, not the European countries, cutting off gas flows to Europe and raising the stakes. We have very elevated energy and food prices. These markets are integrated. The effects of these disruptions are felt worldwide. High oil and food prices are reducing real income everywhere. There is danger of food insecurity in many parts of the world, possibly social unrest. And the rise in inflation may push many countries through their central bank responses into a much tighter monetary stance and potentially slowing down their economy. So to help us understand this top-of-mind issues, we have 2 very distinguished panelists with us today. Elena Rybakova is the Deputy Chief Economist at the Institute for International Finance. She has become, in the last few months, for those of you who follow her on Twitter, one of the world experts on Russian sanctions. She's not a stranger to the fund, where she spent many years, and many of you know her, and we're really delighted that she could join us. Rabat is also not a stranger to the fund, where he worked for many years. Then spent some time as chief economist for the MENA region at the World Bank, and then moved on to be the chief economist at the African Development Bank, and is now a senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School. So we're really delighted to have them with us today to benefit from their insights on what is a very complex and pressing set of issues. So I'm going to start with Elina, and I will start with a set of easy questions. So can you describe for us the effect of Western sanctions on Russia's economy so far, and the bite that financial sanctions or trade restrictions may have already or maybe in the future? Can sanctions work if they don't target Russia's energy exports? And how realistic or effective would an embargo on Russia's maritime oil exports be? As I said, a set of easy questions to start with. Well, why don't you take up to 10 minutes to get into this?
Thank you so much. So I will give you an easy answer as well. They're yes and no. So the sanctions, let us not forget that Russia has been under financial sanctions since 2014. And people who do not follow Russia too closely, they must have forgotten about that. At the time, Russian corporates, the biggest borrowers on international capital markets, were cut off from the global capital markets. So at the time, the external debt of Russia went from 700 billion to less than 500 billion just in a matter of 1 year. So since 2014, Russia has been preparing for more financial sanctions. It did some of the measures like alternatives to SWIFT, domestic payments cards for the retailers, requiring Visa and MasterCard to use the domestic payments card system rather than international systems. And they also did some very sensible things. They've done inflation targeting, they've done a fiscal rule, their budget balance is about $40 per barrel, and their current account is also, sort of been prudently used. So therefore, when the first round of sanctions came immediately after the war, those sanctions were mostly focused on the financial sector. In this sort of horrendous game of chess, the Russian central bank played their cards or their game very well. They responded professionally, and here it's a combination, professionalism of the response and preparedness of the existing policy tools. So the fact that there is inflation targeting, the financial system was also cleaned up from over 1,000 banks to just about 400 banks. They've also has a sort of a range of liquidity support instruments that work in a very fragmented emerging market financial system, so they also could use those. At the same time, the immediate policy response was more than doubling of the rate on the day. They've stopped intervening because they were surprised by the fact that their reserves were frozen. They provided emergency liquidity support, and that just to give you magnitude, the Russian financial system did a swing from about 2 trillion rubles surplus vis-a-vis the central bank to almost 8 trillion deficit. So this is, and that's a matter of just a few weeks, days and weeks. Even the largest, the crown jewel of Russia's Sberbank, which accounts for almost half of all deposits and lending, they experienced severe runs in the branches. So they had to keep on shipping the cash to the ATMs and the branches. So, but because of this very shrewd response by the central bank and preparedness, financial sanctions didn't have as much of an impact as many had hoped, including ourselves. So our early forecast for growth contraction was minus 15%, but that was incorporating the effect of a potential financial sector collapse on the economy. So, but the answer is also yes. Why is it yes? And I see some of the trade experts in the room, and I do hope to see more work from them on this topic, because I do think where the pinch is really coming from is from the trade restrictions. And this has two components. One is export controls. And the US system went through the revamping of the export controls after 2018 into a much more broad-range strategic kind of export controls. And some of that was first tried on Huawei in China. And at the same time, European policy is much more limited. It's usually just for military dual-use export controls. However, because of the close cooperation between the US administration and European authorities, they embraced the same export controls as the US, which we can go into secondary sanctions in the questions, which sort of prevented the US from having to force European hand in this respect. So this is one. Another very big factor, and it's almost the private sector is running ahead of the public sector, is self-sanctioning by companies. What we call self-sanctioning is basically either withdrawing their operations and leaving on their balance sheet basically billions of dollars that they will never be able to sell or will have to sell at a very severe discount, What was it, McDonald's? It's tasty, full stop, So that's the Russian alternative. Or also refusing to contribute parts, or refusing to contribute means of transportation, for whether it's ships, whether it's planes or containers for Russia. So Yale University has a very good database, as well as the Kiev School of Economics. And for example, in the industrial sector of Russia, the direct effect of withdrawal, basically just as a share of assets, 30% is foreign companies. And here we're not even taking into account the parts, we're not taking into account maintenance. Gazprom recently said that they will not be able to, they had to drop their supplies to Europe by 40% because of lack of maintenance by foreign companies providing. So therefore, the financial sanctions, Russia was much better prepared, so it didn't have the same shock and awe effect that many expected. Trade sanctions, Russia has integrated into the global economy for 30 years. So to rip that apart, it will be extremely painful.
Thank you, Elena. This is a very good opening for our panel. Let me maybe now turn to Rabat. And Rabat, I understand that you have prepared an initial presentation with some slides, so I'm going to give you the floor and you're going to use that. But maybe let me offer the following questions as sort of a guide for your presentation. This disruption that we've seen in energy and food markets is having a major impact around the world. And there is, of course, a lot of interest in understanding the macro and social impact in emerging markets and developing countries, especially in North Africa and the Middle East. And so if you could tell us a little bit about that, and also tell us how countries have been trying to cope with the consequences of this very rapid rise in those staple prices.
Thank you very much, Pierre-Olivier. So I have a long presentation, but I'll do justice to the 10 minutes max that you allotted me. So very basic structure. I'll talk about the shock, the vulnerability, the consequences, the domestic response, and the international community. All this in 10 minutes. So the Ukraine invasion, as Elena just mentioned, beside the tragic loss of lives, have had a ripple effect on food and energy markets. The blockade of the Black Sea port by the Russian Navy, but also sanction. As Elena mentioned, there are no direct food sanction on food trade, but the payment ban related to SWIFT has indeed made it difficult for this export of Russian export to get by. Of course, there are recent announcements also on the energy front, and these announcements relate to seaborne oil trade, but they are not only they'll be for the next 6 months. But an important aspect of this new sanction on energy relates also to insurance, and there, interestingly, there were some announcements that Russian trading houses in Switzerland are moving to Dubai. This could facilitate some of the trade, including in food and energy. So it's a moving target for sanction. In terms of the effect of this crisis, there are obviously supply disruption for countries that are directly importing from Ukraine or Russia. But there's also the ripple effect from international prices skyrocketing. In addition, the third impact is on the cost of debt on account of the crisis. The countries like Tunisia, Lebanon, Egypt, and others on impact have seen their cost of borrowing double. And so these are some charts to illustrate the unprecedented nature of this crisis. the 2008-2009 crisis and the 2011 food crisis were notorious because they led to a lot of unrest around the world, and now we are really past this threshold, which is alarming. And of course, not all food items have risen in the same way. Oils, vegetable oil that is, cereals, and others have experienced the much dramatic increase. But I must also perhaps warn you that this crisis we may not have seen the worst of that crisis, in a sense that rice prices have so far declined early on and then now slowly increasing. And if there were spillover effect, including because of fertilizer prices that are rising, if rice prices were to increase dramatically, we may see the worst of that crisis soon. Fertilizer prices are, of course, a great source of cost push inflation in food prices, and this is not auguring well for the next planting season. Energy prices have also skyrocketed, whether it's natural gas or oil, and specifically for refined products, the so-called crack spread has also skyrocketed, explaining also the vast shortages that we see globally, because Russia capacity to export the refined product has also been somewhat taken out of the market, therefore leading to this important rise in prices. In terms of the vulnerability, there is the obvious vulnerability linked to countries that are bilaterally importing from Russia and Ukraine. But as noted, I think by Elena, there are also cascading effects from this crisis, in a sense that countries like Indonesia, India, have also put in place export bans to ensure their food security. As a result, countries that are importing from Indonesia, say for palm oil or wheat from India, are also exposed to shortages. And this cascading effect are alarming. But in terms of the dimension of vulnerability, I'll summarize it by saying that there are three real dimensions of vulnerability. The debt to GDP ratio, the extent to which the country is indebted, the net food import and net energy import, obviously. And countries like, tragically, like Sri Lanka, who have debt to GDP ratio well above 100%, but which is a country that is also an importer of food and energy, are exposed, and tragically this has led to unrest and chaos. In terms of the consequences, as Pierre-Olivier just mentioned, there are, of course, large macro impact. The real income effect for countries, say, that would import 30% of GDP of combined energy and food, in the face of a shock of an increase of 60%, would, for instance, experience a 20% real income loss. So these are really macro significant. And this is on top of inflation that was already rapidly rising. For instance, in Africa, inflation was already double-digit in most part of the continent. So, in monetary policy may not be up to the task, not only because it's a supply or external driven inflation, but also because the transmission of monetary policy is weak. But there are also issues related to competition in developing countries that are not helping the kind of measure that I'll be talking about in a second. There are also, of course, important risk of social unrest related to high food prices. This pertains to the macro implication, as households typically spend over up to 50% of their income in food and energy. And so in terms of the domestic response, countries have used a number of policies, including reduction of taxes, VAT, for instance, on food product, but they've also imposed price controls, which are extremely costly, and others have used targeted cash transfer. And these policies are hard to implement. Even so, targeted cash transfer toward the vulnerable segment should be the most appropriate tool. It is hard to target, to identify the appropriate target in many developing countries. And in the face of inelastic demand and oligopolies, may charge a much higher price and may make it difficult. And this relates to the competition issue I've raised earlier. Of course, other policies included export ban with consequences we just discussed on the spiraling international prices. Other countries have tried to hoard or build stocks of food. This is the case, for instance, here of many countries, but China is a noted country that have increased radically food stock and also put ban on export of fertilizer. So this is alarming, and but there are, of course, besides monetary policy and besides fiscal policy, there are lots of supply intervention that can really do good for addressing this crisis. And this is because, for instance, Africa has large amount of uncultivated arable land that it could put to good use and ensure food security. There are, of course, investment in this area, but they are not yet up to the task of feeding the continent. So lots of policy needs to be enacted to attract more of these investment, including issues related to land, but also the issue I mentioned on competition, including in the transport and distribution sector. And as a thought-provoking matter, we typically look at maps of the world where Africa looks tiny, but when you look closely, Africa can comfortably fit the US, China, Europe, and many others. So there is certainly lots of supply intervention that could tap into the enormous potential of the continent, not just in food, but also in energy and other resources. So really, to solve that crisis, supply intervention are key. I'll end by on a note for the international community. Clearly, the IMF, the World Bank have stepped up their support in the face of this series of crises. This should certainly continue while ensuring that this financial assistance reach the very poor and vulnerable segment. But there's also a lot to do, and I know that's something the World Bank and the IMF are focused on, is on the coordination of policy and trying to move away from these export ban. And there's also, of course, a strategic element of the international community response, which should be addressing that debt crisis that's looming, and that certainly will not make the financial assistance effective if countries have to repay private creditor. I know Pierre-Olivier have worked a lot on the topic, so there are ideas related to the invoking of force majeure to try and trigger restructuring or rating holidays in order to extend perhaps the DSSI, that is the debt suspension initiative that has served countries well, but which is now expired. But above all, of course, the international community should step up its effort to bring an end to this conflict and bring peace back to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabat. You managed to pack almost all of it in 10 minutes. Thank you so much for that. Let me go back to Elina here and maybe just rebound on what Rabat just described, which is already an environment that is very adversely affected in terms of food prices and energy prices for a lot of the low-income countries in the world, with very important macro consequences. At the same time, one part of the discussion we haven't had already is, you describe how the sanctions have been mostly on the import side and the technical and financial side. But there are discussions going on right now about implementing sanctions on maritime oil. Russia itself has started to move to curtail the delivery of gas to European markets. Can you tell us how you view these things, how they might impact both Russia and the rest of the world, how likely they are to be effective or not?
Well, Russia cannot weaponize finance because it's a very small and insignificant player in the global finance, but it can weaponize commodities, and that's what it's trying to do. So if we go one by one, when sanctions tend to work is when a country has leverage vis-a-vis the other country. We acknowledge that sanctions are not costless, they bear a cost, but the cost needs to be compared to sometimes military intervention, so relative to that it's cheaper. So where does European Union, EU have leverage vis-a-vis Russia, and where does Russia have leverage the other way around? So if you look at the commodities, oil is the largest share of Russia's exports. Oil and petroleum products are more than 50% of total Russia's exports, and it's also coming close to 40% of budget revenues. So the way that the Russian sort of rentier economy is structured, oil contributes a lot to the centralized federal budget via taxes, and that's why Russian oil production tends to be so effective, because it's taxes, but it is mostly taxed away, most of the profits. So oil is where the international community has leverage, can inflict pain on Russia. If you flip that the other way around, gas is much less important for the budget, is much less important for the export proceeds, and has always generally been used as a geopolitical project. So gas is also mostly distributed to Europe via a link of pipelines. And for some countries, they rely almost 100% of all their gas supplies on Russia. For the EU average, it is about 50% for gas and only 25% for oil. So it is in Russia's interest now that it's finding it hard to spend this extraordinary cash that they're getting from oil and gas revenues, and they got already $100 billion so far this year, the highest ever historically in terms of the current account surpluses. Well, they cannot spend it because nobody wants to sell goods to them. Of course, eventually they'll find ways to circumvent these restrictions, whether it's via other countries or via crypto, but for the time being, this is money useless to them because neither they can really put it at the central bank is sanctioned, nor they can spend it. So they might as well say, you know what, you have it. We're going to disconnect you from gas, we don't need this money, we cannot spend it. So therefore, Russia is incentivized right now to cut off Europe from gas. Has Russia done something similar in the past? What are the indications that maybe geopolitically they would want to do that? Well, Russia has done 2 energy wars in the past. One was in 2005-2006. Another one is 2008-2009. Those energy wars were aimed at discrediting Ukraine in order to build Nord Stream 2. They were not directly aimed at Europe. But once you have used this tool, it doesn't mean that they're not going to use it against Europe. More recently, we've seen the early signs also of this energy war by Gazprom is, for example, infrastructure in Ukraine. Until recently, all the transit has been going successfully through Ukraine, although the countries are at war, and Russia is paying Ukraine for gas transit while Ukraine is letting Russia do the transit. Well, that is until recently when one of the transit points has been occupied by the Russian army, and Naftogaz said, look, we can no longer control it, we cannot use this for transit. Gazprom said, what's your problem? So now you see already there are some reductions in terms of the Gazprom's ability or willingness to sell gas. And more recently, Gazprom said, look, foreign companies are not maintaining our equipment, and we have to drop flows to Europe by 40% because, no equipment, no flows. So I think it is more, again, the indication that Gazprom is willing to pursue these energy wars. On the oil front, and we can talk much more, I think for now, the biggest risk is the commodity price spike, and we have seen that already. The fact that it takes a long time to get to the unanimous process in the EU is challenging, and we've already seen Borrell make comments that, look, if there is any enlargement of the EU, we might have to go not with consensus, but with majority voting, because these are very difficult situations. But what needs to happen is tightening directly via sanctions seaborne Russian oil, And at the same time, if that fails, reverting to the US secondary sanctions on other countries. But of course, for that, global economy, countries against the war might have to face potentially much higher oil prices. And, you know, just to conclude, Russia's investment into, again, a geopolitical project, which is OPEC+, appears to be paying off. And, you know, if there are questions, I'm happy to elaborate on that. I think it is much overlooked, Russia's investment in the relationship with Saudi that started happening from 2016 onwards, when right now, then OPEC+ says, you know what, especially the swing producers, we're going to wait a little. You know, there's Saudi, there's UAE, who can actually ramp up production, and so far they haven't been really jumping on the US's request to produce more.
Thank you, Elina. Baba, let me turn it back to you, and then we'll take a first round of questions from the audience, maybe. But the list of the impacts on low-income countries is, from the current situation is pretty long and pretty sobering. This is on top of a pandemic that has hit all countries in the world, but especially so the low-income countries. We at the fund, we have estimated that the pandemic itself will generate quite a bit of scarring in low-income countries that are not expected to return back to their pre-pandemic levels of economic activity until much later than advanced economies. And so I guess the question I would have for you is, do you see the war in Ukraine and the consequences it may have as another factor that could lead to additional scarring, or is it more nuanced because some countries may, in terms of their overall GDP numbers, for instance, energy producers might be benefiting from some of the current environment, while others might be hurt? How do you view this?
Thank you very much. To be brief, I'll just say that there is the you know, there's the good, the bad, and the ugly. So the good is the Saudis and of this world, the Gulf countries, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, that have a smaller population but are washed with oil, which price is skyrocketing. You know, that's the good. The bad is the countries that you know, have either exporters of food, like South Africa, or exporter of energy, like Nigeria, who are populous and which benefit on the export side is mitigated, is reduced by heavy bill on either energy or on the food import side. And the ugly are countries that are like the Sri Lanka and others that are indebted, both food and energy importer. And of course, in the list of countries where things get really ugly are the fragile country, the conflict country, Yemen, Afghanistan, and others that are already on the brink of total collapse. So there it gets really ugly.
Thank you. So let me now maybe open it up for questions. I'm sure many of you have things that you may want to ask our panelists here in terms of the sanctions, how they might play out going forward, the oil markets. I see Andrea has a hand up here in the front.
I have thanks to the three of you for the first insight, very useful. I think I have a question more maybe for Elina, but for all the others as well, on sanctions. I'm looking forward. I guess I had this impression at the very beginning, clearly there have been a lot of political democratic support in favor of Ukraine and for sanctions. And I wonder, like with the war dragging and, you know, getting longer and longer, and like economic situation in Europe especially getting worse for reasons which are also unrelated to the war and inflation going up, and that, what do you think about like the sort of political support for like keeping on having sanctions going to be like in the next few months in the winter time?
Let me see if there is another question, George.
Very interesting discussions. So I guess I'm one of the things I'm worried about the sanctions is that we don't fully understand what could happen. And so I kind of go back to when the U.S. embargoed oil on Japan. No one thought that that would end up with Pearl Harbor. And, you know, the types of costs that we incurred as a world. And so I think some of the discussions of how destabilizing these sanctions are, I just don't know how much we're thinking about these risks and what could happen next. And I don't know if you have some insights into those risks. These are really unknowable risks, but I think they're important things that we need to be thinking about. And history tells us that some things do happen that we don't foresee. So.
Yeah, I wanted to just get to even the title of the panel, War and Sanctions. One argument that one often hears, especially here in the region, is that it's actually the sanctions and not the war that is causing all these food price shortages, these food shortages and the price spikes. Can you disentangle that, please? Thank you.
Let me just take those three. We'll do another round. So keep your questions, and we'll come back to that. Let me actually expand on what both George and Christophe were asking, and bring in the question of geo-economic fragmentation that is, I think, in the back of George's question. I mean, that's one particular way that things could go from bad to worse. But also the question of the sort of the nuances of the PR argument on sanctions versus war is also about that. It's about sort of splitting and gaining alliances or gaining support. So do you view, and I guess I will ask both of you in turn, I will start with you, Elina, do you view the current juncture as one where the world economy could bifurcate into something that is much more adversarial, you know, maybe going all the way to different blocks or opponents at least on the economic front, potentially on other fronts as well? Is that something? I mean, we've seen, for instance, various moves by Russia to try to disengage even more from any, you mentioned some of them, from the sort of the dollar orbit. We've seen other countries that have been sympathetic to that as well. So how do you view the play of the forces at the current moment?
Thank you. I saw the IMF publication was fragmentation there, and I think it exactly sets the theme. There is already happening fragmentation globally. There are countries like India, China, South Africa, Brazil to an extent that just don't want to have none of this. You know, South Africa would like to get Russian fertilizers and appears to be making a deal. India used to import less than 2% of oil from Russia, partially, you know, there are refineries constraints, but they want to double that, those imports at a discount. China is already importing at a max capacity and putting some of Russian oil into their strategic reserves. So that kind of global fragmentation has already happened, and Yellen was her comments of friendshoring. I think that's sort of almost solidified, and the response also from the other side at the BRICS summit was that Chinese are extremely annoyed at the weaponization of finance. I think that was also not in no uncertain terms was expressed also during spring meetings by the Chinese authorities. But the fragmentation I'm particularly worried about, and what's also Andrea alluded to, is within Europe. I think the court is for now in European, you know, with Europeans, the ball is with Europeans at the moment. And I think if Europe chooses to respond as a fragmented power to this connection, then, you know, some countries might have enough supplies in their stockpiles of gas for the winter, 180 days for some, Austria, I think. Others have almost nothing. And if the winter comes and they get disconnected and there is no mechanism for them to share those supplies or come together to the global LNG market to get alternatives, you know, as a big market, as big single market, well, then we'll have a problem. And I am worried that it might happen. European institutions have the sort of the EU energy platform, which was suggested some years ago. It became a little bit more effective or functional with the COVID vaccine purchases. Let's see if that can be made functional properly for this winter. The only thing is, it's a little bit easier for European politicians because if Russia disconnects them, they will be forced to do something. So rather than them having to volunteer that. In terms of do we understand sanctions? No, we don't. I mean, and when we first wrote about European economic sovereignty at Bruegel, I had to go back to almost rant publications to what is the definition of sovereignty. It was such an outdated literature, you know, nobody was talking about it before Macron and others started talking about European puissance and sovereignty. And there is something similar feeling of this economic statecraft, how it feels into our macroeconomic models, but I think also, as Jake Sullivan said, well, you know, economists should also learn from foreign policy experts. How does it feel with our national security objectives, with our foreign policy objectives? There isn't a model at all that tells me if I tweak here something on the sanctions, this is the desired objective and this is the desired outcome. Am I achieving it? And just like in early days of inflation targeting, there seems to be destructive ambiguity, even communicating about those objectives. So I think for researchers in the room, I think this is an absolutely critical multidisciplinary area to be working on so we don't end up with the crisis. And as somebody said to me, you know, from a very knowledgeable person, they said, well, if they take our foreign reserves that are currently frozen and they appropriate them, there is a high risk of nuclear war. Are we thinking about that? You know, that is a very important risk. And then just finally, whether, what is it? I'll try to make a polite joke. Whether, what is it?
Sanctions.
I'll try not, okay, I'll reserve it. Whether war causes a food crisis or sanctions. Well, you know, whether the guns or the cause something. So anyway, so on the war front, you know, Ukraine used to export close to 90% of all their total exports via 4 ports. That's it. There is no infrastructure to do it otherwise. And the fact that Russia, from the early days of the war, attacked those ports, to me is a clear indication that it's an attempted disruption of supply.
Rabat, let me turn it to you.
Thank you. No, in terms of absolutely, in terms of the worst case scenario, indeed, you know, it's all I think on our mind. The nuclear escalation is clearly one of such extreme cases. When it concerns developing countries, really, and I alluded to that, you know, protests, civil unrest are obviously. And contagious one are very much, I think, on my mind as well. Also considering prices are way higher than they were in 2011, 2008, and as I alluded to, also rise prices may be the next flashing point. In terms of economic fragmentation, I think the fund has you know, launched a great discussion, debate on the issue, but I worry more about the geopolitical. I mean, the economic is underpinned by geopolitics, but I worry that the West is 2/3 of GDP, 1/3 of the population, and that 2/3, the rest of the population, the 2/3, are indeed, for the most part, believing that indeed it is sanctions that are, you know, driving all this chaos, and there is a battle of health and mind that one needs to win to avoid that the whole world basculate into some kind of sort of a populism. So there, I worry that we may not come back from that, and you know, Putin has stated very clearly that he's going to use food and energy as weapon, and it seemed to be working. So we've got to ramp up on the geopolitical front, and the UN votes against Russia really are a warning sign for the West.
Thank you, Rabat. So let's go to the second round. I see that there were a lot of hands over there. So Prachi first, and maybe Ratna, and then we have a third question in the back.
I was just wondering if Elena or Rabat could speak a little bit about, you know, what implications could the freezing of FX reserves, and not only, you know, dollar reserves were frozen, you know, all currency reserves were frozen. What would it imply for the demand for dollar more generally in the global economy? And also, what does it imply for, you know, reserve management policies of EMs like India, China, et cetera, if you could comment on that. Thank you very much.
Ratna?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask a provocative question. Everybody's worried about economic fragmentation. And I want to ask the question, Recently we read that Putin said, at least, that Russia was developing an alternative mechanisms for international financial settlements with the BRICS. So to me, it sounds like a good idea. Why should SWIFT or one particular currency in the world dominate? It's good to have competition. What's wrong with that? Why is that called fragmentation? I think it's good to develop alternative ways in which there can be financial exchanges across countries. So I'd like to hear all of your views, including yours, Pierre-Olivier.
Yeah, so my question is also forward-looking, much like Andres, but Andres was on politics. Mine is more on the Russian economy, maybe for Alain. Like, so you mentioned these economic sanctions, or you call them trade sanctions in parts, and we know anecdotal, like, planes and oil sector lost the service operators, and tanks even can't be produced, et cetera. I mean, how do you see the Russian economy if this continues? Will they be able to adjust? And what's going to be the efficiency of their economy without these elements?
I will take one more question. There was one in the back over there. Go ahead, sir.
Merci. Est-ce que je peux m'exprimer en français parce qu'il y a assez de termes qui m'échappent en langue anglaise? I prefer to speak French. Alors, ma question principale, c'est est-ce que vous ne voyez pas que, je dirais, le monde occidental a sous-estimé la capacité de la Russie à gérer cette crise en utilisant toutes les cartes géopolitiques, avec la Chine, avec l'Inde, ça a été dit avec la dame qui a fait la présentation, la responsable, la patronne de la Banque centrale russe a bien joué le jeu, a réussi la gestion de la crise. Et ça coïncide. En même temps, on a des effets maintenant en termes d'inflation, et on sait très bien que l'inflation, c'est un mal public. Et dès qu'on touche à l'inflation, on touche je dirais, la poche du citoyen. Et comme conséquence immédiate, c'est la montée de la droite, des partis populaires, de la gauche, l'extrême gauche. Et on le sait très bien, ce sont des partis qui sont plutôt pro-russes que pro-occidentaux. Et ce qui fait, c'est, je dirais, on voit déjà un effritement un petit peu de cette alliance contre la Russie. Je ne suis pas là pour défendre la Russie, mais pour dire, attention, on est dans un système capitaliste qui vit, qui se reproduit et qui dure principalement dans un moment de paix, avec une mondialisation. Le système en lui-même, sa force, c'est d'innover, de sortir de ces crises, c'est exporter, c'est vendre. Or, avec cette crise, c'est l'inflation, c'est l'instabilité, c'est tous les problèmes du monde. Et là, est-ce qu'on ne peut pas dire que, comme je l'ai dit, est-ce qu'il n'y avait pas une sous-estimation des capacités russes? Est-ce que par là, on ne voit pas que les Occidentaux, et principalement les Américains, ils qu'ils risquent de perdre le contrôle de ce système et l'installation de plus en plus d'un monde multipolaire avec le dollar, avec le yuan, avec 3 ou 4 monnaies internationales, je dirais avec même ce qu'a dit la dame, avec 2 ou 3 systèmes internationaux en matière d'échange. Alors du moment qu'on va perdre ça, on va essayer de faire tout, à la limite on va brûler tout le monde. L'essentiel c'est de garder ce monopole. Et par là je reviens à ma question principale, est-ce que vous ne voyez pas que les Occidentaux se sont trompés? Ils croyaient que c'est un petit pays sur lequel on va faire des petites sanctions et en 2-3 mois, on revient à l'ordre préféré par les Occidentaux, et merci.
So we have a set of heavy questions are getting heavier and heavier. So let me start with you, Elina.
Maybe I'll start with Ratna's question on the sort of asymmetrical interdependence weaponized. I think there was a paper a while back. And there are arguments made that exactly more dispersed systems are harder to weaponize and potentially they're more stable rather than the centralized nodes that the US is holding now. I still think it's probably going to take time, and I think it goes to Prach's question with freezing of reserves. we've had a lot of questions during spring meetings, particularly about what do we do. And I think for the problem is there's no alternative, because this time around Europeans participated with the US and are very much aligned, and the freezing of the reserves happened together at the same time. As you know, Russian Central Bank completely did not expect this measure. They did expect some measures on the US Treasuries, and that's why they divested from the US Treasuries in 2018, but they completely did not expect the freezing of the reserve assets, precisely because of the concerns for the global financial architecture and the dollar. And I think that's why the thinking that it would be easy or fast to get the national, to take over ownership of Russian reserves and pass them on to Ukraine, I think that's a very naive thinking, you know, precisely because of the concerns for the role of the dollar and as the global reserve currency, and the legal challenges that might emerge from that, of having to prove that this specific reserve somehow relate to this specific activity. It will be very challenging from the legal point of view. On the Russian economy to adjust, I think it's a fantastic question, especially that since we're at war, and as Putin said, sanctions are an act of war, you cannot really talk directly to Russian authorities about it, can you? So I think the work of everybody from the outside has become so much more challenging. In terms of the adjustment, we have seen domestic surveys. You know, domestic industrialists have done a survey where 86% of companies have been affected by sanctions directly, exports and imports, and they try to break them down how. We've seen the Central Bank of Russia has done a fantastic survey, and they're going to soon do an update of the more than 13,000 enterprises, region by region, industry by industry, and then a type of effect from sanctions by type of effect. So it's a it's a big matrix. And so we know, and their conclusion, and Governor Nabulina was in Duma saying that it will take vibrant, free, private sector and rule of law to be able to adjust to this new transformation. So she actually said that in Duma, what I call reverse industrial transformation. Well, it didn't exist in Russia for the last 30 years. After the further tightening of authoritarian, almost totalitarian regime, I don't see that emerging soon either. However, you know, in a year and a half, 3 years, we'll likely will see some retooling. The fact that the financial system didn't collapse, it will help them finance some of that retooling. They will need the credit. And of course, there's more the incentive for them to find ways to use the dollars that they're accumulating via other ways, you know, whether it's settlement in other ways, or swaps, or you know, or this unfortunate virtual assets, you know, volatile, but still.
Thank you. So on the question on reserve allocation, I would say, I'd turn back the question and say that it would be difficult to find assets where these reserve, this investment would go to with the kind of depth, you know, deep market. So I think that would prevent a lot of the disinvestment. On the fragmentation of currency, I'll probably leave Pierre-Olivier to respond to that, but I think the other reserve currency would have to be underpinned by rule of law and things of that nature. So I think we wish there'll be more you know, countries that would satisfy perhaps the standard that the US has set on that front. I think on the question regarding the inflation as a regressive phenomenon, absolutely, and I think we repeatedly talked about the risk of social unrest, but there I would also talk about the silver lining for policies, including structural policies for the continent. There are lots of opportunities for the continent to enact the right policies and ensure food security. So while this is a tragic situation, it has highlighted the importance, I think, for many countries to address these structural issues. And the other thing I would point to is we've seen many countries, and I think the IMF chart I showed point to that. Lots of countries are cutting taxes, including the US, and we know this is not really working. I mean, this is not going to have a pass-through on prices, yet countries around the world keep doing this. And so I would insist that the IMF, but all governments around the world, be very much more coherent and look for complementarity between these policies rather than throwing whatever they can to the problem. And the reason why this is important is that this is a crisis that is likely to last, to be persistent. So there's issues of viabilities of these policies, issues of complementarity. We need to get at these structural policies that have created these vulnerability to start with.
So I'll add a few things to address maybe Ratna's question and that of the gentleman in the back here. So one way to look at things, and by the way, as an aside, on these issues of fragmentation, there is a very interesting issue of finance and development. There were copies out there. You can find it online. I highly recommend that you have a look at it. A number of different pieces there on the topic. The question that is the paradox to me is the following. Obviously, we are witnessing the rise of emerging markets, and they are now a big part of the global economy. And in a sense, we have a global economic order that was built on the previous generation of the previous version of the world. So some adjustment will happen. It has to happen. It will happen. And in part, this rise in emerging markets was also fueled by the kind of multilateral environment that was put in place by the institutions we currently have. It was designed to deliver that, and it delivered it. And now it reaches the point where it is being challenged. And so this is the transition that needs to happen. It's the difficult transition that is not easy to implement, precisely because it goes beyond the economics. It has to do with strategies. It has to do with geopolitical issues. But it is imperative that it succeeds. And in that context, this is the sense in which I also think that, yes, to some extent, maybe Russia was underestimated in its capacity to resist and be resilient to various forms of sanction, or even to instigate, try to instigate various forms of change. Clearly, they were, to some extent, this was carefully planned, even though some of the responses from the West, like the freezing of central bank reserves, I think was really a surprise. So finding a way to implement something that will be truly multipolar, where there will be different centers of gravity in the world, this is where we're headed, and this is the challenge ahead of us. The current situation is not exactly inspiring optimism. The forces at play, the centripetal-fugal forces are stronger than the opposite, and we're seeing sort of different parts of the world moving aside. To me, when we think about have we underestimated Russia, what really strikes me is some of the discussions that were taking place in many European countries up until very recently, very active academic debates even on whether the European countries themselves should be the ones stopping their gas purchases from Russia, thinking that somehow this was what was going to be, having some impact on Russia. And I think, as Elena very lucidly presented to us, it worked the other way. Russia is the country that is actually cutting the gas to the European countries, and European countries are trying to find ways to cope with that. So that's one example. But it doesn't mean, I think it doesn't mean that the Western countries are not careful about the economic implications of the decisions they're taking. And here, and maybe I will turn back to Elena with this, I think there have been discussions of ways in which, for instance, sanctions could be imposed while preserving the supply of oil to the markets or the supply of gas to the market. I'm sort of curious, what, as an expert on these questions, what your views might be on these things. There are discussions of having a cartel of buyers, for instance, or of using tariffs as a. So, what is your analysis on these questions?
I have to here agree with a number of papers that propose the tariffs and sort of like a common purchasing framework from the EU. I think as an economist, it's a fantastic idea. It makes all the economic sense. Unfortunately, politicians disagree. When prices are high, they do not want to say that, oh, we're the ones adding to the even higher prices that the population sees visually. And even in the US, we've seen quite the opposite action taken, although, you know, it's not related directly to Russia, but it's partially related to the upcoming elections and high commodity prices and high gas prices. So yes, so I think the tariffs and common EU energy purchase framework would be ideal world, the first best solution. But unfortunately, we live in the second best solution world, or even the third or fourth. We also want to set it in a broader framework. European Union with the Green Deal, which is fantastic, has gone to the market to many traditional suppliers of gas, for example, Algeria and others, and said, look, 10 years from now, we will not need you. So then those suppliers said, you know what, here you have the spot contract. It's very volatile and expensive, but you don't need us, you know, so why should we make, you know, long-term relationship with you? And instead, they turned around to China, and China now has agreements to invest in Algerian infrastructure in order to be able to have those long-term agreements. So the Russian conflict is also timed, quote-unquote, for Russia at the right time, when the gas prices were already coming higher. Europe became more reliable on the short-term sort of spot prices. And then, of course, on top of that, we're having the high shock. So I think for European energy security, the cost will be permanently higher and it will weigh on growth. And we were discussing here, the ECB was you and the colleagues, and what do you do in this environment? That you might be in the situation like in the global financial crisis, where you hike, and then you just turn around and realize the economy is disintegrating.
Thank you. Let me turn it back to the floor if there are any more questions. Antonio in the front row here. Gentleman there.
Hello. It seems that Europe is overambitious in its own goals. It wants to punish Russia, to have a green transition, to have cheap energy, and to have a role of leadership in the international monetary system. Something has to give in these four objectives, especially if you have little capital, political capital and economic capital. Which ones, in your opinion, of these four objectives you think that the Europeans are happier to live or to prioritize?
In Rabat's presentation, he talked about how controlled prices were affecting deficits in emerging economies. So in order to stop, because prices of food and commodities have risen so much, but they're often controlled by the government, it's creating deficit problems. So just think of an analogy in terms of FX intervention. You know, I think the thing we think now is like to be the things you can't stop you can't change the end point, but you want to smooth the transition to the end point. I mean, do you have some framework with which to think about how that may help policymakers think about the trade-offs they face in terms of adjusting to this new normal? I mean, assuming that commodity prices are going to stay high for some time.
For the sake of variety, maybe we'll start with you, Rabat, this time.
Yeah, I'm not sure I got so the question was related to price control and how Sure. Yeah. No. So the classic issue is indeed to try and do the targeting. So let the price pass through from international to domestic prices, and then target the poor. But as I mentioned, that has proven difficult also to identify who the poor are. But I do understand that certain countries have opted for this universal type of subsidy as a blanket policy to avoid the kind of unrest or social tension. So from a politics standpoint, while as economists we're really opposed to this type of universal subsidy / price control, in the face of such fragile circumstances, indeed. you know, one can really understand why this has been put in place. But if you allow me, I would also want to say something about this energy transition. Indeed, this is a very peculiar time also to have to handle such energy shock, because indeed this might be the last oil price super cycle, and Europe is faced with this difficult balancing act between ensuring energy security, so therefore investing in gas, and we've seen a number of announcements around investment, large investment in Qatar, in Africa, and doing that transition, I think as Antonio mentioned, this is peculiar because indeed this might be the last oil price super cycle, and we've seen investment in the oil sector and gas sector decline since 2014, and that explains why also the price is so high, putting aside the current circumstances. So very difficult, and that's where I think this friend-shoring strategy would work. There's plenty of natural gas to be found in the continent. There's plenty of investment in renewable to do in the continent. So as I showed in the map, this is a vast continent with lots of opportunities. So I think the energy security of Europe and the transition that Europe is calling for would have to be found in that kind of mutually advantageous relationship with Africa, and I think fine-tuning that is going to be key. But of course, there are other forces that are going against this rapprochement between Europe and Africa.
No.
Well, I think we're at the same moment for European Union as we were in the global financial crisis and sovereign debt crisis. I think just many people haven't quite realized that we are in that moment. And just like at the time, you know, some of the European institutions were not prepared to deal with the sovereign debt crisis, European energy infrastructure decision-making is not prepared. And we have fantastic people in the European Commission Energy, and they're working very hard, but there are few. And the decision-making process in Europe is not yet geared towards common decision on energy policy. So I think the cheap energy is out of the window already. It's not that they can pursue an objective, they can pursue unicorns, but you know, it's not gonna happen. I think here US is also playing a very big role, as well as, of course, private sector in US and in Europe. And we talked earlier about subsidization. I had an honor to speak to about 40 executive board directors on top energy companies in the US. And none of them was jumping to invest tomorrow. They were just asking questions, how serious are Europeans? You know, so this is multi-billion projects, either regasification or the increasing production or shipment to Europe. There are not enough ships, you know. It's a huge multi-billion investment to just do one thing. The same thing in Europe. Germany is, by the way, hoping to finish 2 terminals, LNG terminals, by the end of the year. But again, they will need somebody to ship it to them. So I think we are just in the very beginning of the very long and treacherous path, and we'll be talking about energy security for many years.
Thank you. I would add to that. I mean, I think it's very clear that, as Elena said, that I mean, Antonio is right. If the intersection of the constraints is the empty set, something has to give. And so far, we've seen very clearly that the willingness to stay on course for the green transition is the one that is giving up. The Repower EU measures that were announced 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago actually allow for increased coal emissions by the European Union, and increased in the production of energy by burning coal, which is, of course, going completely in the wrong direction. Now, one might say this is an integral constraint. The climate transition is not a point by point, it's an integral constraint, but then immediately it brings the question of credibility. And so we have this tension where we have announced that we want to move towards green transition, and this is already having an effect on investment in carbon-based production technologies, as Elena described, whether it's negotiations with the Algerians on natural gas, or whether it's in development of new capacity. But we also need credibility on the green path in order to generate the transition and the investment in the renewables, and the investors in the renewable sector don't necessarily see the commitment there. So we're sort of in the worst of both worlds, where there is a decline in investment and capacity in the traditional energy source, but there is not yet a ramp up in the alternative. And of course, that creates a situation where you have volatility in energy, and volatility in energy itself is something that might undermine the transition path. Let me see if there are any final rounds of questions. I see we're closing in on our allotted time. Yes, please, over there.
Thank for you. I have a question. I can't speak very fluently English, but I do it. The Black Sea war has its share of content for emerging countries like Morocco, but it's not also a source of export opportunity for natural resource like natural gas, rare metals, and phosphate for Europe. It's not opportunity for the emerging country like Morocco.
Maybe you can repeat the question without the mic. We'll understand better. Sorry.
The actual war in between Russia and Ukraine have a lot of create a lot of problem for emerging country like Morocco. But in the same time, I think that it's an opportunity for this country for export natural resources like gas, phosphate, and metal. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, indeed, as I mentioned earlier, there are, lots of opportunities for the Nigeria, for the South Africa, for the Morocco of this world that are powerhouses in terms of agriculture. But of course, this for Morocco, it would come at the cost of higher energy prices. So the benefit on the export side is diminished by the import bill that's rising. So yes, while there are opportunities, there are also the other side of the vulnerability on the import front. And in general, for Africa, indeed, some of the countries that are benefiting from this bonanza, from the windfall of higher prices, the exporters, they should trade carefully and indeed try and complement this windfall with appropriate governance, so they could make the most out of this opportunity, so to speak.
Okay, well, if we don't have any more questions, maybe I will close this session unless you have some final words you'd like to share, or no? So please join me in giving a round of applause to our panelists. I think they did a fantastic job. I want also to second the call that was made to do more research on these questions. I mean, it was quite striking at the onset of the pandemic how quickly the academic profession, economists, jumped on the opportunity to try to understand better the impact of lockdowns and infections and on economic activity that were not part of our regular suite of models. It's quite remarkable when you look at the quantity of work and the quality of the work that has been done. And in a similar way, I think that there is a sort of a call to research on the topics of whether it's sanctions, whether it's fragmentation, whether it's the sort of the geopolitical implications and of the environment we're in. And I certainly hope that we will see a lot more work in these areas going forward. Thank you very much.
Time to begin. Let's get started. Good afternoon. Coming back to this last session dedicated to labor market. My name is Jawad Al-Uthmani, and it's my honor to chair this session. So we have two interesting papers this afternoon, so no need to say that each one is going to be presented in 30 minutes, followed by a discussion to be done in 10 minutes. And for Q&A, we will allocate 10 minutes. So let's begin by the first one, entitled Worker Mobility and Domestic Production Networks. So this paper will be presented by Francesco Grigoli from the IMF in 30 minutes. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to the conference organizers for putting together such a nice event. This is a joint work with Nicola Pieri and Kian Ruan at the IMF Research Department and Marvin Cardoza at the Tax Authority of the Dominican Republic. And let me jump straight into the motivation of the paper. It's quite widely known that there are information frictions that are central to how matches are formed between employers and employees. This imperfect information can be about what vacancies are available at any given point in time, but it can also be about how good are the vacancy for the person that is applying to the vacancy. And these sort of frictions, you can imagine, are much more pervasive in emerging markets, where there is a high degree of churn in the labor market, and where the institutional quality is generally not at par with the one of advanced economies. And in order to deal with this uncertainty or these matching frictions, what workers typically do is to rely on informal information. For example, they access the network of coworkers, they access the network, their social networks, and they gain information about what vacancies are available and whether they can be a good fit for them. However, in the literature, to the best of our knowledge, there is no evidence on how firm networks matter for the labor flows in the economy. So what we are going to do here is to use a unique data set. We leverage this matched annual VAT data set with employer-employee data. We have data for 8 years, from 2012 to 2019 for the Dominican Republic. And so what it means is that we have access to all firm-to-firm transactions and data for all formal workers in the economy, which means that we can basically track how workers move across the different firms in the domestic production network. And the question we are going to try to answer here is how does this production network matters for how the workers flow from one firm to the next. And just to give you a preview of what I'm going through in a bit, we find that there is a sizable share of workers that when they move to a different firm, they actually go to a firm that is a buyer or a supplier of the previous firm. So basically about 20% of the people that move end up in a firm that is connected through the supply chain. And we also find that when these people move, they tend to climb the job ladder, meaning both the wage and the labor productivity ladder. So when they move, they go to firms that generally have higher average wages, they have higher productivity. And a third finding that I'm going to show you in a bit is that there is a wage premium for these people that move along the supply chain. So if a person moves to a buyer or a supplier of the current firm, it basically earns a wage that is 7 percentage points higher than a person that moves to a firm that is not connected via the supply chain. And this sort of increase in wages is persistent after the worker moves. And about a third of this 7% can be explained by some worker firm match specific component. And I'm going to explain in a little bit what we refer to with those words. A final finding that is going to be helpful to disentangle or to basically test some hypotheses that we have in mind is that whenever a worker goes to a buyer or a supplier, the firm that he leaves and the firm that he goes to start to trade much more than before. So how do we reconcile these findings? Well, on the one hand, workers are more likely to learn about jobs on the buyers and suppliers. So basically, the domestic production networks allow them to deal with the information frictions that there are in the labor market. And basically, this network allows for a better screening during hiring. But there is also a story about better human capital. As we will show in a bit, there is this match-specific component, which is about a third of the increase in wages that happens when a person moves to a connected firm. And we argue that there is some complementarity between the type of human capital that the worker brings when he moves and the inputs that the firm source along the supply chain. And the third implication, or a third interpretation of our finding, is that since workers climb the wage ladder, it seems that high productivity firms value this sort of matches more than lower productivity ones. So just to give you a few policy implications before going into the core of the paper, what we think that our findings tell us is that there are clearly frictions in the domestic production network. You can see pictures of the domestic production networks in emerging markets being much sparser than the domestic production network in advanced economies. And if this, our results imply that these sort of frictions have consequences also for the labor networks. And so reducing contracting frictions obviously can improve the job ladder. There is also an implication for non-compete clauses and no-poaching agreements, which are mostly generally used for across competitors, but there is growing evidence that are also used for firms that are buyers or suppliers of the firm that the person leaves. So our findings obviously calls for a reassessment of these no-poaching agreements. The third implication is that obviously if we have a supply chain shock, the labor markets are way more affected because obviously if there is a large percentage of people that move along the supply chain, if you get a shock throughout the supply chain, well, people don't know where to move. So our channel basically implies that there may be some amplification of the shocks from the network of the firms, from the production network to the labor market. And finally, there are growing concerns about outsourcing activities in a way, in the sense that they can basically put an artificial cap on the ability of the workers to climb the ladder. But if our results imply that basically the workers can actually continue to climb the ladder by moving to buyers and suppliers. So in a way, they mitigate a little bit the concerns about outsourcing of non-core activities. So let me just describe a little bit the data which are truly unique for this type of exercise. So we have VAT data, so all the firm-to-firm transactions for all firms in the formal sector. We have about 44,000 firms, 2.5 million transactions per year. And the median firm in the sample is connected to 8 buyers and buys from about 28 suppliers. The second big source of our data is the employer-employee data. This basically comes from the Social Security Authority. Basically, these are the workers for which the employer makes Social Security contribution. And after cleaning the data, we are left with about 1.2 million workers, which corresponds to about a third of the labor force in the country. A key fact that puts some limitations to our data is that we only observe the average worker earnings for the months that the person has worked. So we have annual data, so we only see what is the average wage, but we don't really know for how many months during that year the person worked. We also merge in data sets that come from basically the balance sheet, the income statement of the firms, worker demographics, and for a subset of the sample, we also have an idea what tertiary education they went through. Obviously, this is great, but there are some caveats as well. First one is that this is at annual frequency. It's a relatively short panel. We have 8 years, and it covers only formal workers, and the Dominican Republic is an emerging market with a pretty dynamic informal sector. So a key definition in our paper is the one for movers. So how do we define them? First of all, it's worth mentioning that we need to define who is the main employer for the worker, because it can be the case that the person earns a wage from different employers during the same year. So what we do is to pick the main employer as the one that pays the worker the most during that year. And then we define the worker as the one which main employers changes between T minus 1 and T. Once we do that, we have about 12% of the workers in a year that move from one job to another. And in the 8 years in the sample, we have about 1.1 million moves. So again, one of the punchline of our papers is that about 1 out of 5 workers that move to a different employer actually go to a firm that is connected via the supply chain. And this is a sizable share if you think that the median firm in the sample has only 8 buyers and 28 suppliers. This share goes up to 25% if we also consider moves that happen within the same year. And it's equally common downstream and upstream, so we observe no differences of whether the worker goes to a buyer or a supplier. There is an equal share in that sense. Now, we do not have, obviously, data for the US of the same type, but we aggregated the data up to the industry level for which data are available for the US in order to basically replicate or to study whether the flows of workers tend to be in industries that are more connected to each other. And in fact, we observe very similar coefficients when we compare the industry aggregated level data for the DR, the Dominican Republic, and the US. So this is kind of a useless picture, but it's very nice, so I like it to show it. So on the left-hand side, you have basically 1,000 firms with the size, each node is a firm, and the size of the node corresponds to how many employees there are at the firm. The edges, the blue edges, are the worker flows between these firms. On the right-hand side chart, we basically pick 500 firms that have at least one buyer and one supplier, and then we take randomly either one buyer or one supplier of those firms. So basically, we end up with 1,000 firms. And you can see that obviously the network is much more denser in the right-hand side picture compared to the left-hand side one, meaning that basically there are much more worker flows for firms that trade. And another implication of this picture is that if you see the size of the dots in the right-hand side picture, they're relatively larger than in the left-hand side one, meaning that this type of moves to workers and of workers to buyers and suppliers are much more common for bigger firms. So obviously, these 20% or 1 out of 5 of workers that move to buyers and suppliers, we argue is a sizable share. But in order to make sure that this is well above what would correspond to a random allocation of workers to the job postings, we run a random allocation exercise. Here, it just consists of basically of taking the number of workers that change job, and then that number being the number of job openings in any given year in the economy. And then we randomly reshuffle the movers across job openings. And if we do this exercise, we can control basically for a bunch of characteristics. We can control whether the workers move to within the same industry, whether they move within the same municipality, whether they have the same age, whether they have the same worker characteristics or not. And once we saturate the specification with all these characteristics, in any case, we reach a share of 11% in the random allocation procedure compared to 19% in the data. So our finding of this share being relatively sizable is actually consistent with our prior, and it compares to about 11% in a random allocation approach. Here, I should have titled this slide kind of homogeneity in a way, because this type of moves to buyers and suppliers happen in every industry. We have a 2-digit industry in classification in our dataset. They happen across genders and race. They happen when we exclude moves within the same business groups, because obviously we may have firms that are part of the same business group, but fortunately we have shareholding data, so we know which ones are part of the same business group. But this type of moves seem to happen regardless of whether we aggregate the data or not. And again, I mean, they tend to happen also if the two workers are in the same municipality or not. We do not observe in the data if the worker is moving because of whatever reason. So in order to basically proxy whether the worker is actually moving voluntarily or involuntarily, we do the following. We take mass layoffs, so we select episodes in which the workforce of the firm gets resized, downside by 30%. And in those cases, we observe a share of workers moving to buyers and suppliers, which is very similar, 18%. And to actually capture which are the voluntary moves, we try to reduce the possibility of an unemployment spell to the minimum, meaning that we take only job changes that happen within the same year, and the share in that case is more sizable, it's 29%. So all in all, we believe that this phenomenon is at play, and that there is indeed a sizable share of people moving to buyers and suppliers. Over here, I'm just showing you these, the results of the random allocation procedure. So the bars basically show the size of the movers going to buyers and suppliers by pre-move earnings and by pre-move tenure on the right-hand side. And what you see is that the blue bar is always higher than the red bar, meaning that in the data we see a larger share of people going to buyers and suppliers compared to what would be implied by a random allocation of workers to job postings. But the odds ratio, as you can see in the picture, are higher for the higher percentiles of the distribution, meaning that there could be probably some human capital, some role for the human capital, which may be relevant for understanding the tendency of workers to go to buyers and suppliers when they change jobs. So I'm going to show you now a few results about how these workers climb the job ladder when they go to buyers and suppliers. So another couple of charts here. Now I'm showing you basically the share of movers to higher wage firms on the left, and the share of movers to higher labor productivity firms on the right. And again, I'm splitting the bars by pre-move earnings, and I'm comparing the movers to buyers and suppliers to movers that go to firms that are not related to the supply chain. And as you can see is that the share of movers to buyers and suppliers is higher than the share of movers to unconnected firms. Meaning that basically those that go to buyers and suppliers tend to climb the wage ladder and tend to climb the labor productivity ladder compared to other workers that move. Another way to see this is basically to do a decomposition in line with the one of a famous paper by Alti-Wanger and others, which basically they decompose the net job flow at the firm between the workers poached minus the workers that are lost to other firms. And what we do here is just basically to split the right-hand side of that equation between the net job flow from buyers and suppliers and the net job flow from other firms. And then what we do is to aggregate the flows within the firm groups and normalize by total employment. So what you see in the table is basically what happens in the top quartile of the wage distribution, firm wage distribution, and what happens to the bottom quartile, while on the bottom side of the table you see what happens in the top quartile of the labor productivity distribution and the bottom quartile of that. And the results seem very clear in the sense that the net job flows correspond mostly to people that go to buyers and suppliers. So if you look at the first row, what happens in the top quartile of the wage distribution is that most of the net job flows are explained by people that go to buyers and suppliers, with people that go to other firms not explaining basically nothing. What you see for the bottom quartile of the distribution is instead the opposite, meaning that basically net job flows to buyers and suppliers do not explain the job losses in the bottom quartile of the wage distribution. And the same is true for labor productivity. So again, this seems to be evidence consistent with the paper of Alti-Wanger that there is a climbing of the job ladder when people move to buyers and suppliers compared to people that moves to firms that are unconnected. Here, another insight about the climbing of the job ladder. Obviously, people may move to buyers and suppliers. Being at a firm that has a larger numbers of buyers and suppliers may increase the probability of climbing the job ladder. So what we do is basically to regress a dummy for whether the worker moves up the job ladder on the numbers of buyers and suppliers. And as you can see from the charts, while we're controlling for a set of worker characteristics and a series of firm characteristics, but what we see is that the probability of moving up the wage ladder and the probability of moving up the productivity ladder is higher for when the worker moves from a firm that has a higher number of buyers and suppliers. So basically confirming our idea that when you move to a buyer and a supplier, you have a higher probability of moving up the job ladder. So obviously, another key dimension of this type of moves is the one for wages. And here what we do is just to adopt a very simple event study approach. We have the specification there in which we have on the left the log of the average monthly earnings. On the right-hand side, we have this SB variable, which is just a dummy for whether the person is moving to a buyer or supplier. And we have a bunch of worker characteristics and firm pair controls. But importantly, we have two sets of fixed effects. We have the origin firm year fixed effects and destination firm year fixed effects. And these obviously have implications for when we include it or not, that they have implications for how we interpret the coefficient of interest that is beta over here. So when we do not include those fixed effects, basically we are comparing moves to jobs, to buyers and suppliers, to moves to firms that are unconnected via the supply chain. But whenever we include those fixed effects, we are actually looking at the match-specific component because we are really looking at what happens within the firm. And let me show you the pictures of this event study. So keep in mind, the worker moves at time t minus at time zero. Time zero is the first year in which the worker is at the new firm. And what we show there is the relative earnings of people that move to buyers and suppliers compared to people that moves to firms that are unconnected via the supply chain. And there is a persistent increase in wages of about 7% without the firm times year fixed effects, which declines significantly to about 2.2 percentage points when we include those fixed effects. So basically what we argue here is that there is a better match-specific component when people move along the supply chain. So this is sort of kind of a placebo test in the sense that what we're doing here is we are comparing our results to what happened to people that move to firms that are not buyers and suppliers, but that become buyers and suppliers in the future. So when the worker moves, these two firms are not trading, but after the worker moves, they start trading. And they can be trading in any year after year zero. And what you see is basically that the effect is statistically insignificant, while continues to be significant for firms that were trading before the move of the worker. So obviously this is a way to mitigate a little bit the omitted variable bias. And yeah, so basically our results seems to be robust whenever we restrict the sample to workers who, once they move, stay at the destination firm. Also, we restrict the sample to workers whose wage goes up in the move year. So all very robust there. Using also alternative specification. But what I think is quite revealing is the fact that whenever we do the same exercise for workers that have a low wage compared to workers that have a high wage, what we observe is that there is no match-specific component for people that have a low wage compared to people that have a high wage, for which we know there is about 1/3 of the 7 percentage point increase in earnings is actually related to the match component. So there seems to be something along the supply chain, and we argue that there is some type of complementarity between the type of human capital that the worker brings when he moves along the supply chain and the activity of the firm, basically the inputs that the firm buys along the supply chain. so this is just to be super clear, this is not a general equilibrium effect. Here is just a back of the envelope quantification of what would be the average increase in wage in the economy due to this type of channels. And without going through all the calculations, but which are super simple, but the idea is that this channel seems to be quite important at the aggregate level because it implies that average wages are 1.2% higher for the whole economy. So coming now to the last part of the presentation, we think that our results can be explained at least through two types of mechanism. For sure, there is an information channel. Basically, the domestic production networks is used to reduce these information frictions that there are in the labor market. And so over here, basically, we're currently working on a model of screening. And the second type of mechanism that we think is at play is that there is this type of human capital complementarity between the worker and the input source by the firm that it goes to. Luckily, there are different implications for whether the workers move, for whether the firm is just trying to insource part of the activity by poaching a worker, and the implications for that are derived for a situation in which actually the worker moves because there are complementarity. And in one case, if you think that the firm is just insourcing parts of the activity, you should see a decline in trade, in firm-to-firm trade, once the move occurs. But if you think that actually there is some sort of complementarity between the human capital of the person and what is going on at the firm, you should observe an increase in bilateral trade. And before going to the results for this bilateral trade part of the paper, let me just tell you that there are at least, in our view, another couple of possible explanations. The first one is that there are unemployment scars. And, but this is not super consistent with the fact that we observe a large share of people going to buyers to suppliers for voluntary and for involuntary moves. So we tend to discard this hypothesis. And another potential explanation is that there are just differences in bargaining along the supply chain with respect to people that move outside of the supply chain. But the literature in this case identifies, for example, that there are clear differences in bargaining between men and women. And once we do the test for that, we do not see evidence for it. So we tend to discard these two last hypotheses and concentrate on the first two that, for which we find evidence. And just about evidence, here are the results for the bilateral trade. So just let me remind you, this is basically what happens to trade between two firms that see a worker moves along the supply chain. And you can see that once the worker moves, bilateral trade starts to increase. So this is not about insourcing. There is something about that goes beyond insourcing, and that seems to be related to human capital. So just to conclude, we have shown that domestic supply chain or production networks affect the movement of workers across firms, that this type of moves account for a large share of moves and a larger share of moves up the job ladder. We also have seen that basically there is a match-specific component to this type of moves that account for about a third of the increase in earnings of the workers that move along the supply chain. We have emphasized a couple of channels that we believe are at play. The first one being better screening, which helps to reduce information frictions in the labor market, and the second one being the similarity of human capital along the supply chain and the complementarity between exactly the human capital and what the firm where it goes to does. I'm not going to repeat the policy implications, but just to remind you about the broad punchlines here. We believe our results support the idea of reducing contracting frictions to the extent possible, obviously, to reassess non-poaching agreements that prevent moves along the supply chain. They also call for attention to all those shocks that are along the supply chain, because obviously they would impede some reallocation of workers along the supply chain. This wouldn't happen if the shock affects all the supply chain. And they, in part, mitigate outsourcing concerns with basically removing that cap that there is on the job ladder by allowing people to move up the job ladder in firms that are connected via the supply chain. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Grigoli. So the discussant is Luca Mazzoni from the IMF. So you have 10 minutes, please, to comment this paper.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so thank you for allowing me to discuss this delightful paper. I loved reading it. As all good empirical papers, the results are obvious once you see them, but they're not obvious ex ante. What I will try to concentrate on today is mostly on trying to understand where the results come from. So I will now summarize how I see the paper in terms of how the question can be posed, and then what are the implications. We left Francesco's presentation by talking about the possible mechanism, and my effort is trying to contribute to that conversation. So I think we start from basically two facts. One is that the fact that job losses have severe consequences for workers' careers, that is an established fact, has two possible explanations. One is the stigma about why you got fired, but the other is about firm-specific human capital, sector-specific human capital, and dislocation that has medium-term consequences. The other is a long-run task of trying to explain the heterogeneity of earnings that come through labor market sorting. Now, the importance of thinking about labor markets in terms of allocative efficiency in presence of relevant heterogeneity is a big task of labor economics this day. And this paper, I think, contributes by taking a very specific angle. So the use of employee data, of course, is the crucial aspect of allowing them to be able to do this. And the corner of the supply chain networks, as we will discuss, is, I think, interesting because it will allow us to talk about skills, human capital as separate things, and information asymmetries as things that can coexist in labor markets and that all concur in different ways in generating these results. The task is to then disentangle the way in which these things contribute to the results we find. So let me summarize the results, the main results in my view, of this paper. So those workers who move within the supply chain network tend to have larger job stability. Wages tend to be higher. Now, the third finding, I reported exactly as the authors do. The skill requirements are similar. They use the education of workers to talk about skill requirements. We had this conversation that one reasonable critique of this interpretation of the finding is that we're talking about an economy where very likely a large chunk of skill specifics to the industry or human capital is accumulated on the job. And so what measure of skills is college is probably very partial. I think there is a degree of skill similarity and human capital homogeneity within the industry that gets missed, but of course there's limitations to all data sets. So the fourth finding that I think is reasonably predictable is that following moves of workers, supply linkages tend to get stronger. There's something to be said about the fact that maybe this is this is a trend that can be happening in general, and that's those co-generate themselves. And there's something to be said about maybe looking at the structure of ownership of the firms in your data to see whether this is also something that is going on. Now, the very important part of my contribution here, I think, is to try to have a way of thinking of the theory that can be used to tease out these facts. So let's simplify the discussion by assuming a very simple setup. Let's assume that there's two possible skills that workers are endowed with. We will think of these skills for now interchangeably in terms of like, it's either human capital or it's an endowment of skills that doesn't change. Then depending on the framework, we will change the interpretation of it. And the economy has two sectors that combine the skills in some way to produce the final good. Then wages will be determined in each model in different ways. Now, the first two frameworks that I want to propose, to suggest, is the first one is the classical one, is the sector-specific human capital, the proposed mostly in a paper by Lazier almost 15 years ago. This is a search model with investment in sector-specific human capital, so you have to think of the skills in this framework as something that changes over time. It's endogenous. In this context, each skill is priced separately at the market, so they're additive. Now, another thing that is interesting, and I think we didn't talk about this in the presentation, it would be interesting to see findings on this, is a crucial aspect of this framework is who pays for training. Are workers trained? How does it reflect on wages? And how does it reflect in further moves? An implication of thinking about the problem in this way is that some findings are obviously there. Movers who have invested in what in the paper is called unbalanced investments, that is, workers that are specialized in your model, workers that are within the industry network, will have larger wage gains. Another implication of this is that firms within the network will be more willing to contribute to training. This could also explain, in part, why you could even have better workers in those networks in the beginning, depending on when you're controlling for them in the pre-trend. Now, another thing that this framework produces, it's a framework where there is no asymmetric information. I think this is the key point. You know? You're mentioning basically the asymmetric information channel, but you can produce some of these results in absence of it. The post-investment quits of workers go down, and separations go down too. But, and that's the but of in this context is, if markets are thicker, this wage gains go down. So one empirical fact that could be problematic for adopting this view is that if you see that within industry vacancies are higher, that they open more vacancies for moves within the for moves inside of these industries, and in general in moments of higher thickness you should see lower wage gains, because in a way in this model, like, the higher wage within the network is a compensation for the risk of not being able to find a specialized job. Another competing theory that is, I put it in the same slide because they are similar, is thinking of the skills instead as endowments. There's no investment in skills, but there is a different type of frictions. That is, you cannot price skills differently. You cannot price them separately. It's like you have to price worker skill as a bundle. If you adopt this view, what you're basically assuming is that the expected skill composition that you're looking at will create a sort of binding constraint on the way you can set up wages in general equilibrium. And in that context, when skills do not exactly match the composition of the production side, so when the production possibilities of firms don't exactly match the skill composition of workers, specialized workers will be relatively underpaid, and so they will be more sicked upon by firms. Because their skill is relatively scarce, though, wage inequality within the industry will go up. So this has a bunch of predictions that I think are interesting because you have two things that are not obvious. One is that workers whose skills are more general will see more switches controlling for how tight the labor market is. And the other is that more specialized jobs, that is, within industry jobs, for instance, will have more variance than non-specialized jobs. Both of these frameworks intend human capital to be general. It's just that the human capital is used different, like it's multidimensional and it's used in different ways.
We run out of time, so if you can conclude.
I only have two, yes. Two more, and I'll be fast. One is your idea that you talked about, which is what if firms face an asymmetric information problem? Sorry, there is a typo there, should be asymmetric. In this case, what the industry works like is the human capital can not even be necessarily specific, but the industry has a device to sort out the best workers. If that's the case, what you will see is most of your findings hold the same way, but the exit rate should go down with tenure in any case, because matches are overall experience goods, so there's always some uncertainty about the quality of the match, and there is just like differential quality of the inspection within the industry. A slightly different way of thinking about this is being in the same industry allows for a huge number of meetings. So even in absence of asymmetric information, what happens is that there are simply tighter labor markets within the industry. This is a very simple modification, but it does create this dynamic twist where better workers can accept entering the industry as a thing that they're willing to pay a compensating differential. So you can have this kind of strange result where your pre-trends are hiding the fact that workers are paying a compensating differential to enter the industry when they're young. And I conclude. So you differentiate the analysis in the paper in one way. When you look at the transition, you want to make sure that the transitions are job to job. And so that's a way for you to do it is to reduce the window of the moves in a way to assure that this is the case. Obviously, the ideal thing would be to look at employment to unemployment transition and then to employment again, which there's data limitations to do, but you can probably exploit mass layoffs in some way to look at spillover effects from the previous firms. Another useful thing that I think is important is using the age for identifying differential impacts. If the human capital channel is at play, age will be very important in that dynamic. We can discuss this in bilaterally because I'm short of time. But generally, what I want to say about this paper is that this was a very interesting and thought-provoking paper. We had interesting bilateral conversation over time with you and with your co-authors. I am really looking forward to see how you solve the issue of finding a consistent theoretical framework to those results. And I thank you all for your attention.
So thank you. We have 10 minutes for question and answers. So let's have a few questions from the floor. So yes.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just trying to put the story together. So you have two facts. One is that transitions to buyer suppliers are more frequent than not to non-buyer suppliers, and then that conditional land transition, you get paid more than if you were hired from a non-buyer supplier. So the first fact, when you see it for the first time, you start immediately thinking of like search frictions. So it's just, you know, people, and then it's easier to move because it's easier to find a job. But then when you realize that there's a wage increase, it doesn't sound like search frictions anymore. It sounds like it's just a better match. So even if I had a constant, if the search frictions were exactly the same, whether I was a buyer or supplier or not, you would still observe many more transitions. So fact one, to buyers and suppliers, because you're much more likely to get paid more in those, right? Because this transition is the endogenous outcome. I'm only going to do it if I get paid more. So I guess I'd be curious to know, can you then go back from fact two to fact one and say, these are better matches? And so even if I had no difference in search frictions, I would expect this much more buyer to supplier transitions. And so fact one can be explained by fact two entirely, or there's still some role for search frictions.
Any other questions? So if not, I have two very simple questions. So Grigoli, so you basically regressed, among other factors, the work characteristics. So moving from originate and destination firms. So did you control for two-way causation relationship? Because at the matrix X in the slide number 15, so there is maybe a causation, reverse causation between the matrix X and earning. This is the first question. The second one, this regression seems to be like a local projection. So why this this horizon for 7 or 8 years? Why didn't you didn't take 20 or 30 years as a horizon?
Well, thank you so much to all of you. Let me start from Luca. Well, I have to say, most of your comments require some thinking, so I'm not going to be so fast in giving you smart answers right away. There is what we call skill requirement that you were referring to, was not in the presentation. One of the reasons for that is that really it's an approximative measure of the skills that people have. And just for the audience, basically what we have is the type of tertiary education that people went through. And we see that, for example, firms that have a high share of electrical engineers trade with firms that have a high share of electrical engineers, and therefore there seems to be some skill similarity across firms along the supply chain. And we use this data to show this type of similarity, but I fully agree that is an indirect measure of skills, and unfortunately, that's the best I can think of, but clearly it has its own limitation. On the different models, I think that, yes, I mean, there is a lot that can be brought into this discussion, and that possibly we can test some of the implications. For example, the bundle of skills one, it provides, as you said, similar implications, and we can probably test some others. Maybe the ones that are about the sector-specific human capital, I tend to discard those, just because what we see is that these type of moves seem to happen even for people that change the industry at the two-digit level. So in a way, there seems to be some sort of human capital that is not specific to the industry, rather is specific to the supply chain along which the worker moves. So just to make things clear, there can be a case of a guy that moves from the tourism sector to the manufacturing sector, but because basically the tourism sector is heavily tilted toward people coming from France, and all of a sudden there is a manufacturing company that is dealing with France, this guy easily moves along these two. And the fact that he has language skills of that type makes him, brings up this match-specific component that I was showing you. On the job-to-job transition or JUJ transition, yeah, I mean, I think this is a limitation that arises from the annual data. So we don't know how many months the person has been unemployed during the year. No, we observe only the monthly average. The best we could do is to isolate moves that happen within the same year, so that actually we can reduce to the minimum the time span that the person can live in an unemployment situation, and we find basically consistent results. But yeah, these data are great, but there are obviously some limitations. Let me just answer the maybe easier ones. On the causality, I think that we don't have a clear way to deal with that, in the sense that we use this event study approach, in which the event is actually the fact that the person moves, that changes the jobs and goes to another firm. Maybe the exercise that can give you some, can make you a little bit more easy with the results is the fact that the results are equally strong when we isolate moves that correspond to mass layoffs. So mass layoffs tend to be generally some sort of exogenous event to the willingness of the worker to move or not. So in a way, that the fact that the results are very similar for mass layoffs compared to voluntary moves seem to be granting some credibility to the regression results. And yeah, this is not really a local projection. It's an event study approach. So what you do is to basically observe what happens to the earnings in the years that follow the worker move. And we have, unfortunately, we cannot go over 4 years ahead, just because we want to also see what happens to the pre-trends to make sure that we have a valid control group. And we have a sample that is 8 years long, so that's the best we can do in terms of horizons. On maybe one thing I was unclear about is the fact that 1 out of 5 of the people that move to a buyer and supplier. The other guys move to other firms. And then we have all these nice results for these guys that move to buyers and suppliers. So, but the share is only 20%. The other 80% move to companies that are unrelated, unconnected through the supply chain. I have to think a little bit more whether results 1 or fact 2 can actually be derived from fact 1 or invalidates fact 1. But yeah, what I would say is that there is for sure some resolution of uncertainty via the domestic production network. And the way I interpret the fact that we have these increasing wages, lower separation rates, and the fact that when we control for the year firm fixed effects, both the destination and the origin firm, makes us think that that portion is really, I know it's a residual, but it's something that is related truly to the match. Well, I'm not sure I completely answered the question, but happy to talk bilaterally. Thank you.
Thank you, Grigoli. So the next paper will be presented by Fioria Condiroli from the London School of Economics, and will cover jobless and stack youth unemployment and COVID-19 in India. Grigoli, Condiroli, sorry, you have 30 minutes. Please, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me and for sticking around. This is a very recent work with my co-author at the London School of Economics, Swati Dhingra. A little bit on the motivation behind this paper. Youth unemployment is a big challenge in developing countries. We can see here the range is from 14.5% in sub-Saharan Africa to 21.5% in South Asia, and even higher, 26.9% in Middle East and North Africa. Previous economic research has shown that scars from entering a weak labor market when young, and from unemployment spells when young are not transitory, and young people who face higher unemployment rates or likelihood of being unemployed it translates into lower earnings in the long run, lower human skills, and also a higher likelihood to enter criminal activities. Overall, there's a limited understanding of youth unemployment dynamics and also the effectiveness of labor market policies in developing economies versus developed economies. In particular, India has a very large young and informal workforce of around 89%, but this is typical of developing countries, which ranges from 62% in Colombia to 95% in Bangladesh. COVID-19 induced economic contraction in India, which was solely responsible for the reversal of declining trends of global inequality. This is just a symbol of the youth unemployment issue in India. This was this year in January 26th. Thousands of young job seekers set fire to an empty stationary railway coach in an Indian city. More than 12 million people had applied for 35,000 clerical jobs at Indian Railways, which is the better, which is one of the world's largest employers. To answer the question on unemployment dynamics, we use the data from Consumer Pyramids Household Survey, which is collected by the Center for the Monitoring of Indian Economy. This is a private company that has been collecting monthly data on unemployment and income in India and effectively has replaced the government and the Ministry of Statistics in collecting labor market data. We use the employment status and also the unemployment duration of a panel of individuals from January 2017 to August 2021. So we have data before and a bit after the first and second wave of COVID in India. This is a panel survey, which is important to answer our question, and it's conducted 3 times per year, during which times the employment status of the individual is recorded. For the second part of the paper, when we look into the labor market policies that are designed to tackle unemployment, we actually use a primary survey that we did in India. This started before COVID, but then it kind of carried on, and we use a random sample of individuals from the low-income states of Bihar, Jharkhand, and Uttar Pradesh. These individuals were asked again about their employment status and employment arrangements, as well as their opinions on the labor market policies to tackle unemployment. This is an overview of the findings on unemployment dynamics. Youth unemployment drives the national unemployment rate in India. More young workers dropped out of the labor force during the pandemic, and fewer found jobs compared to the national average and compared to the older workers. The youth are more likely to be stuck in unemployment and more likely to move from employment to joblessness or lose their job. They are less likely to move out of unemployment into employment. And they are more likely to move out of inactivity, but they actually go into unemployment rather than employment, which happens for the older workers. And finally, the share of the new entrants in the working age population in India is under 2%, but they have higher unemployment rates of 3 percentage points than the existing workers. This is the quarterly labor market flows as a share of the initial status. On the left-hand side, we plot the national market flows, and on the right-hand side, we plot the young workers, which we define as being between the age of 15 and 25. I can see, so I need to move, sorry. So we see that okay. Yeah. Is this okay? Yeah. Okay, sorry. So the young workers are more likely to go from employment to unemployment. think so. Or not? Yes, it does. So the young workers are more likely to move from employment to unemployment, 5% versus less than 1% for the overall national statistics. They are also more likely to move from inactivity to unemployment and inactivity to employment, so there's more movement from out of inactivity. The move from unemployment to employment for the younger workers is at 12%, which is again lower than for the national average of 15%. So this just shows that both the movement from employment to unemployment is higher for the younger workers compared to the national average, and also the movement vice versa from unemployment to employment is lower for the younger workers versus the national average. This, I forgot to mention, is before COVID, so this is the transitions between the quarters of January, April to May, August 2019 for all India and for the younger workers. Here we plot the unemployment on the left-hand side. The graph plots the unemployment rate and change in unemployment, as well as movement out of inactivity and movement into unemployment and out of unemployment. We can see that during the first wave of COVID in April 2020, the unemployment rate for younger workers increased in India, and it went higher than 40% of the labor force, and also the transition between unemployment and inactivity really jumped during the same time. We can also see that the unemployment rate didn't really recover after the first and second wave, and now it is higher than it was before COVID. On the right-hand side, we have inactivity and labor market force. The inactivity rate of young workers in India is quite high. It was less than 80%, and it almost reached 80% during the first wave of COVID, and also similarly to the unemployment rate, it hasn't really recovered. Finally, the share of new entrants into the working age population was under 2% throughout this period, but the entrants into the working age population have a higher unemployment rate, both before COVID but also after COVID. So for example, in May 2019, they had an unemployment rate of 12% versus almost 8% of the incumbents, and in May 2021, the unemployment rate for the new entrants into the working age population is 17.5% versus 7.9% of the others. This is now the kind of the second part of the paper. This is using our primary data. We conducted this policy information experiment design between January 21 and March 2021. Again, we sampled individuals living in low-income states of Bihar, Jharkhand, and Uttar Pradesh, and these are individuals only in urban areas, which is important for the policy in question. We wanted to survey individuals who had worked before the pandemic because we wanted to see the impact of COVID on their employment arrangements, and also we focused on the younger workers between the age of 18 to 40 years old. This is kind of how our policy information experiment design worked. We had a full sample of around 4,700 individuals. We divided them in two parts, those that were asked an opinion about their preferred labor market policy to tackle unemployment, and those that were not asked for an opinion. And then within the same groups, we randomized them into 3 groups and gave them information on 2 different types of policies that can tackle unemployment in urban areas. One is the job guarantee, and one is cash transfer. The group that got the pre-treatment opinion were asked the following question. We would like to ask you about your views on the work situation, the role of government, which one of these policies paid by the government do you think would be most effective in tackling unemployment in urban areas? And the options were job guarantee for urban workers, direct cash transfer for urban individuals, wage subsidy to reduce labor costs, land grant tax holiday or other incentives, and other with open-ended answers. after being asked their opinion or not, depending on which group they were given this information on job guarantees. Job guarantees are actually quite popular in India because India runs the world's largest job guarantee program in rural areas, in which the government has to offer 100 days of work to individuals who have not had a job. So we give a similar information and also examples of what job guarantees can look like in urban areas in India. After given this information, we asked them, how good on a scale of 0 to 10 do you think a job guarantee program paid by the government would be to tackle unemployment in urban areas? And also the same question, but about cash transfers. Similarly, for the cash transfer treatment part of the group, we tell them about how usually cash transfers work, and also give an example of cash transfers that were used at the beginning of the pandemic in India. And then we ask them, again, on a scale of 0 to 10, how good do you think a cash transfer paid by the government would be to tackle unemployment in urban areas? And then, again, 0 to 10, how good the job guarantee program would be to tackle unemployment in urban areas. And all these people, regardless of their treatment status, are also asked to choose between a job guarantee and a cash transfer. These are all our main results. Overall, 85% of the sample would choose a job guarantee over a cash transfer program. On table 1, we report the results on the effect of having the information provided. So having the information provided, either the job guarantee or the cash transfer, reduces slightly the likelihood of choosing a job guarantee, but it's not statistically significant. And similarly, in table 1, column 2, we can see that regardless if you get the cash transfer program information or job guarantee program information, it does reduce slightly the likelihood of choosing a job guarantee over a cash transfer, but it's not statistically significant. In table 2, we look at the impact of being asked about your opinion. Remember, this was the first question when we asked them which of these 5 policy options you think is better for tackling unemployment. Again, being asked the opinion and given the information reduces slightly the likelihood of choosing a job guarantee, and the order also has the same impact, but none of these results are statistically significant, which just shows that the information provided or being asked about their policy preferences has no impact on policy choice. In this case, it's overwhelmingly a job guarantee program. Here I've plotted the reasons why the individuals choose their preferred policy. So for those who prefer job guarantee to cash transfers, the overwhelming reason is that people need more days of work. So they think that job guarantees would solve the issue of the lack of work. And also there seems to be some faith in the government that they will be paid for the work that they do, even if the payment is delayed, which again is the case with the other job guarantee program in India. For those who prefer cash transfer to job guarantee, which is 15% of the sample, the main reason is that cash transfers are more flexible, and interestingly, the second more reason is that the wages under the job guarantee programs are too low, which again is true for the job guarantee in rural areas in India. So in conclusion, the rise in unemployment in India has opened risks of long-term unemployment and livelihood losses, which threaten income growth and well-being. This is not just in India. This problem is a feature of many developing economies that have large informal sectors and don't have unemployment benefits. We find that the youth are more likely to be stuck in unemployment and also more likely to move from employment to joblessness. In our policy information experiment, we find that the overwhelming majority of our sample would like a job guarantee from the government to tackle the unemployment crisis. Thank you.
So now it's time to discuss the paper. It will be done by Samih Tuman from the TED University. So please, you have 10 minutes.
Thanks. Thank you, Fiola, for the very nice presentation. I also would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be in Morocco. So I read the paper with great interest. I think it is a very nice paper, policy relevant. It also fits the conference theme well. So the youth unemployment has always been a very important policy issue, especially for developing economies. We know very well youth unemployment dynamics in developed countries, especially in the US, but there is actually little evidence on youth unemployment dynamics in developing countries. As a side observation, global inequality had been falling in the past decades, but it seems like, at least in the short term, COVID-19 reversed this trend. And there is also several pieces of evidence showing that this reversal was mostly driven by was partly driven by what happened in India. Well, after the pandemic, youth unemployment sharply increased. Later on, GDP recovered, but youth unemployment remained high. And this also had some political economic consequences. So this paper provides two pieces of evidence. The first one is it presents some evidence for youth unemployment dynamics in India, and especially focusing on what happened after the COVID-19 crisis. And it also discusses the potential of different labor market policies in achieving transformative recovery from long-term worklessness in India, and the focus is on policy preferences of workers, and there is also a randomized information treatment to measure this effect. As I said, there are two pieces of evidence. The first one focuses on the youth unemployment dynamics, and the second one focuses on policy preferences of workers. To address the first one, the authors use longitudinal data on employment status and labor market transitions of young people. There are three labor market states: employment, unemployment, and inactivity. And they use this Consumer Pyramids Household Survey, which covers the period between January 2017 and August 2021. So they use a simple differential equation, a decomposition model, but there is a nuance. Their model accounts for the fact that new entrants into the working age population might face higher unemployment rates. There is this demographic heterogeneity dimension in the differential equation. For the second part, they use a survey conducted by LSE Center for Economic Performance, which is implemented before and after the pandemic in low-income states of India, three low-income states of India. And individuals who had worked before the pandemic and were between 18 to 40 years old were interviewed to understand the experience of individuals who had been in the labor force and whose work may have been impacted by the pandemic. So as I said, there are two rounds of data collection, before and during the pandemic and after the pandemic. The focus is on to measure the preferences over policies of these individuals for tackling unemployment. They use a randomized policy information experiment, and they randomly assign pre-treatment opinion on certain policies, and these policies are cash transfer and job guarantee policies. They also switch the order of providing the information just to avoid certain biases. The findings is that for the first part, they find that moving out of unemployment to employment became much harder for the youth after the pandemic. They mostly moved into inactivity, and related to this, inactivity became an absorbing state, and finally new entrants have much higher unemployment rates than incumbents. For the second part of the paper, they find that an overwhelming majority of the respondents would choose a job guarantee over a cash transfer program. They also show that the information on existing programs for job guarantee or cash transfers does not have an impact on the policy choices of young workers. There's some statistically insignificant shift away from job guarantees, but as I said, it is not significant, statistically significant. And well, they also report that job guarantees directly address lack of work, and it also provides wage payment certainty. And cash transfers are more preferable because they're more flexible, and sometimes cash transfers are more preferable because of the delays in payment and the role of contractors and the nature of works for the job guarantee programs. Okay, so my comments for the first part, the unemployment dynamics part. I think more information about the panel structure is needed because it covers the period of the pandemic. So, well, attrition is particularly important for this period. So I think it would be good to show some statistics, whether there is any attrition in the panel or not. Also, some heterogeneity analysis would also be useful. I mean, the results with respect to education categories, gender dimensions, etc. It would be especially important for the Indian context. Well, you mentioned in the paper that the panel data may not be representative. That's fine, but I think it's also good to discuss the potential compositional biases to let the reader know about the potential biases and how to interpret the results. So how it deviates, how the sample deviates from a potentially representative one. So I think that's an important issue. Since this is a very detailed survey about the employment status of workers, I presume that there might be some question about wages. So I think it would be very nice to show what happens to wages before and after the pandemic. So that would add depth to the analysis. So the differential equation is a three-state model. So why not introducing informal employment as a fourth state, so that to understand the transition between formal and informal employment during the pandemic, just to show some additional mechanism which can also improve exposition of the paper, the story. Well, there's also, we know that when economic conditions get worse, going back to school or not graduating from school is an option. I think it is also important if you have some variable to measure this education dimension for the choices of youth. And finally, I mean, related to these last three comments, so what are the main mechanisms? So you show that inactivity became an absorbing state, but what derives this? Demand-side forces, supply-side forces, I mean, preferences, voluntary versus involuntary. I think that would be good to discuss these issues. For the second part, the policy preference survey, I think it would be useful to clarify the survey setting. First of all, the exact dates of implementation. Well, what is before, what is after? And also, I mean, the current version of the paper reads like, I mean, you knew that pandemic will happen, so you did a pre-survey and then you did a survey after the pandemic. So I think it would be also good to explain the main goal of the survey. I mean, then it transformed into something else, etc., just to inform the reader better about these issues. Well, I had some difficulty in understanding why measuring the policy preferences of workers matter for policy. So does it relate to these political tensions? Because I mean, these responses may not produce an optimal policy composition from the viewpoint of social welfare, right? So I think it would be useful to discuss why is it useful for policy? Why do we want to know the policy preference of individuals, right? So job guarantee versus cash transfer program. So I think that part needs to be discussed in a better way. And also you showed some statistically insignificant results. How should we interpret the statistical insignificance of the coefficients? I mean, because you also tend to interpret the signs, the negative signs of the coefficients as a result of the analysis. So I think that parts also need to be improved. Another question, a bit minor issue. So are there any interactions between the respondents? Since this sounds like a small survey, it might be the case that survey respondents may be interacting with each other so that, they knew that you are differentiating the structure of the survey. So that may bias the results, as you know, in this kind of settings. And finally, I think this is important. So now the current version reads like there are two distinct pieces of evidence. So is it possible to bring together these two, the unemployment dynamics part and the policy preference part, to tell a coherent story together? So, okay, I understand that they are related, but that relation is not very clear to the reader. Maybe the wages thing may help bringing that two pieces together. That's my suggestion. And finally, there is this paper, Econometrica paper by Alfonsi, Bandiera, Imran Rasul, and some other co-authors. They do this youth unemployment study in Uganda. They also bring firms into play. They ask firms' preferences, and they also measure the dynamics when firms are involved into the analysis. So I think it would also be useful to also consider the role of firms, both in the dynamics part and also in the policy preference part. Thank you very much. This is the end of my discussion.
So thank you. Now we have the last 10 minutes for questions, answers. Thanks. So any questions there?
First of all, let me thank you for your very interesting presentation. So you found that that moving out of employment to employment become much harder for the youth after the pandemic. So do you think that this fact is, among others, due to an hysteresis effect, which indicates a permanent change in the workforce from the loss of job skills, which make young people less employable after the pandemic? Thank you.
Just to clarify, you did the intervention where you were telling people about the benefits of these different programs. What was the economic hypothesis that you were testing? Was it something about these people being not aware of these, or there was something else that you had in mind?
Any other questions? I have one or two small questions. The first one, when do you analyze the unemployment dynamics? So did you take into account the need, this category of population which is not in education or employment or training? So for example, in India, the need rate for the 15-29 cohort was around 35, and it's rising. So is this category is taken into account? The second one, I think you give a very interesting stylized facts that are transposable to other developing countries. The main finding of your presentation or paper is that the youth is less likely to move out of unemployment. So one of the important elements that may be of interest for the decision maker is to be able to explain why this finding. Is it because of poverty or inefficiency in employment policies or social policies or other factors? Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. So the first one was loss of skill during the pandemic as a reason why. That could be maybe for the much younger part of our samples, so people who are still in high school, 15 to 18, because India had, the school closures in India were most of the pandemic. I'm not sure how we can measure that with the data we have, but I would assume that that might maybe explain some of it. Whether the individuals in our sample are unaware of the programs, they are definitely aware of the job guarantee programs. As I said, India has the largest job guarantee program in rural areas happening since 2005, but they might not be as aware of the other programs. And since the government is debating these different policies and implementing them, we thought that actually having the information might change the opinion of the individuals on what they prefer for their preferred policy. And the need is taken into account in our analysis. I'll have to think a bit longer about the last part, the last suggestion you had.
Thank you. We've come to the end of our session, so I would like to thank our speakers, our discussants, and all participants. So now it's time to announce the end of this conference. I would like to thank and congratulate the co-organizers for the high quality of coordinations and for the success of this event. So thank you for all participants, and we hope to see you next event. Thank you.
Housekeeping announcement for anyone who would like to participate in the social event. The shuttles are outside and they're going right now.